Winter Wonderland Cabin Sleep Story. Close your eyes now and take a slow, deep breath. Feel your body exactly where it is in this moment, supported and safe. Tonight you are embarking on a journey to a place of profound peace. A winter wonderland cabin nestled deep in a snow-covered forest where warmth and comfort await you. This is your sanctuary, your haven from the world, and for the next hours, you need nothing more than to be here, allowing yourself to drift into the deepest, most restful sleep. The journey to the cabin begins in the late afternoon, when the winter sun hangs low in the sky, painting everything in shades of silver and soft gold. You are driving along a winding country road, the kind that seems to exist outside of ordinary time. Your car is warm, filled with the gentle hum of the engine and the soft flow of heat from the vents. Your hands rest comfortably on the steering wheel, and through the windshield, you watch as the landscape gradually transforms. At first, there are open fields stretching away on either side, their summer grasses now hidden beneath blankets of pristine snow. The snow gleams in the fading light, appearing almost blue in the shadows and golden where the sun still touches it. Fence posts march along the roadside, each one wearing a thick cap of white, like sentries marking your passage into a quieter realm. The sky above is that particular shade of winter twilight, not quite gray, not quite purple, but something in between, luminous and peaceful. As you drive, you notice how the trees begin to appear more frequently, first in small clusters, then in proper groves, and finally forming a continuous forest on both sides of the road. These are evergreens mostly, their branches heavy with accumulated snow, bending gracefully under the weight. Occasionally you pass a bare deciduous tree, its dark branches creating intricate patterns against the pale sky, like calligraphy written in an ancient language you somehow understand without words. The road curves gently, never demanding too much attention, allowing your mind to soften and wander. You think about the cabin waiting for you, and a sense of anticipation builds, not the anxious kind, but the warm, contented feeling of knowing something wonderful is approaching. You have been here before, in your mind if not in reality, and it already feels like coming home. The light continues to change as you drive deeper into the forest. The shadows grow longer, deeper, but not threatening. They are the shadows of protection, of the forest drawing around you like a blanket. You turn off the main road onto a smaller lane, barely 2 tracks with snow packed between them. The car moves more slowly now, crunching through the snow with a satisfying, rhythmic sound. Branches occasionally brush against the sides of the vehicle, a gentle touch that says you are welcome here. And then, through a gap in the trees, you see it, the cabin. Warm light glows in its windows, golden and inviting against the deepening blue of evening. A thin trail of smoke rises from the stone chimney, climbing straight up into the still air before dispersing into the twilight. The cabin is not large, but it is perfect. Built of weathered logs that have aged to a soft gray-brown, with a steep roof designed to shed snow, and a covered porch that wraps around the front. Everything about it speaks of shelter, of thoughtful construction meant to provide comfort against the winter cold. You pull the car to a stop in the small clearing that serves as a parking area. For a moment you simply sit there, engine still running, looking at the cabin. The windows are like friendly eyes, the door a welcoming mouth, and the whole structure seems to radiate an almost living warmth. Your heart, which you did not even realize had been carrying tension, begins to ease and soften in your chest. Taking a final deep breath of the warm car air, you turn off the engine. The sudden silence is profound. You can hear the faint tick of the cooling engine, but beyond that, there is only the immense quiet of the winter forest. Opening the car door, you step out into the cold, and it is a shock, but a pleasant one. The air is so crisp, so clean, that it seems to clarify everything. Your first breath of it makes you feel more awake, more present, more alive than you have felt in days. The cold touches your cheeks immediately, a bright tingling sensation. You can see your breath pluming out before you, and you pause for a moment just to watch it. This visible sign of your own life force. The snow beneath your feet crunches with each step, a sound that is somehow both crisp and soft at once. You walk around to the back of the car and retrieve your bag, a simple duffel with everything you need for your stay. The bag's weight is reassuring in your hand. As you walk toward the cabin, you notice details you could not see from the car. There are icicles hanging from the edge of the porch roof, catching the last light and transforming it into tiny prisms of color. The steps leading up to the porch have been cleared of snow recently, though a light dusting has already begun to accumulate again. The railing is smooth and solid under your free hand as you climb the 3 steps to the porch. The porch itself is a transition space, still cold but sheltered from any wind. There is a wooden bench against the cabin wall and a small stack of firewood neatly piled and covered with a tarp. Next to the door hangs an old lantern, its glass clean and clear. You set down your bag for a moment and reach for the door handle. It is cold under your fingers, metal that has taken on the temperature of the winter air. You turn the handle and push the door open, and immediately everything changes. A wave of warmth rolls out to meet you, and with it comes the scent of wood smoke and pine and something else. Something indefinably cozy that might be the smell of safety itself. You step inside quickly, pulling your bag with you, and close the door behind you with a soft, satisfying click. The contrast is overwhelming in the best possible way. Outside, the world is all cold clarity and sharp edges. Inside, everything is warm and soft and welcoming. You stand for a moment in the small entryway, just feeling the warmth begin to seep into your cold cheeks and fingers. Your body recognizes this as sanctuary, and you feel muscles you did not know were tense begin to release. The cabin is exactly as you hoped it would be. The entry opens directly into the main living space, and your eyes travel over it with growing contentment. Directly ahead, dominating the far wall, is a stone fireplace, and in it, a fire is already burning. Someone, perhaps the owner or a caretaker, has prepared this for you, and the thoughtfulness of that gesture makes you feel cared for in a way that is quietly profound. You set your bag down on the floor and begin to remove your winter layers. First, your coat, heavy with the cold still clinging to its outer surface. You hang it on one of the hooks mounted near the door, where it can drip dry if any snow has collected on it. Next, your scarf, which you unwind slowly, feeling it slide against your neck with a soft whisper of fabric. Then your gloves, pulling them off finger by finger, revealing hands that are pink from the cold and tingling as warmth begins to return to them. Beneath your coat, you are wearing comfortable clothes, chosen specifically for this retreat. Soft flannel or perhaps fleece, layers designed for warmth and ease. You are already feeling more relaxed, more yourself. You remove your boots as well, placing them neatly on a mat designed for that purpose, and your sock-clad feet meet the cool smoothness of the wooden floor. Even through your socks, you can feel the grain of the wood, polished by years of use. Now, free of your outer layers, you can truly begin to explore this space that will be yours for the next while. The cabin is one large room, essentially, with a few doors leading off to what must be a bedroom and bathroom. The main space serves as kitchen, dining, and living area all in one, but far from feeling cramped, it feels intimate and well-designed. Your eyes are drawn again to the fireplace, as eyes always are. The fire crackles and pops softly, the flames dancing in shades of orange and yellow with occasional flickers of blue at their base. The warmth radiating from it is almost a physical presence in the room, reaching out to embrace you. The stone surround of the fireplace rises all the way to the ceiling, and the stones themselves are beautiful, rounded river stones in shades of gray and tan and soft brown, fitted together with obvious care and skill. Before you lose yourself entirely in the fire's spell, you decide to take care of a few simple tasks. Your body, still remembering the drive and the cold, is asking for something warm to drink, and you are happy to oblige. You move toward the kitchen area, which occupies one corner of the cabin. The kitchen is simple but complete. There is a small stove, a sink with a window above it, and wooden counters that have been worn smooth by use. Open shelving displays a modest collection of dishes and mugs, all sturdy and practical. There is a basket on the counter, and when you investigate, you find it stocked with tea and coffee and packets of hot chocolate. Someone has thought of everything. You fill a kettle with water from the tap, and the sound of water flowing is cheerful and domestic. The pipes must be well insulated because the water comes out smoothly. No frozen pipes here. You set the kettle on the stove and turn on the burner. The click, click, click of the ignition followed by the soft whoosh as the flame catches. The blue circle of fire beneath the kettle is mesmerizing in its own way, a smaller echo of the larger fire across the room. While you wait for the water to heat, you select a mug from the shelf. Your hand hovers over the choices before settling on a large handmade ceramic piece in a warm honey glaze. It is substantial in your hand with a good weight to it, and when you run your thumb over the surface, you can feel the slight imperfections that mark it as something made by human hands rather than a machine. These small imperfections make it more precious, not less. You choose hot chocolate, the kind that comes in a packet but promises to be rich and creamy. As you wait, you lean against the counter and simply look around. Through the window above the sink, you can see that full darkness has almost arrived. The sky is that deep, rich blue that comes just before true night, and the snow outside seems to glow with its own light, reflecting what little illumination remains. The kettle begins to sing, a soft whistle that grows gradually louder. You turn off the burner before it reaches a full boil, preferring a gentler heat for your chocolate. Tearing open the packet, you pour the powder into your chosen mug, and then slowly add the hot water, stirring as you go. The powder dissolves into a deep brown liquid, and steam rises in delicate curls that carry the scent of chocolate and vanilla. You cup the mug in both hands, feeling the heat seep into your palms and fingers. It is almost too hot to hold, but not quite. That perfect temperature that is just on the edge of discomfort but feels so good on cold hands. You blow gently across the surface of the chocolate, watching the steam swirl and dance, and then take a careful sip. The liquid is rich and sweet and warming, coating your tongue and sliding down your throat with a comforting heat that seems to spread throughout your chest. With your mug in hand, you move back toward the center of the room, toward the fire. There is an armchair positioned at the perfect distance from the fireplace, close enough to feel the warmth but not so close as to be uncomfortable. The chair is upholstered in a fabric that might once have been a rich burgundy, but has faded to a softer rose, and it is clear that this is a chair that has been loved and used. The cushions bear the imprints of previous sitters, molded into welcoming shapes. Next to the chair is a small side table, just the right height to set your mug on without having to reach. On the other side stands a floor lamp with a warm-toned shade, currently off but waiting for when you might want to read. For now, the firelight provides all the illumination you need. You settle into the chair, and it is like being embraced. The cushions give way beneath you, accepting your weight and cradling your body. You curl your legs up under you, finding a position that feels naturally comfortable, and arrange yourself with your mug still held in both hands. The fire is directly in your line of sight, and you let your gaze rest on it, unfocused and soft. This is the moment when you truly arrive. Not when you pulled up outside, not when you walked through the door, but now, in this chair, with warmth surrounding you and a hot drink in your hands. This is when your nervous system finally believes that you are safe, that you can rest, that nothing is required of you. The tension you have been carrying, perhaps for days or weeks, begins to melt away like snow under sunlight. You take another sip of your chocolate, slower this time, savoring it. The sweetness is not overwhelming, just pleasant, comforting in the way that simple pleasures can be. You can feel the warmth of it traveling down, spreading through your core. Your body temperature, which dropped during your brief exposure to the cold outside, is rising again, finding its natural equilibrium. The fire continues its eternal dance. Flames leap and fall, merge and separate, in patterns that are never quite the same twice. The logs are arranged in a careful structure, and as the fire consumes them, they settle and shift with soft sounds. Occasionally, a pocket of sap will heat and burst with a sharp pop, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. Each time this happens, you watch the sparks rise, glowing orange against the dark back of the fireplace, before they wink out one by one. The warmth from the fire is not uniform. You can feel it most strongly on your face and the front of your body, a gentle radiance that makes your skin tingle pleasantly. The air itself seems to move in the room, warmed air rising from the fire and cooler air flowing in to take its place, creating subtle currents that you can almost feel brushing against you. You become aware of the sounds of the cabin. There is the fire, of course, with its crackling and occasional pops. But there are other sounds, too. The cabin itself makes noise, small creaks and sighs as the wood adjusts to the temperature, as old buildings do. These are not concerning sounds, but rather comforting ones, the sounds of a structure that has weathered many winters and will weather many more. It is almost as if the cabin is breathing, alive in its own way. Outside, the wind has picked up slightly. You cannot see it, but you can hear it, a soft rushing sound as it moves through the evergreen branches. Occasionally, there is a soft thump as accumulated snow slides off a branch and falls to the ground. These sounds, rather than making you feel cold, actually enhance your sense of warmth and safety. They remind you that outside, the world is cold and wild, but inside, you are protected. Your mug is half empty now, and you set it down on the side table, deciding to save the rest for later. You reach for a blanket that has been draped over the arm of the chair, a thick knitted thing in shades of cream and gray. Drawing it over your lap and legs, you tuck it around yourself, creating a cocoon of warmth. The yarn is soft against your hands, clearly made with care. You sink deeper into the chair, your body growing heavier, more relaxed. Your breathing has slowed without you consciously choosing to do so, deep breaths in and out that match some internal rhythm. With each exhale, you feel yourself releasing a little more, letting go of things you did not even know you were holding on to. The cabin smells wonderful. There is the wood smoke from the fire, of course, but underneath that are other scents. The pine logs of the walls contribute their own subtle fragrance, fresh and clean. There is also the smell of old wood and perhaps a hint of lemon oil, as if the furniture has been recently polished. All of these scents blend together into something that simply smells like comfort, like a place where you are meant to be. You close your eyes for a moment, just feeling everything. The warmth on your skin, the softness of the chair and the blanket, the lingering taste of chocolate on your tongue, the sounds of fire and wind and the cabin's gentle settling. When you open your eyes again, your gaze feels softer, more relaxed. Your eyes wander around the room, taking in details you did not notice in your initial survey. There are books on a shelf built into the wall, their spines showing titles worn almost smooth by handling. Some are novels, some appear to be nature guides or books about the local area. There is a small collection of board games on another shelf, and a basket containing what looks like yarn and knitting needles. These are the signs of a place meant for slow time, for activities that require patience and presence. On the wall above the fireplace, there is a painting. You had noticed it before, but now you really look at it. It depicts this very landscape, or one very much like it, in winter. Snow-laden trees, a frozen stream, mountains in the distance. The painting is not sophisticated in a technical sense, but it is skilled and clearly made with love. The colors are accurate to what you have seen outside, that particular quality of blue light that winter snow reflects. Looking at it, you feel a sense of continuity, as if the cabin and the forest outside are engaged in an ongoing conversation, and this painting is part of that dialogue. There are other small decorations as well. A piece of driftwood on the mantel, worn smooth by water and time. A few pine cones in a wooden bowl. A simple wreath made of evergreen branches hanging on one of the interior doors. Each object seems to have been chosen not for showiness, but for the way it contributes to the overall feeling of the space. Nothing is extraneous, and yet nothing feels sparse or cold. It is perfectly balanced. You shift slightly in your chair, adjusting a cushion behind your lower back, and settle once more. The fire has burned down slightly since you first arrived, and you consider whether you should add another log. Deciding yes, you set aside your blanket and rise from the chair. Your body feels pleasantly heavy, relaxed, and it takes a moment to unfold yourself and stand. Moving to the fireside, you select a log from the neat stack in the metal holder there. The wood is dry and smooth, bark mostly removed. It is surprisingly light for its size, a sign of good seasoning. You open the mesh screen that protects the room from any stray sparks and carefully place the new log onto the fire, positioning it so that it will catch from the existing flames. For a moment, the fire dims slightly, adjusting to this new presence, and then it begins to climb the fresh wood, licking at it with tongues of flame, finding the grain and following it. You close the screen and return to your chair, watching as the fire fully accepts the new log. Soon, it is burning strongly again, perhaps even more vigorously than before. The additional heat reaches out to you, and you smile, pleased with your fire-tending skills. Settled once more under your blanket, you let your gaze drift to the window. The large picture window that makes up much of the front wall of the cabin offers a view into the winter night, and what you see takes your breath away. The darkness has fully fallen now, but the world outside is far from dark. The snow, covering everything, reflects and amplifies any available light, creating a luminous landscape that seems to glow from within. The trees closest to the cabin are visible as dark shapes, their trunks and branches creating an intricate network against the snow. Each branch holds its burden of snow with patient grace, bent but not broken. Further out, the forest becomes less distinct, shapes merging into a general sense of presence, of trees stretching away into the darkness. The sky above has cleared. Earlier, there were clouds, but they have moved on, and now the stars are visible. So many stars, more than you ever see in places, with artificial light. They spangle the darkness, tiny points of light that have traveled vast distances to reach your eyes. You pick out the few constellations you know, the easily recognizable ones, but mostly you just look at them as an aggregate, a field of light scattered across the heavens. As you watch, you see a snowflake drift past the window, then another. It has begun to snow again, not heavily, just a gentle fall of flakes that catch the light from the cabin windows and sparkle like tiny diamonds as they descend. You watch their slow, wandering path downward, each flake following its own trajectory, spiraling and dancing in air currents too subtle for you to perceive. The combination of the stars above and the snow falling creates a sense of being suspended between two realms, the vast cosmic space above and the intimate enclosed space of the falling snow. Both are beautiful, both are infinite in their own ways, and you are privileged to witness both from your warm, safe vantage point. You think about the silence outside. Snow has a way of absorbing sound, muffling everything, creating a hush that is almost palpable. Even here inside the cabin, you can sense that silence, the way it presses gently against the walls and windows. It is a peaceful silence, not empty but full, pregnant with the presence of the winter world. Inside, the fire continues its work, transforming wood into warmth and light. You watch the interplay of light and shadow on the walls, the way the firelight makes everything seem to breathe and move. The logs of the walls in this light look golden, as if they are remembering the sunlight they absorbed when they were living trees. Your breathing has synchronized with the rhythm of the fire without you intending it. Slow breath in, watching the flames rise. Slow breath out, watching them settle. In and out. In and out. Each breath brings you deeper into this moment, more fully present in this place. There is nowhere else you need to be, nothing else you need to do. This moment is complete in itself. You notice how your body feels now compared to when you arrived. Then there was residual tension, the alertness required for driving and navigating. Now every muscle has softened. Your shoulders, which might have been holding themselves up near your ears, have dropped down to their natural position. Your jaw is loose, your tongue resting easily in your mouth. Your hands lie open and relaxed on your lap, palms up, fingers gently curled. Even your feet tucked under you feel warm and comfortable. The heat from the fire has spread throughout the cabin. The space is perfectly warm now, not too hot, not cool anywhere. The temperature is exactly right, and your body recognizes this and relaxes even further into it. You're like a cat in a sunny window, boneless and content. Outside, the snow continues to fall. You can see it accumulating on the porch railing, a white line growing slowly thicker. On the trees, the existing snow is being added to, branch by branch. By morning, the world will be transformed. even deeper in white than it was when you arrived. But morning is a long time away, and there is no need to think about it now. Your eyelids are growing heavier, not in a way that demands you sleep immediately, but in a gentle, natural way, like the sun setting at the end of a long day. You let them fall closed for a moment, and the darkness behind them is restful and welcoming. You can still see the glow of the fire through your closed lids, a warm orange-red that pulses gently with the movement of the flames. When you open your eyes again, your gaze is soft and unfocused. You are not looking at anything in particular, just letting the light and shadow wash over your vision. The world has taken on a dreamy quality, edges softer, colors richer. This is what deep relaxation feels like, you remember. This sense of being both fully present and also somehow floating, untethered from worry or planning. You become aware of your heartbeat, slow and steady in your chest. It is not loud or insistent, just there, a quiet reminder of the life force that sustains you. Each beat is a small miracle, a moment of your body working perfectly to keep you alive. You send a silent thank you to your heart, to your lungs, to all the systems of your body that work without you having to think about them. The fire pops softly and your eyes move to it. The new log has been accepted fully into the fire now, burning along with the others. The flames have found their rhythm again, a steady burn that will last for hours. You will not have to tend it again tonight. It will keep the cabin warm while you sleep, a faithful guardian against the cold. You think about all the people throughout history who have sat as you are sitting now, watching a fire, feeling safe and warm. This is one of humanity's oldest pleasures, one of our most basic needs: shelter, warmth, safety. And you have all of these things in abundance. You are not just physically safe, but emotionally safe as well. Nothing is asked of you. No one needs you to be anything other than exactly what you are in this moment. Your attention drifts back to the window, to the winter world outside. In the distance, you think you can see a light, perhaps from another cabin far away, or maybe just a star that happens to be in line with the horizon. It twinkles and shifts, and you feel a connection with whoever or whatever is there. You are not alone in the world, but you are beautifully, perfectly alone in this cabin. And both of those truths can exist at once. The snow has thickened slightly, more flakes visible now as they pass through the light from the window. They seem to be falling a bit more quickly, though still gently. You think about the snow accumulating on the cabin roof, adding insulation, making your shelter even more secure. You think about it covering the ground, blanketing everything, protecting the earth and all the small creatures who shelter beneath it or within it. There is something profound about winter, you think drowsily. It is the season of rest, of dormancy, when nature itself sleeps and gathers strength for the rebirth of spring. And you are doing the same, resting, gathering your own strength. This time in the cabin is your own personal winter, a time to turn inward, to be still, to let yourself simply be. Your eyes close again, and this time they stay closed a bit longer. The darkness is so restful. Behind your closed lids, you can still sense the firelight, and you imagine you can see the flames dancing in patterns of red and orange and gold. Your breathing continues its slow, steady rhythm, and you feel yourself drifting. Not quite asleep, but not quite awake either, in that pleasant in-between state. When your eyes open, you are not sure if seconds or minutes have passed. Time has become fluid, unimportant. The fire is still burning, the snow is still falling, and you are still here, safe and warm. That is all that matters. You stretch slightly, just a small movement, extending your legs and pointing your toes, then relaxing again. The stretch feels good, a release of the last tiny bits of tension remaining in your muscles. You think perhaps it might be time to move to the bedroom soon, to give yourself over fully to sleep, but not quite yet. You want to enjoy this space between wakefulness and sleep a little longer. This is a precious time, a liminal time, when insights and peace can come more easily than during the busy day. You let your mind wander gently, not forcing it anywhere, just observing where it wants to go. It touches on memories, pleasant ones, nothing troubling. A childhood snow day, perhaps, the joy of unexpected freedom, or the first time you saw truly pristine snow, unmarked by footprints. These memories are soft and warm, colored by nostalgia but not painful. They are part of the tapestry of your life, woven into who you are. The fire makes a settling sound, and you look at it. The logs have burned down further, collapsing slightly into themselves. The coals beneath are glowing a brilliant orange red, pulsing with heat. You know that even when the flames die down completely, those coals will remain hot for hours, radiating warmth. The fire's end is not an end at all, just a transformation. You shift in your chair one more time, adjusting to find the perfect position. The chair seems to adjust with you, accommodating your body perfectly. The blanket slides higher, tucking up under your chin. You feel cocooned, swaddled, protected. The cabin wraps around you. The night wraps around the cabin. The forest wraps around the night. You are at the center of concentric circles of safety. Your breathing is so slow now, so deep. Each inhale brings in the cool, clean air of the cabin, and each exhale releases anything you no longer need. You can feel your breath moving through your body, filling your lungs completely, then emptying them just as completely. There is something meditative about this, something ancient and calming. Breath is life, and in this moment, you are fully alive and fully at peace. The snow outside has settled into a steady, gentle fall. Not a blizzard, nothing dramatic, just a persistent whisper of white against the darkness. Each flake is unique, you know, though you cannot see their individual structures from here. Each one a tiny miracle of crystalline geometry, formed in the clouds and now making its way to Earth. Millions of them, billions of them, all part of this one quiet snowfall. You think about the forest creatures, wondering where they are on this winter night. The deer are likely bedded down in sheltered thickets, their bodies curled and conserving warmth. The rabbits might be in their burrows beneath the snow, snug in networks of tunnels. Birds are tucked into whatever shelter they can find, their feathers fluffed for maximum insulation. Everything that can rest is resting. Everything that can sleep is sleeping. And soon you will join them. But for now, you remain in this delicious state of drowsy contentment. Your body feels heavy and light at the same time. An interesting paradox. Heavy because you are so relaxed, your muscles at complete rest. Light because you are not holding on to anything, not gripping or tensing or bracing against anything. You are simply allowing yourself to be held by the chair, by the cabin, by this moment. The fire's light plays across the ceiling, creating moving patterns of amber and shadow. You tilt your head back slightly to watch, and the patterns seem to swirl and dance, never still, always changing. It is hypnotic in the gentlest way, drawing your attention without demanding it. You could watch this forever, or you could close your eyes and just sense the light through your eyelids. Both are equally peaceful. Your mind touches on the concept of hygge, that Scandinavian idea of cozy contentment. You remember reading about it once, how it is not just about physical comfort, but about a state of mind, a way of being present with simple pleasures. That is what you are experiencing now. Perfect hygge, the warmth of the fire, the softness of the blanket, the shelter of the cabin, the beauty of the snow. All of these elements combining to create a feeling that goes beyond mere comfort into something approaching bliss. Time continues its strange, fluid behavior. You are not bored, despite having done nothing but sit here. There is something profoundly satisfying about doing nothing, about simply being. Modern life so rarely allows for this, always pushing for productivity, for achievement, for doing more. But here, in this cabin, the only thing required of you is to exist. And you are doing that perfectly. Your hands rest on the arms of the chair, and you become aware of the texture of the fabric beneath your palms. It is slightly nubby, worn soft by use, warm from your own body heat. You press down gently, feeling the firmness of the chair's structure beneath the padding. It is solid, reliable, built to last. Like the cabin itself, it has been made with care, designed to provide comfort for many years. The window draws your attention again, that portal between the warm interior and the cold exterior world. You notice how the glass has developed a slight fog around the edges, where the warm air of the cabin meets the cold glass. It creates a frame within a frame, softening the view even further. Through the clear center, the snow continues its eternal descent, each flake visible for just a moment in the light before it joins its companions on the ground. You wonder how deep the snow will be by morning. A few inches? More? It does not matter, really. You have everything you need here, and there is nowhere you have to be. The thought is wonderfully liberating. No obligations, no schedules, no demands. Just you, the cabin, and time stretching out as long as you need it to. Your eyelids droop closed again, and you let them stay that way for a while. The darkness is so restful, so welcoming. You can feel the warmth of the fire on your face, even through closed eyes. Your other senses become more acute when your eyes are closed. You hear the fire more clearly, the soft crackle and pop. You smell the wood smoke more distinctly. You feel the weight of the blanket more precisely. Everything sharpens and softens at the same time. A memory surfaces, gentle and warm. Perhaps it is from childhood, or perhaps from adulthood. It does not matter. What matters is the feeling it carries, a sense of being loved and safe. Maybe it is a memory of someone tucking you in at night, smoothing the blankets and kissing your forehead. Maybe it is a memory of falling asleep in the back seat of a car during a long drive, knowing that someone else was taking care of everything, that you could simply let go. The specific details are less important than the emotional truth of the memory. You have been cared for, you have been safe, you have been loved, and you are all of those things now, in this moment. The cabin cares for you, providing shelter and warmth. The fire keeps you safe from the cold, and there is love in this too, in the attention to detail, in the preparations that were made for your arrival, in the simple fact that this space exists for the purpose of providing rest and peace. You are worthy of this comfort, deserving of this peace. You do not have to earn it. It is yours simply because you are here. Your breathing has become even slower, deeper, each breath taking its own sweet time. There is no rush. You inhale, drawing air down deep into your belly, filling yourself with the cabin's warm air. You pause at the top of the breath, just for a moment. Then you exhale, long and slow, releasing everything, emptying completely. Another pause, this time in the space between breaths. Then the cycle begins again. In, pause, out, pause, in, pause, out, pause. This rhythm is ancient, the rhythm of the ocean, of the tides, of life itself. Your body knows this rhythm in its cells, in its bones. You are not controlling your breath so much as allowing it to find its natural pattern. And your body, wise and knowing, is choosing the rhythm of deep rest, the rhythm of approaching sleep. The fire has burned down even further now. The flames are smaller, more concentrated on the remaining wood, but the heat it produces has not diminished. The entire mass of the fireplace has absorbed warmth, the stones storing it and radiating it gently into the room. Even if the fire were to go out entirely, which it will not, the stones would keep the cabin warm for hours. This is old wisdom, the wisdom of thermal mass, of working with the properties of natural materials to create lasting comfort. You open your eyes briefly just to check on your surroundings, and everything is exactly as it should be. The fire burning low but steady, the snow falling gently outside, the cabin wrapped around you like a protective embrace. Satisfied, you let your eyes close again, sinking deeper into the chair, deeper into this state of profound relaxation. Your body has found its perfect temperature now. Not cold anywhere, not too hot anywhere. Just right, as the old story goes. The blanket over your legs is warm but not stifling. The air on your face is pleasantly cool, a nice contrast to the warmth of the rest of you. Your feet, tucked under you, are toasty and content. This balance of temperatures is part of what makes you so comfortable. Your body not having to work to regulate itself, everything in harmony. You think drowsily about the word sanctuary. This cabin is that, a sanctuary, a sacred space set apart from the ordinary world. Here, different rules apply. The rules of rest, of peace, of letting go. You have left behind the concerns of your everyday life. They will still be there when you return, but they cannot reach you here. This is a place out of time, a pocket of peace in a busy world. The snow accumulating outside is creating a kind of insulation, not just physical, but also emotional. Each inch of snow that falls adds to the sense of being cut off from everything else, of being in a separate reality. By morning, the world will be transformed, and you will be transformed too, renewed by deep rest and profound quiet. Your mind is starting to wander in that particular way it does when sleep is approaching. Thoughts become less linear, more dreamlike. You might think about the snow, and then suddenly you are thinking about clouds, and then about birds flying through clouds, and then about feathers, and each thought connects to the next in a way that makes sense in the moment, but might not make sense later. This is fine. This is good. This is your mind letting go of its need to be logical and controlled. Images might drift through your consciousness. The fire, of course, always the fire. Its light and warmth central to everything, but also other images. The dark shapes of the trees outside, their branches like arms raised to the sky. The stars, distant and cold but beautiful in their coldness. The cabin itself, seen from outside, a small point of light and warmth in a vast forest. And yourself, curled in your chair, a creature at rest, at peace. You feel yourself drifting now, truly drifting. It is a pleasant sensation, like floating on gentle water, supported and safe. Your body feels like it is sinking into the chair, becoming part of it. The boundaries between where you end and the chair begins seem less distinct. You are part of the cabin now, part of the fire, part of the winter night. Everything is connected, and you are at the center of that connection. The sounds around you are becoming part of a kind of lullaby. The fires crackle and pop, the soft sigh of the wind outside, the occasional creak of the cabin settling. These sounds do not disturb you, but rather comfort you, assuring you that everything is as it should be. The world is doing what it is supposed to do, and you are exactly where you are supposed to be. Your heart rate has slowed to match your breathing, a steady, peaceful rhythm. You can feel it in your chest, that reliable beat. No longer something you have to think about, but just something that is, like the falling snow or the burning fire. Your body knows how to do this, how to rest, how to let go. You do not have to teach it or direct it. You simply have to allow it, and you are doing that beautifully. The warmth of the cabin seems to have seeped all the way through you now, not just warming your skin, but warming you at some deeper level. Your bones feel warm, your muscles feel warm, even your thoughts, if thoughts can be said to have temperature, feel warm. Everything is suffused with this gentle, pervasive heat that is not just physical, but somehow emotional and spiritual as well. You think about the word home and what it means. Home is not just a place you realize, but a feeling. It is this feeling. The feeling of being exactly where you belong, of being safe and warm and at peace. You can carry this feeling with you when you leave the cabin, hold it in your heart as a memory and a promise. Whenever you need to, you can return here in your mind, can remember this moment, this fire, this perfect peace. But you do not need to think about leaving, not now. Now is for being here fully and completely. The future will take care of itself. The past is done and gone. There is only this eternal present moment, stretching out in all directions, containing everything you need. Your breath is barely visible now, the rise and fall of your chest, so gentle, so subtle. You are breathing the way you breathe in deep sleep, automatically, perfectly, your body taking exactly what it needs and releasing exactly what it does not. Each breath is a letting go, a small death and rebirth, the old air leaving and new air entering, the cycle of life itself played out thousands of times each day. The fire has become a bed of glowing coals now, with just a few small flames still licking at the last solid pieces of wood. The light in the room has shifted, becoming softer, more amber, the kind of light that exists in dreams. The shadows are deeper but not threatening. They are simply the other half of light, necessary and natural. Outside, the world is almost purely monochrome now. The darkness of the night sky, the white of the snow, the dark silhouettes of the trees. It is like a charcoal drawing, all values and contrasts, beautiful in its simplicity. The falling snow adds the only movement to this still scene, a gentle animation that is more soothing than stimulating. You realize that you are smiling, just slightly, a small upward curve of your lips. This is contentment, pure and simple. Not happiness in the sense of excitement or joy, but something deeper and quieter. Satisfaction, fulfillment. The sense that in this moment you lack nothing, want nothing, need nothing. You are complete. Your eyes open one more time, perhaps the last time before you move to the bedroom. You want to take one final look at this scene, to imprint it on your memory. The fire, burning low but faithful. The window, framing the winter night. The cabin, solid and protective around you. All of it comes together to create this perfect moment, and you are grateful for it, deeply and truly grateful. With a soft sigh, you begin to shift in your chair, preparing to stand. Your body is heavy with relaxation, and it takes a moment to unfold yourself from the comfortable position you have held for so long. The blanket slides from your lap, and you fold it carefully, draping it over the arm of the chair where you found it. Your legs are a bit stiff from being curled under you, and you stretch them out, feeling the pleasant pull of muscles lengthening. You stand slowly, taking your time, letting your body adjust to being upright. For a moment, you sway slightly, dizzy with drowsiness, but it passes quickly. You steady yourself with a hand on the back of the chair and look around the cabin one more time. Everything is in order. The fire is safe, burning behind its screen. The doors are locked. The cabin is secure. You move toward the bedroom, your steps slow and slightly shuffling, the walk of someone already half asleep. The bedroom door is open, and you can see into the space beyond. It is smaller than the main room, but just as cozy, dominated by a bed that looks impossibly inviting. The bed is made up with white sheets and a thick quilt in a pattern of stars and snowflakes, perfect for this winter retreat. Entering the bedroom, you notice that it is slightly cooler than the main room, the perfect temperature for sleeping. There is a small window here too, and through it you can see the snow still falling, eternal and patient. Next to the bed is a small table with a reading lamp, though you have no intention of reading. On the other side is another window, curtained but with the curtains open to the night. You approach the bed and pull back the quilt and sheets, revealing the clean white expanse of the bottom sheet. Just looking at it makes you feel even more tired, if that is possible. The bed is calling to you, promising comfort and deep rest. You sit on the edge of it, and the mattress gives beneath you in exactly the right way. Firm but not hard, soft but not too soft. You slip off your outer layer of clothing, down to whatever you sleep in, comfortable and loose. The air is cool on your skin for a moment, but you know that under the covers, you will be perfectly warm. You lift your legs onto the bed and slide between the sheets, and the sensation is extraordinary. The sheets are cool and smooth against your skin, crisp and clean. You lie back against the pillows, and they cradle your head perfectly, supporting your neck at just the right angle. You pull the quilt up over yourself, feeling its weight settle onto your body. It is substantial but not heavy, that perfect weight that makes you feel securely tucked in without feeling pinned down. You adjust it slightly, making sure it covers your shoulders, and then you settle, finding your favorite sleeping position. Perhaps on your side, perhaps on your back. It does not matter. The bed accommodates you perfectly, accepting your body and supporting it. The pillow is cool against your cheek. The sheets are warming from your body heat. The quilt is a gentle weight, and underneath it all, the mattress holds you, reliable and comfortable. You feel held on all sides, cocooned in comfort. This is nest-making at its finest, the human equivalent of the bird's nest or the rabbit's burrow, a place of perfect safety and rest. From here, you can see out the window above the bed. The snow is still falling, visible against the darkness of the night. You watch it for a moment, each flake's descent a tiny meditation. Fall, 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 endlessly falling, covering everything, making everything new. By morning, all footprints will be erased, all tracks covered. The world will be fresh and clean, a blank page. You think about sleep, about what it is and why we need it. Sleep is not an absence, not a nothing. It is a positive state, a necessary state, as important as waking. During sleep, your body repairs itself, heals itself, consolidates memories, processes emotions. Sleep is when you integrate the day's experiences, when you sort through everything and file it away or let it go. Sleep is essential, vital, a gift you give yourself. And you are ready for that gift now. You are ready to let go of consciousness, to surrender to sleep, to trust in the process that happens when you close your eyes and let yourself drift away. Your body knows what to do. It has done this thousands of times before. You do not have to control it or manage it. You simply have to allow it. You close your eyes, and the darkness is immediate and welcoming. Behind your closed lids, you can still sense the faint light from the main room, where the fire continues to burn, but it is distant now, not demanding your attention. You are in your own space, your own cocoon, ready for transformation. You begin to focus on your breathing again, but this time in a slightly different way. This time, you are breathing yourself into sleep. Each inhale is slow and deep, filling your lungs completely. You hold for just a moment at the top. Then, each exhale is even slower, longer than the inhale, emptying your lungs completely, releasing everything. And at the bottom, you hold again for just a moment before the next breath begins. In, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hold, 2, in, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hold, 2. This pattern of breathing activates your parasympathetic nervous system, telling your body that it is safe to rest, that it is time to sleep. Your heart rate slows even further. Your blood pressure drops. Your muscles, already relaxed, relax even more, letting go of the last tiny bits of tension they were holding. You feel yourself sinking into the mattress, your body becoming heavier with each breath. It is as if gravity has increased, pulling you down, down, down into the support beneath you. But it is not an unpleasant sensation. It is comforting, this heaviness, this sense of being anchored to the earth, held safely in place. Your mind begins to quiet, thoughts spacing out, occurring less frequently, with more silence between them. You might think about the cabin, then nothing for a while, then about the snow, then nothing again. The spaces of nothing are growing longer, and you are falling into those spaces, disappearing into the quiet. Images might still drift through your consciousness, but they are dreamlike now, not quite coherent, not quite following the rules of waking logic. You might see the fire, but it is also somehow the stars, or the stars are also snowflakes, or all of these things are one thing, glowing and falling and warming all at once. This is the mind at the threshold of sleep, when the barriers between categories break down, when everything can be everything else. You might hear sounds, but they are distant now, as if coming from far away or from underwater. The wind outside, the cabin creaking, your own breath, all of it blending together into a kind of white noise, a background hum that supports sleep rather than disturbing it. These sounds are proof that the world continues, that everything is as it should be, that you are safe to let go. Your body has found its perfect position now, the position it wants to hold through the night. You have stopped shifting and adjusting. Everything is exactly right. Your spine is aligned. Your joints are comfortable. Your muscles are loose. You could stay like this for hours, and you will. The boundary between waking and sleeping is growing thin now, almost transparent. You are on one side, then the other, then both at once, then neither. This is the liminal space, the threshold, the border country. You will not be here long. Soon, you will cross over entirely, and sleep will claim you. Your breathing has become almost imperceptible now, so gentle, so soft. Each breath is barely a whisper, your lungs rising and falling with minimal effort. Your body has taken over completely, breathing for you, beating your heart for you, doing all the things it needs to do while you let go of control. The darkness behind your closed eyes is complete now. Not the darkness of night, but the darkness of sleep, deep and enveloping. It is not black exactly, but rather a kind of soft, velvety nothing, a space that is both empty and full at the same time. You are floating in this darkness, suspended, weightless, free. You think dimly, one last thought. You think about how lucky you are to be here, in this cabin, on this night, experiencing this perfect peace. You think about how you will remember this, how this night will become a touchstone, a place you can return to whenever you need to remember what true rest feels like. You think about how grateful you are, and then even that thought fades, dissolving into the darkness, becoming part of the nothing that surrounds you. There are no more thoughts. There is no more you, in a sense. There is only sleep, deep and dreamless and perfect, washing over you like a warm tide, carrying you away to a place beyond words, beyond consciousness, beyond anything except pure rest. The cabin stands solid around you, its walls protecting you from the cold. The fire burns low in the main room, keeping the space warm. The snow continues to fall outside, covering everything in white silence. And you, in your bed, in your cocoon of blankets, sleep. You sleep deeply and without dreaming, or if you dream, they are the gentle dreams that come in deep sleep, the kind you will not remember. Your body does its work, healing and repairing, consolidating and processing. Your mind rests, truly rests, for the first time in perhaps days or weeks. Every system in your body syncs to the rhythm of sleep, all of you working together in perfect harmony. Hours pass, though you have no awareness of time. The night deepens, then slowly begins to lighten again, though it is still dark. The snow eventually stops falling, the clouds clear, and the stars shine even brighter. The fire in the main room burns down to coals, then to ashes, though the stones remain warm. And through it all, you sleep. You sleep the way you were meant to sleep, the way your body needs to sleep, deep and restorative and complete. This is the gift of the cabin, the gift of this winter night. Not just shelter and warmth, but the opportunity for true rest, for the kind of sleep that heals not just the body, but the spirit as well. And as you sleep, the cabin watches over you. The walls stand firm. The roof sheds snow. The windows keep out the cold. The bed holds you safely. Everything is working together to ensure your rest, to protect your sleep, to give you what you need. This is what safety feels like. This is what peace feels like. This is what home feels like, even if this is not your home in the permanent sense. For tonight, it is your home, your sanctuary, your place of perfect rest, and you are exactly where you belong. Sleep now, deep and long and peacefully. Let the winter wonderland continue outside while you rest within. Let the stars wheel overhead while you dream. Let the world turn while you are still. You have earned this rest. You deserve this peace. And it is yours, fully and completely, for as long as you need it. The night embraces you. The cabin protects you. The bed holds you. And sleep, deep sleep, carries you away to a place of pure rest, where nothing can disturb you, where everything is quiet and warm and safe. If this story has resonated with you, if it has helped you find even a moment of peace in your day or a pathway toward restful sleep, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your sleep be deep, your dreams be gentle, and your rest be complete. Good night. The First Snowfall from a Hospital Window, a sleep story for finding peace, healing, and hope. The room was white, not the soft, welcoming white of fresh bed linens or newly fallen snow, but the clinical, fluorescent white of a place designed for healing, but not necessarily for comfort. I had been staring at that particular shade of white for 3 days now, ever since the minor procedure that had seemed so simple in the doctor's office but had somehow required an extended hospital stay. Just a precaution, they'd said. Better safe than sorry. I suppose they were right. But lying in that hospital bed as December gathered momentum outside, I felt profoundly disconnected from everything that made the season feel like the season. There were no twinkling lights strung along my window, no scent of pine or cinnamon, no carols drifting from distant rooms. Just the white walls, the white sheets, and the peculiar white noise of a hospital that never quite sleeps. The disconnection was the hardest part. I had always prided myself on being present, on noticing the small beauties that populate our days. But here, in this room, with its regulation furniture, and its view of a parking lot, and a slice of gray winter sky, I felt as though I'd been separated from the world by more than just walls and a locked door that required a nurse's badge to open. I'd been separated from the rhythm of life itself. My phone sat on the rolling tray beside the bed, fully charged, but somehow offering little comfort. The messages from friends and family were kind, concerned, peppered with heart emojis and promises to visit soon. But their lives continued in full color while mine had been reduced to this monotone existence. I wasn't bitter about it. Bitterness requires more energy than I could muster. But I was lonely in a way I hadn't quite anticipated. The fourth morning began the same way the previous three had begun. I woke to the sound of the medication cart rolling down the hallway, its wheels slightly squeaky, announcing its approach like a herald with imperfect fanfare. Then came the ritual. Vitals checked, medications administered, the cheerful but impersonal questions about pain levels and comfort. I answered automatically, my responses falling into the comfortable rhythm of routine. "You're doing great," the morning nurse told me, and I believed her. Physically, I was healing exactly as I should. It was everything else that felt broken. After she left, I turned my attention to the window. It had become my practice, this watching. There wasn't much else to do. The television held no appeal. Too loud, too bright, too insistent. Reading required a focus I couldn't quite summon. So I watched. The parking lot. The skeletal trees beyond it. The sky that seemed to press down like a gray ceiling, low and heavy with something I couldn't quite name. That's when I noticed the change. The hospital, I had learned, has its own symphony. It's not a melody you'd choose to listen to, not something you'd download or hum while doing dishes, but it's there nonetheless, playing constantly just beneath the threshold of normal awareness. There was the hum, first of all, a baseline note that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, the combined voice of all the machines keeping this place running. Ventilation systems, monitors, computers, refrigerators and medication rooms, they all contributed to this low, steady drone that became, after a while, a kind of comfort. At least it was consistent. At least it meant everything was working as it should. Then there were the punctuation marks, the distant, gentle beep of someone else's monitor, the pneumatic whoosh of automatic doors opening and closing somewhere down the corridor, the electronic ding that signaled an elevator's arrival. These sounds had become as familiar to me as my own breathing, marking time in a place where time seemed both to crawl and to disappear entirely. Footsteps were their own language. I could tell the difference now between the purposeful stride of a doctor, making rounds, the softer tread of a nurse checking on patients, and the slow, cautious shuffle of another patient taking their mandatory walk up and down the hallway. Sometimes family members passed by, their footsteps lighter, quicker, slightly uncertain, looking for a room number. At night, the symphony changed. It grew quieter but somehow more pronounced, each sound amplified by the darkness and the knowledge that the world beyond these walls was sleeping. The squeak of a nurse's shoes on the linoleum, the rustle of papers at the station, the murmur of voices consulting over a chart, and sometimes, rarely, the sound I'd learned to dread, the sudden eruption of urgent activity, wheels and footfalls and voices raised in controlled crisis. But mornings were different. Mornings brought the gradual crescendo of a place waking up. The medication cart, breakfast trays, the arrival of the day shift, phones ringing at the nurse's station, the normal, ordinary sounds of people beginning their work. It was into this morning symphony that a new sound emerged, so subtle at first that I almost missed it entirely. Silence. Not the absence of sound, that never happened here, but a change in quality, a muffling, as though someone had placed a blanket over the world outside my window, softening every edge, absorbing every sharp noise. I turned my head toward the window, suddenly more alert than I'd been in days. And that's when I saw it, the first snowflake drifting past my fourth-floor window, lazy and unhurried, catching what little light the gray morning offered. I'm not sure what I'd been expecting December to bring. Perhaps I'd assumed, in the back of my mind, that I'd be home by now, watching the season unfold from my own window, my own couch, my own life. But here I was instead, and here December was, and somehow it had decided to arrive in the form of snow. One flake became two became a dozen, and within minutes, the sky beyond my window had transformed into a living thing, full of motion and purpose. The snowflakes weren't falling so much as dancing, swirling in patterns that seemed both random and choreographed, as though the air itself had become visible, made manifest in a million tiny crystals of ice. I pushed myself higher on the pillows, ignoring the protest from my still healing incision, and stared. It had been years since I'd had the luxury of simply watching snow fall. Life and its insistence on forward motion rarely permits such indulgences. Even when it snows, we're usually doing something, driving through it, shoveling it, cursing its inconvenience or celebrating its beauty, while simultaneously checking our phones, making plans, thinking about the next thing. But here, in this room with its enforced stillness, there was nothing to do but watch. And watch I did. The flakes were small at first, barely more than frozen mist. But as the minutes passed, they grew larger, more substantial. I could track individual snowflakes now, watching them appear at the top of the window's frame and following their tumbling journey until they disappeared from view. Some fell straight, others spun. A few seemed to defy gravity entirely, hovering and dancing before finally surrendering to their inevitable descent. The light changed. That was the first transformation. The heavy gray sky that had pressed down for days seemed to lift slightly, becoming almost luminous. Snow, I remembered, reflects light in strange and beautiful ways. Even on an overcast day, the world becomes somehow brighter when snow is falling, as though each flake were a tiny mirror, redirecting whatever light it could find. And then the buildings across the parking lot began to change. The snow gathered on the brick ledges first, creating thin white lines that outlined every horizontal surface. It accumulated on the cars below, softening their hard edges, turning sedans into gentle hills and trucks into white-capped mountains. The few trees visible from my window, scraggly things that looked perpetually wind-beaten, accepted their burden of snow with what seemed like gratitude, their bare branches suddenly given purpose and beauty. I realized, watching this transformation, that I had forgotten how magical snow could be. Not the inconvenience of it, not the weather reports and the road conditions, but the thing itself. The simple, profound fact of water vapor crystallizing in the atmosphere and falling to earth in forms so intricate that no two are identical. Millions of tiny miracles drifting past my window. The view from my hospital window had been, up until this moment, profoundly uninspiring. A parking lot, some utility buildings, a strip of sky. But snow was changing all of that, proving that beauty doesn't require a perfect canvas. It only requires attention. Time did something strange while I watched the snow. It seemed to both slow down and disappear entirely. I couldn't have told you if 10 minutes had passed or an hour. The snow had created its own time, measured not in seconds and minutes, but in the accumulation of layers, the gradual transformation of the world from gray and brown to white and pristine. The parking lot below was nearly empty this early in the morning. Just a few cars belonging to the night shift, I assumed, and maybe some early visitors. The snow was gathering on their windshields and hoods, creating smooth domes that obscured any trace of the vehicles beneath. In another hour, they'd be completely covered, indistinguishable lumps in a white landscape. The brick buildings across the way had taken on an entirely different character. Every ledge, every windowsill, every architectural detail was now highlighted in white. It was as though someone had traced the building's outlines in thick paint, emphasizing lines and angles I'd never noticed before. The fire escape on the nearest building, ugly and utilitarian yesterday, had become a geometric sculpture, each step and landing bearing its burden of snow with surprising grace. But it was the trees that held my attention longest. There were only 3 of them visible from my window. Small, sad specimens that the hospital landscapers had probably planted years ago with optimistic visions of shade and beauty. In reality, they'd become stunted things, their growth apparently checked by the proximity of so much concrete and steel. I'd barely glanced at them in the days I'd been here. Now they were transformed. The snow gathered on every branch, every twig, creating intricate patterns of white against the gray sky. Where before there had been only bare branches reaching upward in what looked like desperation, there was now something that approached elegance. The smallest twigs bowed gently under their burden of snow, creating delicate arcs. The larger branches held themselves straighter, decorated now like some kind of winter bride. As I watched, a gust of wind, invisible to me in my temperature-controlled room, shook one of the trees, and a cascade of snow fell from its branches in a white shower. For a moment, the tree was half naked again, its dark bark exposed, but the falling snow immediately began the work of covering it once more. I found myself smiling at the tree's resilience, its patient acceptance of being dressed and undressed and dressed again by forces beyond its control. The snow was falling more heavily now, the individual flakes harder to track as they merged into a general whiteness, a curtain between my window and the world beyond. The parking lot lights had come on, automatic sensors responding to the dimming of an already dim day, and their glow caught the falling snow, making each flake briefly luminous before it vanished into the growing accumulation below. I had been cold before in this hospital room. The temperature was regulated, of course, kept at some optimal healing degree, but I'd still felt chilled, my feet perpetually cold despite the extra blankets the night nurses had brought me. But watching the snow, I felt something shift. It wasn't that I'd grown warmer exactly. It was more that the concept of cold had changed. That snow falling outside my window, it was cold, genuinely cold, but it was also beautiful. It made the warmth of my room feel like a gift rather than a punishment, a shelter rather than a cage. I pulled the heated blanket higher and settled back against my pillows, my eyes never leaving the window. Nature was putting on a show, and I had the best seat in the house. Movement caught my eye. Not the snow this time, but something alive, something responding to the snow in real time. A squirrel appeared on one of the tree branches, and I actually laughed out loud, the sound surprising me in the quiet of the room. The squirrel looked utterly perplexed, sitting perfectly still on a snow-covered branch as though trying to work out what had happened to its familiar world overnight. It took a cautious step forward, and its paw sank into the snow. The squirrel froze, lifted its paw, shook it vigorously as if to dislodge this offensive white substance, and then stared at it with what I could only interpret as deep suspicion. I could almost hear its thoughts. This was not here yesterday. This should not be here today. What is this nonsense? The squirrel tried again, taking another step, and this time both front paws sank into the snow. It sat back on its haunches, its tail twitching, not with its usual fluid grace, but with what looked remarkably like irritation. Then, in a movement so quick I almost missed it, the squirrel launched itself toward the trunk of the tree, apparently deciding that dealing with snow was above its pay grade. But the branch, burdened with snow and now abandoned by the squirrel's weight, bounced upward, sending a shower of white cascading down. Some of it landed on the squirrel's back. If a squirrel can look indignant, this one managed it. It scrambled up the trunk, paused to shake itself off with theatrical vigor, and disappeared into a hole near the top of the tree. I was still smiling when another character appeared in my window-bound theater, a dog. Someone was walking their dog in the parking lot despite the snow, and the dog, some kind of medium-sized mutt with floppy ears and what looked like boundless enthusiasm, had apparently never encountered snow before. Or maybe it had, and the joy was simply renewable, because this dog was beside itself with delight. It leaped and bounced, trying to catch snowflakes in its mouth, its trajectory completely erratic. Jump, twist, snap at the air, land, leap again. The dog's owner, bundled in a heavy coat, stood still and watched, the leash slack in their hand, clearly having given up on the concept of an orderly walk. The dog would catch a snowflake. I could see its jaws close on empty air, and then stop, sitting suddenly, looking confused. Where did it go? The snowflake had been right there, and now it wasn't. Magic. The dog would look up, spot another snowflake descending, and launch itself again. completely convinced that this time it would successfully capture one of these mysterious white things that appeared and disappeared so frustratingly. At one point, the dog apparently decided that catching individual snowflakes was too much work. Instead, it threw itself on its back in a patch of fresh snow and rolled, legs bicycling in the air, mouth open in what I could only imagine was complete and utter bliss. Then it flipped over and shook itself, sending up another cloud of white, and looked at its owner as if to say, "Did you see? Did you see how amazing that was?" I watched them until they walked out of my sight line, the dog still pouncing and the human still patient, and I felt something warm in my chest. Joy. That's what I was feeling. Not my joy exactly, but joy nonetheless. The squirrel's confusion and the dog's delight had somehow pierced through the walls of my hospital room and reminded me that life, messy, unpredictable, joyful life, was still happening out there. Animals don't worry about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. They don't feel disconnected from their lives. They simply live them, responding to each moment as it comes. The squirrel wasn't embarrassed by its confusion, and the dog wasn't self-conscious about its joy. They just were, fully and completely present in their experience of this first snowfall. I could learn something from that, I thought. Maybe being present wasn't about being in the perfect place, living the perfect life. Maybe it was just about being awake to whatever was actually happening, right here, right now. Even if right here was a hospital room, and right now was supposed to be somewhere else. An hour passed, maybe 2. Time had become something measured by the depth of snow on the windowsill outside, by the changing light as the day struggled toward afternoon. And in that time, I became aware of something I'd never quite noticed before. How snow changes not just what you see, but what you hear. The hospital sounds were still there, the distant beep, the hum of machinery, the occasional voice in the hallway. But they seemed different now, somehow softer, as though the snow falling outside had the power to muffle even the sounds inside. Of course, that wasn't possible. Snow can't pass through walls. But the knowing didn't change the feeling. When I listened carefully, I realized what had actually changed. The outside sounds had disappeared almost entirely. The traffic noise that had been a constant backdrop, so constant I'd stopped noticing it, was gone. No cars passing, no horns, no distant sirens. The snow had quieted the city, and in doing so, had made the inside of my room seem quieter too, more peaceful, more separate from the urgent world. I closed my eyes and just listened. The hum of the room, my own breathing, slow and even. The soft rustle of the heated blanket when I shifted slightly. And beyond the window, what I imagined was silence. That particular quality of silence that snow brings, absorbing and muffling and transforming. There's a scientific explanation for it, I knew. Snow absorbs sound waves. Fresh, fluffy snow can dampen noise by up to 60%, turning even busy places into hushed sanctuaries. But knowing the science didn't diminish the magic of it. If anything, it enhanced it. The universe had conspired to create a substance that not only beautified the world, but quieted it too, offering reprieve from the endless noise of modern life. In the hospital, I'd become acutely aware of sound. When you can't do much else, your other senses sharpen. I could tell the time of day by the pattern of sounds in the hallway. I knew which nurses had the softest footsteps and which ones walked with purpose. I'd learned to distinguish between the dinner cart and the cleaning cart just by the sound of their wheels. But this silence, this snow-created silence, was something different. It wasn't an absence so much as a presence, a fullness of quiet that felt almost sacred. I opened my eyes again and looked at the window. The snow was still falling, perhaps even more heavily than before. The world beyond the glass had become almost abstract, the details blurred, everything reduced to shades of white and gray. The parked cars were now just suggestions of shapes. The buildings opposite were losing their definition, becoming ghostly outlines in the storm. If I were home, I thought, I'd probably be worried about the snow, the accumulation, the roads, whether I'd lose power. But here, in this place where I had no responsibilities and no control, I could simply appreciate it for what it was. Water transformed into art. Gravity turned into a dance. The ordinary world made extraordinary. The quiet was settling into my bones now, replacing some of the restlessness that had plagued me. My body was healing. I could feel that, the steady diminishment of pain, the return of energy. But this quiet, this enforced stillness combined with this unexpected beauty was healing something else. Something I hadn't realized needed healing until this moment. I was learning, I realized, to be still. Not just physically, that had been forced upon me by circumstance, but mentally, emotionally. I was learning that it was okay to pause, to watch, to simply be without doing. The snow was teaching me this, falling and falling without agenda, without goal, simply fulfilling its nature to fall. The door opened with its characteristic whoosh, and I turned my head, slightly reluctant to break my communion with the window. But the nurse who entered, Jamie, according to her name tag, though I'd seen her before, and knew she preferred to be called by her last name, Chen, wore such a genuinely warm smile that my reluctance vanished. "Well, would you look at that?" she said, not to me but to the window, stopping in her tracks. First real snow of the season. "I've been watching it for hours," I admitted, and only then realized it was true. Hours. The morning had disappeared into snow and stillness, and I hadn't missed it. Chen walked to the window, standing beside my bed, and for a moment we both just looked. She didn't say anything, didn't feel the need to fill the silence with small talk or patient care routine. She just stood there, a busy nurse in the middle of a long shift, giving herself permission to pause for 30 seconds to watch snow fall. "You know," she said finally, "I've worked here for 8 years, and I always forget how beautiful the view can be when it snows. The rest of the time, it's just a parking lot." She laughed, a genuine sound. "But this is worth looking at." "It's quite a show," I said, and something in my voice must have conveyed more than I intended, because she turned to look at me, her expression softening. "You doing okay? I mean, really okay? It's hard being here during the holidays, hard being separated from everything." I considered lying. "I'm fine," was such an easy default. But something about the moment, about the snow, about her genuine question, made me choose honesty instead. "I've been better," I admitted. "Physically, I'm healing fine. But I didn't expect this to be so isolating. I keep feeling like life is happening somewhere else, and I'm just stuck here watching it through a window." Chen nodded, not dismissing my feeling, not rushing to reassure me. "That's real," she said, "and it's okay to feel that way. But," she gestured at the window, "maybe life's happening right here too, just differently." Before I could respond, she smiled again. "I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere." She left the room, and I heard her footsteps retreat down the hallway, quick and purposeful. I turned back to the window, thinking about what she'd said. Life happening right here. Was it? Or was I just killing time, enduring a pause before I could return to my real life? But even as I formed the question, I knew the answer was changing. This morning had been real. Watching the snow had been real. The squirrel and the dog had been real. And Chen's kindness, her willingness to stop and look, that was real too. The door opened again. Chen was back, carrying 2 steaming cups, and the smile on her face was almost mischievous. "Hospital hot chocolate," she announced, handing me one of the cups and pulling the visitor's chair closer to my bed. "Now I have to tell you, this is from the machine down in the cafeteria, the one that dispenses liquids that are only theoretically related to their labels." But she sat down, her own cup cradled in both hands. "I am prepared to argue that hospital machine hot chocolate is basically a gourmet experience if you squint right and have the proper mindset." I laughed, really laughed, for the first time in days. "That's quite a claim. I stand by it." She took a sip, made a theatrical face of consideration, then nodded. "Yeah, gourmet. Definitely. You can taste the powderiness, the hot water, the vague suggestion of chocolate that may have been in the room at some point." She grinned at me. "Come on, try it. You have to appreciate it ironically." I took a sip. It was terrible. It was the kind of hot chocolate that came from a powder designed by committee, mixed with water that was technically hot but not quite hot enough, dispensed from a machine that probably needed cleaning. It was, objectively, bad hot chocolate. It was also, somehow, perfect. Gourmet, I agreed solemnly, and Chen raised her cup in a toast. To snow days and parking lots and terrible hospital beverages, she said. To finding beauty in unexpected places, I countered. We clinked our paper cups together, and then we sat in companionable silence, watching the snow fall. Chen stayed for 15 minutes, an eternity and a nurse's day, I knew. She didn't say much. Neither did I. We just sat, two people in a hospital room, drinking terrible hot chocolate and watching snow transform a parking lot into something worth looking at. At one point, she pointed. There. Did you see that? I had. A bird, small and brown, had landed on the windowsill outside. It was snow-dusted and fluffed against the cold, and it turned its head from side to side as if considering whether this white world was the same one it had gone to sleep in. The hospital room was dim now, the overhead lights still off, the only illumination coming from the gray-white light through the window. I hadn't turned on the television. I hadn't reached for my phone. I'd simply sat for hours watching snowfall, and it had been enough. More than enough. It had been, in its own quiet way, extraordinary. A knock on the door broke my reverie. The evening nurse, someone I didn't recognize from previous shifts, came in to check my vitals. She was efficient, kind, professional. As she worked, she glanced at the window. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she said. "We're supposed to get another 6 inches by morning. The city's going to be a mess." "It's beautiful," I agreed, choosing not to focus on the mess, but on the beauty. That was a choice too, I realized. Where to put my attention, what to emphasize. I could think about the inconvenience of snow or its beauty. Both were true, but only one served me in this moment. After she left, I continued to watch. The snow showed no signs of stopping. Somewhere out there, people were struggling with it, dealing with slippery roads, delayed flights, all the complications that snow brings to modern life. But here, from my window, I saw only the gift of it, the transformation, the quiet, the beauty of the world being remade. As evening deepened into night, the parking lot lights became more prominent, creating glowing circles in the darkness, each one catching the falling snow and making it sparkle. It was, in its own way, as beautiful as any Christmas lights strung with intention and care. More beautiful, perhaps, because it was natural, unplanned, the simple interaction of light and snow and darkness. I thought about the holidays I was missing, the gatherings, the celebrations, the traditions. There was real loss there, real disappointment. I didn't try to pretend otherwise. But there was also this unexpected gift of stillness, this reminder that beauty exists independently of our plans and preferences. The snow didn't care that I was in a hospital. It fell anyway, offering its gift to anyone willing to watch. And I had watched. All day I had watched. And in the watching I had found something I didn't know I needed. Peace. Presence. A reminder that even when life doesn't go according to plan, even when you find yourself in places you never expected to be, the world still offers its beauty. It still invites you to notice, to wonder, to be present to what actually is rather than what you wish would be. Night had fully fallen by the time I finally turned on the small lamp beside my bed. The room transformed instantly from a viewing chamber for the snow to an ordinary hospital room again. White walls, medical equipment, the rolling tray with its scattered tissues and cup of water. But something felt different. The room felt less like a cage and more like a shelter, less like separation from life and more like a different vantage point on it. I thought about tomorrow. If the snow stopped overnight, I'd wake up to a transformed world, everything covered in white, clean and new. If it continued, I'd have another day of watching, another day of this unexpected meditation. Either way, I realized, would be fine. I'd learned to stop fighting against where I was and instead be curious about what this place, this moment, might offer. My phone buzzed with a text from a friend. "Saw on the news you're getting slammed with snow. Hope you're staying warm." I typed back, "Perfect view from my hospital window, watching the first real snowfall of the season. It's beautiful." "Glad you're finding something good in being stuck there," came the reply. Stuck. That had been exactly how I'd been thinking about it. Stuck. But maybe I hadn't been stuck. Maybe I'd been exactly where I needed to be to learn this particular lesson, to have this particular experience. Maybe stuck was just another word for still, and stillness was where transformation happened. I set the phone down and looked at the window again. The snow was a constant presence now, reliable, steady. It had been falling for hours and would continue falling through the night. Tomorrow the city crews would begin their work, plowing and salting, fighting to restore normalcy. But tonight, just for tonight, the world was allowed to be transformed, allowed to be silent and white and magical. And I was allowed to witness it, not despite being in a hospital, but because of it. This room, with its window and its enforced stillness, had become the perfect place to really see what snow could do, what beauty could do, what presence could do. I thought about Chen and her terrible hot chocolate, her willingness to stop and share a moment. That had been its own kind of snowfall. Unexpected, transformative, gone too quickly, but leaving something changed in its wake. Connection didn't require perfect circumstances or unlimited time. It required only willingness, only the choice to stop and share a moment with another human being. That was true of beauty too, and wonder, and peace. They didn't require perfect circumstances. They only required presence, attention, the willingness to see what was actually there rather than lamenting what wasn't. The snow fell. I watched, and I felt, for the first time since arriving at this hospital, genuinely grateful. Not grateful for the procedure that had brought me here, not grateful for the pain or the inconvenience or the separation from everything familiar, but grateful for this unexpected lesson in presence, this reminder that life happens in every moment, not just the moments we've planned or the circumstances we've chosen. The universe had gifted me stillness when I wouldn't have chosen it, and the snow had arrived to show me what stillness could reveal. That seemed worth being grateful for. I settled deeper into my pillows, pulling the warm blanket higher. The pain that had been my constant companion for days was barely noticeable now, reduced to a dull ache that would fade further with each passing day. My body was healing, but something else had healed too. Some restless, resistant part of me that had been fighting against this experience rather than living through it. The snow continued its gentle, persistent fall. The window framed a world transformed, and I watched, present and peaceful, until my eyelids grew heavy and sleep began to call. Tomorrow I would wake up to whatever the night had brought. More snow or clear skies, continued recovery or release from the hospital. Whatever came, I would meet it with the same presence I'd discovered today, the same willingness to find beauty in unexpected places, the same openness to connection in its many forms. The snow had taught me that transformation doesn't require perfect conditions. It happens quietly, persistently, one small moment at a time, flake by flake, breath by breath, choice by choice to be present to what is rather than yearning for what isn't. And in that transformation, I had found something unexpected. The understanding that no matter where we are, no matter what circumstances we find ourselves in, the world will always offer us moments of profound beauty and peace. We need only be willing to watch, to notice, to be present. The first snowfall of the season, a hospital window, a kind nurse with terrible hot chocolate, a confused squirrel and a joyful dog. These were the ingredients of my transformation, and they were enough. More than enough. They were everything. If this story resonated with you, if it reminded you that beauty and connection can be found even in the most unexpected places, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May you always find moments of peace wherever you are, and may you always have the wisdom to watch when the snow begins to fall. Decorating the house for Christmas. A cozy holiday sleep story. The world was different when she woke, not in a sudden, jarring way, but in the manner that a deep, settled peace can alter the very texture of a morning. Alara had gone to sleep in the familiar quiet of a late autumn night, the sound of a distant owl her only company, but she awoke to a silence that was deeper, softer, a silence that seemed to have weight and substance. Before she even opened her eyes, she knew. It had snowed. She lay still for a long moment, tucked beneath the comforting weight of a down comforter, listening. The usual morning chorus was absent. There was no rattle of the mail truck making its early rounds down the lane, no distant hum of traffic from the main road a mile away. The world had been wrapped in a thick, insulating blanket of white, muffling every sharp edge and sound. It was as if the sky had gently placed a finger to its lips, hushing the entire valley. Slowly, Alara opened her eyes. The light in her bedroom was pale and diffuse, a soft, silvery glow that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. The ceiling above her, usually a simple expanse of white plaster, was now painted with the faint dancing reflections of light bouncing off a pure, unbroken surface. She pushed herself up, her bare feet finding the cool, smooth wood of the floorboards. She padded to the window, her heart beating with a quiet, childlike anticipation that she only ever felt on mornings like this. Her cottage was small, nestled amongst a stand of old pine and birch trees, and her bedroom window looked out over the small garden she tended so carefully from spring to fall. Now the garden was gone, replaced by a landscape of soft, pillowy mounds. The stone bird bath was a perfect snow-covered mushroom. The skeletal branches of the rose bushes wore thick white sleeves, and the picket fence that bordered the property had transformed into a soft, undulating wave of white. Every surface, every line and angle, had been softened and made beautiful. The snow was still falling, not in a hurried, frantic blizzard, but in a slow, aimless drift of perfect, intricate flakes. They descended with a lazy grace, spiraling and turning in the still air before settling onto the already deep blanket below. It was mesmerizing, a silent, unending ballet. Ilara pressed her forehead against the cool glass of the window pane, her breath misting the surface for a moment before fading away. She felt a profound sense of stillness settle over her, a feeling of being perfectly enclosed and safe within her small, warm home, while the world outside underwent its gentle transformation. This was the first true snowfall of the season. There had been flurries, of course, fleeting dustings of white that melted by noon, but this was different. This was a snow that had come to stay. It was a snow that signaled a change, a turning of the page from the muted browns and grays of late autumn to the deep, quiet sleep of winter. And for Ilara, it signaled something else entirely. A librarian by trade, she lived a life ordered by the quiet turning of pages and the gentle rhythms of her small town. Her days were filled with the scent of old paper and binding glue, the soft rustle of people lost in stories. She loved her life, cherished its predictable comforts. But there were moments like this, that called for a break in the routine, for a day dedicated not to the stories of others, but to the quiet story of her own life, of her own home. She moved from the bedroom and down the short hallway into the main living space of the cottage. It was one large room, with a vaulted ceiling and exposed wooden beams from which her grandfather had hung dried herbs decades ago. A comfortable, slightly overstuffed sofa faced a stone fireplace, and bookshelves filled with volumes of every shape and size lined two of the walls. A cozy window seat, piled high with knitted cushions, looked out the large front window, offering the best view of the lane and the woods beyond. It was her sanctuary, a space curated not with a designer's eye, but with a lifetime of love and memory. Her grandmother had lived here before her, and the cottage still held the gentle echo of her presence. Ilara moved into the small kitchen area and filled the kettle, its familiar weight a comfort in her hands. As the water heated, she stood by the front window, gazing out at the snow-laden branches of the massive blue spruce that stood like a sentinel at the edge of her property. Its boughs were heavy with white, each layer of needles outlined in perfect detail. It looked ancient and wise, a true king of the winter forest. And in that moment, watching that magnificent tree, the decision bloomed within her, as quiet and natural as the falling snow. Today was the day. It was not a day for errands or for cataloging new arrivals at the library. It was not a day for productivity or for crossing items off a list. It was a day to be set aside, to be made special. Today she would decorate for Christmas. It was a tradition she held dear, a ritual performed alone each year, not out of loneliness, but out of a deep-seated need for quiet reflection. Her grandmother had always said that decorating the house was like writing a letter to winter, welcoming it in and making it cozy. It was an act of creating light and warmth in the darkest time of the year. The thought sent a gentle hum of warmth through her, a feeling that had nothing to do with the kettle that was just beginning to whistle. She poured the hot water over a spoonful of loose-leaf tea in her favorite mug, a sturdy ceramic piece glazed in the colors of a stormy sea. The steam rose to meet her, carrying the fragrant scent of bergamot and black tea. She wrapped her hands around the mug's warmth and returned to the window seat. The snow continued its silent descent. A cardinal, A startling slash of crimson against the white landed on a branch of the spruce, shaking loose a small shower of powdery snow. The world was so still, so peaceful. The decision felt absolutely right. It felt like the only thing to do. She would spend the day in a slow, deliberate conversation with memory, with tradition, with the very spirit of this house. She would embark on the quiet, sacred pilgrimage to the attic and bring down the boxes that held the ghosts of Christmases past. She would transform this already beloved space into a haven of festive light and gentle magic. She took a slow sip of her tea, the warmth spreading through her chest, and smiled. The day had found its purpose. The decision, once made, settled into her with a comfortable weight, like a familiar, well-loved blanket. There was no rush, no sense of urgency. The day stretched before her, a clean, unmarked page, and she was in no hurry to fill it. The magic of this ritual was in its slowness, in the deliberate, mindful pace she allowed herself to adopt. This was an act of slow living, a gentle rebellion against the frenetic pace the holidays often seem to demand of the outside world. Here, in her quiet cottage, time would move at the speed of falling snow. She finished her tea, rinsing the mug and placing it carefully in the drying rack. She moved through the cottage, her movements unhurried, preparing her space. She tidied the stack of books on her bedside table, plumped the cushions on the sofa, and swept the hearth, even though there was no fire lit yet. These small acts of order were part of the process, like clearing a space in a garden before planting new seeds. She was preparing the canvas before beginning to paint. When the living room felt calm and ready, she turned her attention to the small, unassuming square of plywood set into the ceiling of the hallway. The attic. It was less a room and more a repository of time, a dusty archive of a family's life. The journey to it was always the same, a sequence of small, familiar actions that felt almost ceremonial. First, she retrieved the old wooden pole that leaned in the corner of the coat closet. Its end was fitted with a simple brass hook, worn smooth and shiny from years of use. Her grandfather had fashioned it himself, and holding its sturdy weight in her hands was like holding a tangible piece of him. She positioned herself directly beneath the attic door and reached up with the pole, fitting the hook into the small metal ring. A firm, steady pull, and the spring-loaded door gave way with a soft groan, unfolding the slatted wooden ladder that descended to the hallway floor with a series of gentle rhythmic clunks. The moment the door opened, the air in the hallway changed. A different scent spilled down, the unique perfume of the attic. It was a dry, clean smell, a complex blend of old sun-baked cedar planks, brittle paper from stacks of forgotten newspapers, and the faint, almost sweet scent of dust itself. It was the smell of time, of things carefully stored and patiently waiting. She stood at the bottom of the ladder for a moment, breathing it in. It was a scent that instantly transported her back to childhood, to rainy afternoons spent up there with her grandmother, sorting through old photographs and trying on vintage hats. The attic wasn't a place of forgotten things, but a library of memories, and today she was checking out a very specific collection. With a deep, cleansing breath, she began to climb. The wooden rungs were solid beneath her feet, the slight creak of each step a familiar sound. The air grew cooler as she ascended, the warmth of the cottage receding below her. She reached the top and hoisted herself onto the floorboards, her body moving with an easy, practiced grace. She paused, allowing her eyes to adjust to the dim light. The only illumination came from a single, circular window set into the far gable end of the house. It was like a ship's porthole, and through its dusty glass, she could see the swirling, hypnotic dance of the falling snow. The light it admitted was soft and ethereal, casting long, gentle shadows across the space and illuminating the millions of dust motes that hung suspended in the air, a silent, glittering galaxy. The attic was tidy, a testament to her grandmother's orderly nature. Old furniture, shrouded in white cotton dust sheets, stood like silent ghosts along one wall. A steamer trunk, covered in faded travel stickers from places like Florence and Vienna, sat beneath the window. Stacked neatly against the slanted roof were boxes of all shapes and sizes, their contents a mystery to be unraveled another day. But Alara knew exactly where to look. In the far corner, set apart from the rest, was a neat stack of 5 sturdy cardboard boxes. They were different from the others, larger, more robust, and sealed with a care that suggested their contents were precious. On the side of each box, written in her grandmother's elegant looping cursive, was a single word: Christmas. Ilara's heart gave a little flutter of affection and anticipation. Her grandmother had been a woman who understood the importance of ritual. She hadn't just stored the decorations. She had curated them, protected them, given them their own special place of honor even in their dormant state. She ran her hand over the top box. The cardboard was cool and slightly rough beneath her fingertips. She could feel the faint indentations of the script, a braille of memory. There was Christmas tree, and Christmas lights and tinsel, and Christmas mantle and wreaths. And then there were 2 boxes simply labeled Christmas ornaments. Those were the real treasure chests. One by one, she carefully slid the boxes toward the opening in the floor. They were heavy, not just with their physical contents, but with the accumulated weight of years, of memories, of every holiday season they had ever witnessed. She worked slowly, methodically, her breathing steady in the cool, quiet air. There was a reverence to her movements, a sense of handling something sacred. She slid the first box, Christmas lights and tinsel, to the edge of the opening and carefully lowered it down the ladder, guiding it from above until it rested safely on the hallway floor. She did the same with the others, creating a small, promising stack below. She saved the 2 ornament boxes for last. As she handled them, she could hear the faint, muffled clinking from within, the gentle sound of glass and metal shifting against their tissue paper nests. It was a sound that was pure Christmas, a sound that promised magic and light. Once all the boxes were safely down, she remained in the attic for a final moment. She walked to the small round window and wiped a clean circle in the dust with the sleeve of her sweater. She peered out at the transformed world, at the soft, silent blanket covering everything. From this high vantage point, the cottage felt like a ship adrift on a vast, white sea. It was a feeling of perfect, peaceful isolation. A deep sense of gratitude washed over her. Gratitude for this house, this sanctuary. Gratitude for the grandmother who had filled it with so much love and had passed down these quiet, meaningful traditions. And gratitude for this day, this snow, this perfect opportunity to retreat from the world and create a small pocket of warmth and light all her own. With one last look, she turned, descended the ladder, and with a gentle push, folded it back into the ceiling, sealing the quiet, dusty world of the attic away for another time. The pilgrimage was complete. The real ceremony was about to begin. Down in the warmth and light of the living room, the boxes stood like a collection of mysterious gifts waiting to be opened. The air still carried a faint, cool scent from the attic, which now mingled with the ambient warmth of the cottage, creating a unique fragrance of old paper, cedar, and home. Ilara felt a pleasant hum of energy, the quiet excitement that comes from embarking on a beloved task. She decided to start with the boxes labeled Christmas ornaments. They were the heart of the collection, the keepers of the most potent memories. She knelt on the soft rug before the fireplace and carefully pulled the first box toward her. She ran her fingers over her grandmother's handwriting, a script as familiar and comforting as a favorite melody. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, she lifted the lid. The scent that rose from the box was immediate and powerful. It was the smell of Christmases past, a faint, lingering hint of pine from decades of proximity to fresh trees, the dry, papery scent of old tissue paper, and a subtle, almost spicy aroma from the cinnamon-scented pine cones that were always part of the decor. It was a perfume of pure nostalgia. Inside, the box was a sea of white tissue paper, each precious item individually wrapped and nestled against its neighbors. It was a testament to the care and love with which these objects had been treated year after year. This was not a task to be rushed. Each small package deserved its own moment, its own quiet unveiling. Ilara reached in and lifted out the first one. It was small and light, the paper crinkling softly in her hands. She carefully unfolded the delicate layers, her movements gentle and precise. Revealed in her palm was a tiny, spun glass bird. its delicate tail fanned out like a piece of frozen lace. It was impossibly fragile, shimmering with an iridescent light as she turned it in her hand. This was one of the oldest ornaments, one her grandmother had cherished. She remembered her grandmother lifting her up as a small child, letting her be the one to place the glass bird on a high branch, her tiny fingers clumsy and careful. Her grandmother's hands had been steady on her waist, her voice a low, encouraging murmur. "Gently now, Ilara. She needs a safe place to watch over the room." Holding the bird now, Ilara could almost feel the phantom sensation of those strong, gentle hands, could almost hear the soft cadence of her voice. She set the bird carefully aside on a piece of velvet she had laid out on the coffee table, a safe harbor for the unwrapped treasures. The next parcel was heavier, more substantial. As she unwrapped it, a familiar lumpy shape began to emerge. A smile touched her lips before she even saw it completely. It was a snowman, clumsily fashioned from air-dry clay, its surface pockmarked with the small fingerprints of its creator. Its eyes were two uneven black dots, its carrot nose was a bit crooked, and its smile was a wobbly, incised line. A faded red ribbon was tied around its neck as a scarf. She had made this in her second-grade art class, and she remembered being impossibly proud of it. She had presented it to her parents as if it were a masterpiece, and they had treated it as such, giving it a place of honor on the tree every single year. She traced the shape of one of her own fingerprints, now preserved forever in the hardened clay. It was a direct link to the little girl she had been, a girl who believed in the magic of Christmas with her entire being. She continued her slow, meditative excavation of the box. Each ornament was a key that unlocked a different door in the corridors of her memory. There was a beautiful, hand-painted wooden nutcracker, a gift from her father after he took her to see the ballet for the first time. She remembered the awe she felt, the soaring music, the dancers who seemed to float across the stage. The nutcracker's painted jaw was slightly chipped on one corner, a tiny imperfection that only made it more dear. There was a hollow silver bell that produced the most delicate, ethereal chime when she shook it. This one marked her first Christmas living in the cottage alone after her grandmother had passed. A friend had given it to her, saying, "So you'll always have a little bit of magic." That first year had been difficult, the traditions feeling hollow and heavy with absence. But hanging that bell, hearing its tiny, hopeful sound fill the quiet room, had felt like a small step forward, a promise that new memories could be made, that joy could coexist with sorrow. She unwrapped a string of small wooden beads painted with cheerful red and white stripes, a garland she and her mother had made one snowy afternoon, sitting at the kitchen table with paints and brushes, their hands messy and their laughter filling the house. She could almost smell the acrylic paint and the hot chocolate her mother had made for them. And then she found it, nestled at the very bottom of the box, wrapped in an extra layer of soft, yellowed tissue paper. She knew what it was by its distinctive spherical shape and its reassuring weight. As she peeled back the final layer, it caught the soft light from the window and glowed with a deep, ruby-red warmth. It was a simple, unadorned glass bauble, but its surface was imperfect, showing the faint waves and bubbles of old, hand-blown glass. This had been her grandmother's favorite. She had called it her heart ornament. "It's not the fanciest, Ilara," she used to say, her fingers gently polishing its surface with a soft cloth, "but it holds the light better than any of the others. See how it glows from the inside out? That's what a happy heart looks like." Ilara held the red bauble in both hands, its surface cool and smooth against her palms. It felt sacred, a direct connection to the woman who had shaped so much of her world. She saw her grandmother, S face in her mind, S.I. The kind eyes crinkled at the corners, the gentle smile. The memory was so clear, so vivid, that a wave of emotion washed over her, a feeling that was a complex mix of love, loss, and profound gratitude. It was not a sad feeling, but a deeply poignant one. It was the bittersweet ache of loving someone who is no longer physically present, but whose presence is still felt in 1,000 small, significant ways, in the pages of a book, in the scent of a recipe, in the warm glow of a red glass ornament. She carefully placed the heart ornament with the others on the velvet cloth. The coffee table was now covered in a sparkling array of treasures, each one a silent storyteller. She had only opened one of the ornament boxes, but already the room felt fuller, populated by the gentle ghosts of Christmases past. The air was thick with unspoken stories and dormant joy, just waiting for the tree to awaken them. The snow continued to fall outside, a silent, steady curtain, and inside, surrounded by her history, Alara felt a deep and abiding sense of peace. This, she thought, was the true beginning of Christmas. With the first box of ornaments unpacked and their stories gently awakened, the living room now felt charged with a quiet, expectant energy. The colorful collection on the coffee table seemed to be waiting, their sparkling surfaces anticipating their yearly return to prominence. It was time for the centerpiece, the grand stage upon which these small actors would play their parts. It was time for the tree. Alara rose from her place on the floor, stretching her legs. She walked to the back door of the cottage, which opened onto a small covered porch where she kept her firewood stacked and her gardening boots lined up in a neat row. Leaning against the wall of the house, protected from the elements, was the Christmas tree. She had chosen it the previous weekend from a local tree farm run by an old man with a kind face and hands as weathered as tree bark. It had been a crisp, cold day, the air smelling of frost and damp earth. She had walked the rows of evergreens, running her hands over their needles, searching for the one that felt right. She wasn't looking for perfection, not a tree that was perfectly symmetrical or impossibly dense. She was looking for character, and she had found it in this beautiful Fraser fir. It was tall, but not too wide, just right for her small cottage, with strong, upswept branches and a slightly whimsical tilt to its very top, as if it were perpetually curious. Now she slid open the glass door, and a rush of cold, clean air swirled into the room, carrying with it the scent of snow and damp wood. The porch was dusted with a fine layer of powder that had blown in under the eaves, and the tree itself had a light frosting of white on its needles. It looked magnificent. Bringing it inside was always a gentle, slightly clumsy dance. She had laid an old sheet on the floor, creating a path from the door to the chosen spot in the living room, right beside the large front window. She grasped the trunk of the tree, its bark rough and solid in her hands. She took a deep breath and began to maneuver it through the doorway. The branches, stiff with cold, scraped softly against the doorframe, releasing an immediate, glorious burst of fragrance. The room was instantly filled with the sharp, resinous, and deeply comforting scent of fresh pine. It was the smell of the deep woods, of winter, of Christmas itself. It was a scent that bypassed thought and went straight to the heart, awakening a primal sense of festive anticipation. It was, Alara thought, the official scent of the season's beginning. She wrestled it gently through the door, needles brushing against her sweater and leaving tiny green flecks on the fabric. She guided it across the sheet, its base bumping softly along the floor, and finally brought it to a rest in the center of its designated space. The room suddenly seemed smaller, fuller, now that this piece of the forest was standing within its walls. The next task was to get it into its stand. This was the one part of the process that could be a little tricky to do alone, but over the years she had developed a system. The stand was old, made of heavy, dark green cast iron, with a deep well for water and 4 sturdy screws to hold the trunk in place. It had belonged to her grandparents and had probably held 50 Christmas trees in its lifetime. It was another piece of the family history, solid and dependable. She laid the tree on its side and, with a bit of effort, lifted the base of the trunk and settled it into the stand, tightening the screws just enough to hold it loosely. Then came the moment of truth. Grasping the trunk, she slowly, carefully, began to lift the tree into its upright position. It was heavier than it looked, a solid, living thing. With a final push, it was vertical, its top branches brushing against the high ceiling. It stood there, slightly askew, a wild, beautiful presence in her cozy, ordered room. She spent the next 10 minutes in a slow, circling dance around it, adjusting the screws, stepping back to check its angle, nudging the base with her foot until it stood perfectly straight and tall. The process was a meditation in itself, a quiet negotiation between the wildness of the tree and the geometry of the room. Finally, it was perfect. She stood back, her hands on her hips, and admired her work. The bare tree was beautiful in its own right. Its branches reached out, creating an intricate, layered silhouette. The needles were a deep, rich green with a silvery underside that seemed to capture and hold the soft light from the window. It was waiting, a blank canvas of potential. Alara went to the kitchen and returned with a large watering can, filled to the brim. She knelt down and carefully poured the cool water into the stand's reservoir. The tree was thirsty after its time at the farm, and it drank greedily, the gurgling sound a satisfying sign of its vitality. As she poured, she noticed a few drops of clear, sticky sap had oozed from the cut base of the trunk. She touched it with her fingertip. It was tacky and smelled intensely of pine. She wiped her finger on an old cloth, but the scent lingered on her skin, a fragrant reminder of her work. For a long time, she simply sat on the floor, leaning against the arm of the sofa, and looked at the tree. It changed the entire feel of the room. It brought the life of the outdoors inside, a symbol of resilience and endurance. The evergreen, a promise of life continuing even in the dead of winter. A steadfast beacon of hope in the darkest months. Her grandmother had taught her that. "The other trees sleep, Alara," she'd said, "but the fir tree stays awake to remind us that spring will always come back." The branches were beginning to relax in the warmth of the cottage, slowly unfurling and settling into their natural shape. They seemed to be stretching, making themselves at home. And Alara felt a deep sense of connection to this tree, this temporary guest that would become the heart of her home for the next few weeks. She had chosen it, brought it into her sanctuary, and was about to adorn it with her most cherished memories. It was a partnership, a collaboration in the creation of holiday magic. The snow fell softly outside the window, and the green branches of the fir tree stood silent and waiting, ready for the first layer of light. The tree stood tall and expectant, its pine scent now a constant, pleasant background note in the room. The next phase of the ritual was one of quiet transformation, the weaving of light into the dark green branches. For Alara, this was perhaps the most magical step, the moment when the tree truly began to come alive. She retrieved the box labeled Christmas Lights and Tinsel. Lifting the lid, she was met with a familiar, orderly sight. Her grandmother, and now she, had a specific method for storing the lights to minimize the dreaded annual tangle. Each string was carefully wrapped around a thick piece of cardboard, the plug tucked neatly into a slit at the end. It was a simple trick, but one that transformed a potentially frustrating task into a smooth, satisfying one. She pulled out the first cardboard rectangle and began to unwind the string of lights. They were the classic warm white kind, with small bulbs that promised a soft golden glow rather than a harsh bright glare. The wire was a deep forest green, designed to disappear amongst the needles. As she unwound them, the string of tiny glass bulbs made a soft, clinking sound, like delicate frozen chimes. She laid out all 4 strings of lights on the rug, a serpentine collection of green wire and dormant sparks. The next step was crucial, the testing. She took the plug of the first string and walked over to the wall outlet near the window. She pushed it in, and with a soft click, the entire length of the string illuminated, casting a warm, inviting pool of light on the wooden floor. Every single bulb was working. A small smile of satisfaction touched her lips. She unplugged it and proceeded to test the other 3, and by some small holiday miracle, they all lit up perfectly. There would be no tedious searching for the one faulty bulb that broke the circuit, no frustrating interruptions. The path was clear. Now came the part that required patience and a gentle touch. She had learned from her grandmother that the secret to a beautifully lit tree was to work from the inside out. You didn't just drape the lights on the surface of the branches, you wove them in, giving the tree a sense of inner luminosity, a glow that seemed to emanate from its very core. She took the first string of lights and started near the bottom of the tree, close to the trunk. She pushed the end of the string deep into the dense foliage until her fingers brushed against the rough bark of the trunk. Then she began her slow, methodical work. She wrapped the lights around the trunk itself for a few turns before working her way out along a main branch, winding the wire around and around, securing it on the smaller stems. When she reached the tip of that branch, She looped back toward the trunk and then chose another branch, repeating the process. Her movements were slow and deliberate, a form of active meditation. Her world narrowed to the task at hand, the feel of the pliable green wire in her fingers, the slightly prickly texture of the pine needles against her skin, the gentle clinking of the bulbs as she moved. She was completely absorbed in the rhythmic, repetitive motion of weaving. Now and then she would pause and step back, assessing her progress, ensuring the lights were distributed evenly, creating a balanced web of potential light. She worked her way up the tree, section by section, her arms aching slightly from being held aloft. But it was a pleasant, satisfying ache. The scent of the fir was strong, released anew every time she disturbed a branch. It clung to her clothes and her hair, and she breathed it in deeply, feeling it calm and center her. Finally, after what felt like a long, peaceful stretch of time, she had woven the last string of lights around the top section of the tree, leaving the plug dangling at the back. All 4 strings were now intertwined with the branches, their little bulbs nestled amongst the green needles like dormant fireflies. The tree looked much the same as it had before, just slightly more cluttered with the dark green wires. The magic was still hidden. The sky outside was beginning to fade, the brilliant white of the afternoon softening into the dusky gray of early evening. The timing was perfect. This moment, the first lighting of the tree, deserved the reverence of twilight. Alara walked over to the main lamp in her living room and switched it off. She did the same with the small reading lamp by her armchair. The room was plunged into a deep, shadowy quiet, illuminated only by the pale bluish light filtering in through the snow-covered windows. The world outside was hushed and dim, and her living room was a cozy, shadowed cave. She took the 4 plugs and fitted them into a power strip, her heart beating with the same anticipation she felt every year. She took a deep breath, as if she were about to make a wish, and then she flicked the switch. In an instant, the tree was transformed. 160 tiny points of light bloomed into existence, a silent, breathtaking explosion of warmth. The light was soft and golden, a honeyed glow that pushed back the shadows and filled the room with an atmosphere of profound peace and welcome. Because she had woven the lights so deeply, the tree didn't just look like it was decorated with lights. It looked like it was made of light. The glow came from within, catching the silvery undersides of the needles and making the entire tree shimmer with an inner radiance. The effect on the room was just as dramatic. The warm light cast a web of intricate dancing shadows on the ceiling and walls. The familiar shapes of her furniture, her bookshelves, her whole world were softened and made more beautiful, bathed in this gentle, magical glow. It was a light that didn't just illuminate, it enchanted. Alara sank onto the sofa, her hands resting in her lap, and simply gazed at it. The tree was no longer just a tree, it was a beacon, a warm and welcoming presence. It was the physical embodiment of hygge, the Danish concept of cozy contentment. It was shelter, it was comfort, it was light in the darkness. She sat there for a long, long time, watching the tree breathe its golden light into the deepening twilight, feeling the quiet, simple joy of the moment seep into her very bones. The first and most essential layer of magic was now in place. The stage was lit, and it was time for the players to make their entrance. The tree stood in the corner of the room, a radiant constellation of warm, golden light. Its inner glow was a comforting, living presence in the deepening twilight, and Alara felt she could sit and watch it for hours. But its branches were still bare, waiting for their history, for their stories. The collection of unwrapped ornaments on the coffee table shimmered in the new light, their colors enriched, their glass surfaces reflecting 100 tiny stars. It was time for the heart of the ceremony, the slow and loving process of adorning the branches. This was Alara's favorite part. It was a conversation between the past and the present, a quiet, solitary celebration of family, of memory, and of the simple beauty of beloved objects. She put on a record, a collection of instrumental classical Christmas carols played on a gentle piano. The soft, familiar melodies filled the quiet room, a perfect soundtrack for her meditative task. She picked up the first ornament to be hung. the clumsy clay snowman she had made in second grade. She held it in her palm, its familiar lumpy weight a connection to her younger self. She chose a sturdy branch near the front of the tree at a child's eye level. As she hung it, carefully looping its faded ribbon over the branch, she smiled. It was a symbol of pure, uncritical childhood creativity, a reminder that the value of a thing is not in its perfection, but in the love with which it was made. Next, she chose the hand-painted wooden nutcracker. She found a prominent spot for him, a place where he could stand tall and proud, as if guarding the tree. The light from a nearby bulb caught the glossy paint on his uniform, making him seem almost animated. She remembered the magic of the ballet, the feeling of being transported to another world, and she felt a wave of love for her father, for his quiet way of showing her the beauty in the world. She moved around the tree in a slow, graceful dance, selecting each ornament with intention. She didn't just hang them randomly. She curated them, balancing colors and shapes, heavy ornaments on the stronger lower branches, and lighter, more delicate ones near the tips. Each placement was a small creative decision. She picked up the delicate, spun glass bird. Its fragility demanded a safe, protected spot. She found a place for it deep within the branches, nestled near the trunk where it was least likely to be brushed against. The light from a nearby bulb shone through its translucent body, making it glow as if it had a tiny captured star inside. It was her grandmother's silent sentinel, watching over the room just as she had said. One by one, the stories found their places on the tree. A small knitted stocking, no bigger than her thumb, that had been on her own very first Christmas tree. A ridiculously cheerful felt reindeer with googly eyes that always made her laugh. A gift from a college roommate during a stressful finals week. A sand dollar, painstakingly painted with a tiny nativity scene that her family had bought on a memorable beach vacation one year when they decided to trade snow for sand. Hanging it, she could almost smell the salt in the air and feel the warm sun on her skin. She reached for the hollow silver bell, the one that marked her first Christmas alone in the cottage. As she lifted it, it gave a soft, clear chime, a sound that cut through the piano music with a pure, sweet note. She hung it on the tip of a branch near the window where it could catch the morning light. It was a symbol of her own resilience, of her ability to create her own traditions, to find her own joy. It was a bell of independence and hope. The process was rhythmic and deeply calming. Reach for an ornament. Hold it and remember its story. Find the perfect branch. Hang it with care. Step back and admire. The repetition was a balm to the soul, a way of being fully present in the moment while simultaneously traveling through time. The tree was slowly being filled, each new addition adding another layer to the beautiful composite story it was telling. It was becoming her family tree, in the most literal sense. The garlands of painted wooden beads, a memory of a laughing afternoon with her mother, were draped in graceful loops, connecting different sections of the tree, just as her mother's love connected all the parts of their family. Finally, only one ornament remained on the velvet cloth. It was the simple, ruby-red glass bauble, her grandmother's heart ornament. This one was special. It deserved the most important place. Ilara held it in her cupped hands, warming the cool glass with her palms. It seemed to absorb the light from the tree, its deep red color becoming a rich, luminous glow. There was one spot, right in the center of the tree, at perfect heart level, where the branches parted just enough to create a natural frame. It was the perfect place. She reached in and carefully hung the red bauble, turning it slightly until it caught the light in just the right way. It hung there, glowing with a soft, steady warmth, the quiet, beating heart of the entire tree. With the last ornament in place, Ilara stepped back, a deep sigh of satisfaction escaping her lips. The work was done. The tree was complete. It was magnificent. It was no longer just a fir tree from a farm, decorated with lights and objects. It was a living monument to her life, to her family, to love and memory. Each ornament was a tiny point of light, not just from the bulbs, but from the stories they held. The clumsy snowman, the elegant bird, the brave nutcracker, the hopeful bell, and the glowing red heart. They were all there, a harmonious chorus of memories, all singing the same quiet, beautiful song. The piano music swelled and faded, and in the warm, gentle light of her creation, Ilara felt a sense of peace so deep and complete, it felt like a blessing. The tree was a finished masterpiece, a beacon of warmth and memory that had completely transformed the main room. But the spirit of Christmas, Ilara felt, shouldn't be confined to a single corner. It should be woven through the entire home, a gentle and pervasive sense of comfort and joy. The decorating was not yet complete. The festive feeling needed to spread, to touch every part of her small sanctuary. She turned her attention to the box labeled Christmas Mantle and Wreaths. Inside, nestled in fragrant tissue paper, were the other elements of her holiday decor. First, she pulled out a long, rustic garland she had made herself over several autumn evenings. It was a simple, beautiful thing, crafted from thin slices of orange that she had dried in a low oven until they were like pieces of stained glass, interspersed with fragrant cinnamon sticks and star anise, all strung together on a piece of natural twine. As she lifted it from the box, the garland released a wonderful, spicy, sweet fragrance that mingled with the fresh scent of the pine tree. It was a warm, comforting aroma, the smell of holiday baking and mulled wine. She carried it over to the stone fireplace. The mantelpiece was a thick, rough-hewn beam of oak, cool and solid to the touch. She carefully draped the garland across its length, letting the ends hang down on either side. The deep, warm tones of the dried orange and dark spices looked beautiful against the pale, cool stone. The simplicity of it felt right for the cottage, natural and unassuming. Next, she found 4 thick, cream-colored pillar candles. They were unscented, as she didn't want anything to compete with the natural aromas of the pine and the garland. She placed them along the mantelpiece, interspersed between the loops of the orange slices. She wouldn't light them yet, that was a ritual for the evenings to come. But their simple, solid presence added to the feeling of warmth and stability. They were promises of future light. From the depths of the box, she retrieved the wreath for the front door. Like the garland, it was handmade and natural. Its base was a circle of woven twigs and grapevines adorned with an assortment of pine cones she had collected from the woods behind her house, a few sprigs of dried eucalyptus, and clusters of faux holly berries that provided a cheerful splash of red. A simple wide bough made of burlap ribbon completed the rustic woodland look. She carried the wreath to the front of the cottage. Opening the door, she was greeted by a gust of cold, snow-scented air and the profound, muffled silence of the evening. The snow was still falling, thick and gentle now in the gathering darkness. Her small porch light cast a golden circle onto the newly fallen snow, making it sparkle as if dusted with diamonds. She hung the wreath on the sturdy iron hook in the center of her deep green door. It looked perfect there, a symbol of welcome and of the turning of the seasons. The circle with no beginning and no end represented eternity and the unending cycle of life, another piece of wisdom her grandmother had shared. Closing the door, she felt as if she had just placed a seal of contentment on her home, marking it as a place of warmth and shelter against the winter chill. Back inside, she took out the final items from the box, a small antique wooden bowl and a collection of vintage-style glass ornaments shaped like pine cones and acorns, dusted with a fine silvery glitter. She arranged them in the bowl and placed it in the center of her small dining table. It was a simple, elegant touch that extended the festive theme into that corner of the room. The physical work of decorating was now complete. Every box was empty, every treasure in its place. The entire living space now hummed with a quiet, festive energy. The light from the tree cast a warm glow on the stone of the fireplace, the dark wood of the bookshelves, and the sparkling glass on the dining table. The air was a rich and complex perfume of pine, orange, cinnamon, and old beloved things. She had successfully created a cocoon, a haven of sensory delight. Now it was time for her reward. It was part of the ritual, the final act of the day-long ceremony. She went into her kitchen and took out a small saucepan. She poured in rich, whole milk, a generous spoonful of dark cocoa powder, a pinch of sugar, and a dash of vanilla. As she stirred it over a low flame, the scent of chocolate began to bloom, a sweet and decadent counterpoint to the other aromas in the room. she watched the liquid warm, the cocoa dissolving into a smooth, velvety brown. When it was steaming, she poured the hot chocolate into her favorite sea-colored mug. From the spice rack, she took a whole nutmeg and a small grater, and she shaved a light dusting of the fragrant spice over the surface of the hot chocolate. With the warm, heavy mug cupped in both hands, she walked back into the living room. She settled herself deep into the cushions of her favorite armchair, the one with the worn, soft fabric that seemed to molded perfectly to her shape. She tucked her feet beneath her and leaned back, letting out a long, slow breath of pure contentment. The transformation was complete. Her sanctuary was ready. The sun had long since disappeared, and the world outside the windows was a deep velvet blue, almost black. The snow was still falling, a relentless but gentle cascade, and the light from the porch lamp showed it accumulating in soft drifts against the fence. The cottage felt like the warmest, safest place on earth, a tiny island of golden light and fragrant warmth in the midst of a vast, silent, snowy wilderness. Alara sat in her armchair, the only light in the room coming from the soft, constant glow of the Christmas tree. The piano music on the record player had finished, and the only sounds were the faint whisper of the falling snow against the window panes and the quiet, steady rhythm of her own breathing. She took a slow sip of her hot chocolate. The liquid was warm and rich, the deep flavor of the dark chocolate perfectly balanced by the sweet, aromatic dusting of nutmeg. The warmth spread from her chest all the way to her fingertips and toes, a delicious internal coziness that mirrored the comfort of the room around her. Her work was done. The attic was closed, the boxes were empty and stacked neatly by the door, ready to be returned to their dormant state. The tree stood resplendent, a dazzling chronicle of her life, adorned with the physical manifestations of her most cherished memories. The mantelpiece was a rustic, fragrant altar to the season, and the wreath on the door was a silent welcome to all the peace and quiet joy that winter offered. She let her gaze wander slowly around the room, taking in every detail. She looked at the clumsy clay snowman, its lopsided grin seeming to glow in the warm light. She saw the glint of the spun glass bird, hidden deep within the branches. Her eyes found the proud, upright form of the nutcracker, and then the delicate, hopeful shimmer of the silver bell. Finally, her gaze settled on the ruby-red heart ornament hanging in the very center of the tree, glowing with a deep and steady warmth, as if it were a real beating heart pumping life and love into the entire room. A profound sense of peace settled over her, so deep and complete it felt like a physical presence, a warm weight on her shoulders. This feeling, she knew, was Hygge. It was the feeling of being completely safe, comfortable, and at ease. It was the joy found not in grand gestures or exciting events, but in the small, simple, perfect moments. It was the warmth of the lights, the comfort of the chair, the delicious taste of the hot chocolate, the beauty of the falling snow. It was a feeling of being shielded from the worries of the world, of being allowed to let her guard down completely. She reflected on the day, on the slow, deliberate journey she had taken. The pilgrimage to the attic, the unboxing of memories, the gentle dance of bringing the tree inside, the meditative weaving of lights, the mindful placement of each and every ornament. It hadn't been a chore. It had been a form of therapy, a ritual of self-care. By creating this sanctuary around her, she had also tended to the sanctuary within herself. The repetitive, gentle tasks had calmed her mind, and the connection with her past had nourished her soul. She thought of her grandmother, and the feeling was not one of sadness, but of deep, abiding connection. The traditions her grandmother had passed down were not just actions to be repeated. They were a form of love, a way of staying connected across time and space. By performing this ritual, Alara was keeping her grandmother's spirit alive, not just in the house, but within herself. Every ornament, every placement, was a continuation of a conversation started long ago. The snow fell, the tree glowed, the cottage was a haven of perfect, quiet peace. Alara finished the last of her hot chocolate, the sweet warmth a final, comforting note. She felt her eyelids growing heavy, her body relaxed and ready for rest. She knew she would sleep deeply tonight, cradled in the warm, golden light of the sanctuary she had so lovingly created. In this small corner of the world, all was right. The past was honored, the present was peaceful, and the future, like the fresh, unmarked snow outside, was full of quiet possibility. Everything was exactly as it should be. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Mr. Abernathy's Festival of Lights. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, slipped through the mail slot with all the other unwanted correspondence that Arthur Abernathy collected each morning at precisely 8 o'clock. He'd been in the middle of his tea, a perfectly brewed Earl Grey that he took in his workshop among the quiet ticking of the clocks he no longer repaired but still maintained. The envelope was cream-colored, expensive stock, with his name written in careful calligraphy. Arthur frowned at it. Inside, the request was simple and entirely unwelcome. The town council, it seemed, needed a judge for the annual Christmas light competition. The previous judge, old Mrs. Henderson, had moved to Florida to live with her daughter. They'd gone through their list of suitable candidates, and Arthur Abernathy, respected retired clockmaker and longtime resident, was their choice. Would he do them the honor? Arthur set the letter down beside his teacup and stared at it, as though it might spontaneously combust if he willed it hard enough. A Christmas light competition. The very thought made him wince. He'd seen the chaos that descended upon his orderly little town every December. Inflatable snowmen the size of automobiles, strings of lights hung with no apparent sense of spacing or symmetry, reindeer that danced to music loud enough to wake the dead. It was, in Arthur's carefully considered opinion, a spectacular display of excess and poor taste. He had every intention of declining. But then Margaret Thorne from the council called. She had that gentle, persistent way about her that Arthur found impossible to refuse directly. She reminded him that he'd known Mrs. Henderson for 40 years. She mentioned how much it would mean to the community. She said his eye for detail and precision would bring dignity to the competition. She did not say, though Arthur heard it anyway, that he had nothing better to do with his evening. That last part stung more than he cared to admit. So Arthur heard himself agreeing, his voice sounding distant and resigned even to his own ears. Margaret thanked him profusely, promised it would be simple and straightforward, and rang off before he could reconsider. Arthur sat in his workshop for a long time afterward, listening to the clocks tick their various rhythms, feeling something uncomfortably close to dread settle in his chest. He'd spent his entire life pursuing perfection. As a young apprentice clockmaker, he'd learned that precision was everything. A single gear out of alignment by a fraction of a millimeter could throw off an entire mechanism. There was no room for approximation, for good enough, for well-meaning effort that fell short of the mark. Either a thing was done correctly, or it was not worth doing at all. This philosophy had served him well in his profession. Arthur's clocks had been renowned throughout the region for their accuracy and craftsmanship. People had waited months for one of his pieces, knowing they were getting something of enduring quality. But somewhere along the way, that same exacting standard had crept into every corner of his life. He noticed when grocery store clerks gave inexact change. He spotted crooked picture frames in restaurants. He saw flaws that others seemed content to overlook, and he could not understand their tolerance for imperfection. It had made him, he had to acknowledge in his more honest moments, rather difficult to be around. His wife Margaret, God rest her soul, had understood him. She'd had a patience that bordered on saintly, a way of laughing at his fussiness that never felt cruel. But she'd been gone 8 years now, and Arthur had discovered that without her gentle presence to soften his edges, most people simply found him tiresome. Invitations had dwindled. Conversations at the market had become perfunctory. He'd become, though he hated the word, alone. Not that he'd admit to minding. He had his workshop, his clocks, his routines. He needed no one. The day of the judging arrived cold and crystalline. Arthur stood at his front window, watching the afternoon light fade to the deep blue of early winter evening. Snow had been falling since noon, light and steady, covering the town in what would have been, to anyone else, a picture-perfect holiday scene. Arthur simply noted that the snow was accumulating at approximately 1 inch per hour and would likely cause traffic difficulties by midnight. He dressed carefully for his task. A wool coat, properly buttoned. His heavy scarf, wound precisely twice around his neck. Leather gloves, expensive ones he'd had for 20 years and had kept in perfect condition. He tucked a small notebook and pen into his inner pocket, along with the list of participating houses Margaret Thorne had provided. 32 addresses. He'd plotted an efficient route that would minimize backtracking. As he prepared to leave, Arthur caught sight of his reflection in the hallway mirror. An old man looked back at him, thin and stern, with silver hair and sharp blue eyes that seemed perpetually skeptical. When had he become so severe? He couldn't quite remember. It felt as though he'd always been this way, though surely that couldn't be true. There must have been a time when he smiled more, when his default expression wasn't this perpetual frown. He turned away from the mirror and stepped out into the snowy evening. The first house was only 3 blocks from his own, a cheerful colonial with a front porch that someone had outlined in multicolored lights. Arthur paused on the sidewalk, withdrawing his notebook. The lights blinked in an irregular pattern that made his eye twitch. No rhythm, no discernible sequence. Just random flashing that seemed designed specifically to irritate anyone with even a passing appreciation for order. He wrote, House 1, inconsistent light pattern, appears random, color choice questionable. The next house was worse. An inflatable Santa Claus, easily 12 feet tall, swayed precariously in a wind gust as Arthur approached. The thing was tethered to the ground with what appeared to be garden stakes, a solution that struck Arthur as profoundly inadequate. One good storm and that monstrosity would be sailing down Main Street like a wayward zeppelin. House 2, inflatable decoration, structural integrity concerns, safety hazard. On he walked, his boots crunching through the fresh snow, his breath forming small clouds in the cold air. The town was quiet in that particular way of winter evenings. Sounds muffled and softened, the world wrapped in white. If Arthur had been of a more poetic disposition, he might have found it beautiful. As it was, he simply noted that the snow's acoustic properties were reducing ambient noise by approximately 50%. House 3 featured a nativity scene where the baby Jesus appeared to be the same size as one of the sheep. House 4 had icicle lights hung at such irregular intervals that Arthur's fingers itched to take them down and rehang them properly. House 5's reindeer seemed to be missing a leg, giving it an unfortunate listing quality that suggested either a manufacturing defect or significant damage. Arthur dutifully recorded each failing in his notebook. By House 10, a peculiar pattern had emerged. Arthur's criticisms, while valid from a technical standpoint, were beginning to feel hollow even to him. Yes, the lights were crooked. Yes, the colors clashed. Yes, the inflatable snowman was an affront to both physics and good taste. But through every window he passed, he could see the same thing. Families gathered in warm living rooms, children pointing excitedly at their handiwork, adults sipping what he presumed was hot chocolate or mulled wine. They were happy. That was the uncomfortable truth. They were pleased with their imperfect, chaotic, technically questionable displays. And their neighbors, walking past in small groups, were admiring them, commenting on them, taking photographs. No one seemed bothered by the crooked strings or clashing colors or inflatable monstrosities. No one but Arthur. He turned onto Maple Street, where the decorations reached new heights of elaborate excess. One house had synchronized their lights to music broadcast on a low-power FM frequency. Arthur could hear the tinny sounds of Jingle Bell Rock as he approached, could see the lights pulsing and shifting in time with the beat. It was technically impressive, he had to admit, even as he found it gaudy and overwhelming. House 15, choreographed light display, technically complex, aesthetically excessive. Beside it stood a home that had clearly decided more was better. Every available surface was covered in lights. The roof, the gutters, the windows, the bushes, the trees in the yard, even the mailbox. It blazed like a small sun against the darkness, bright enough that Arthur had to squint. Someone had erected a sign in the front yard, Griswold Family, Christmas Vacation Tribute. Arthur had never seen the movie. He'd heard about it, of course. Some silly comedy about holiday decorating gone wrong. The fact that someone had devoted this much time, effort, and undoubtedly money to recreating it struck him as fundamentally absurd. House 16, excessive illumination, probable violation of light pollution ordinances, pop culture reference of dubious value. A gust of wind sent snow swirling around Arthur's legs. He pulled his scarf tighter and continued walking. His nose was cold. His feet, despite his good boots, were beginning to feel the chill. How much longer would this take? He consulted his list, 22 addresses remaining. He'd barely crossed the halfway point. The houses continued in their chaotic variety. Some traditional, some modern, some so bizarre that Arthur couldn't quite parse what they were attempting to convey. One house had what appeared to be a lights and plywood construction of a dragon. A Christmas dragon. The mind boggled. But slowly, despite himself, Arthur began noticing other things. At House 19, the lights weren't store-bought strands, but rather small paper luminarias, dozens of them, lined up with perfect evenness along the walkway and porch. Someone had cut snowflakes into the paper bags, and when the candles inside burned, the patterns glowed outward. It was simple, understated, rather beautiful actually. At House 21, he spotted handmade ornaments hanging from the porch rafters, carved wooden stars, painted with care, each one different. The work was skilled but imperfect in that way that speaks of human hands rather than machine production. Someone had spent hours on these, Arthur realized. Someone had cared enough to make something rather than simply buy something. At House 24, a family was still outside decorating, a father on a ladder while two children held the end of a light strand, and a mother called up directions. They were laughing at something, their voices carrying in the cold air, and as Arthur walked past, the mother waved to him. "Merry Christmas!" she called out cheerfully. Arthur, caught off guard, raised one gloved hand in response. "Yes, Merry Christmas," he replied, his voice sounding rusty with disuse. The family went back to their decorating, and Arthur continued walking. But something had shifted. The cold seemed less biting, the snow seemed less an impediment and more a gentle addition to the evening. He found himself looking at the houses differently, trying to see past the technical flaws to whatever had motivated their creation. He paused at the corner of Elm and 3rd Street, standing beneath a street lamp that cast a circle of golden light in the falling snow. This was the oldest part of town, where the houses dated back 100 years or more, where the streets were narrower and the trees grew tall enough to form a canopy overhead. In the summer, this neighborhood was shaded and cool. In winter, it felt almost enchanted, the Victorian-era homes glowing with warm light behind their decorations. Arthur realized he was tired. Not just physically, though his feet ached and his fingers were numb despite his gloves, but tired in a deeper way. Tired of his own critical voice, tired of finding fault, tired of standing apart from a community that seemed to have found joy in something he'd dismissed as frivolous. When had he become so bitter? He thought of Margaret, his wife, who'd loved Christmas with a passion he'd never understood. She'd decorated their home every year, even in the later years when her arthritis made it difficult. He'd helped, of course, had hung the lights where she'd directed, but he'd never quite grasped her delight in it. It had seemed like so much effort for something temporary. "It's not about the decorations, Arthur," she'd told him once near the end. "It's about making something bright in the dark. It's about telling the world, and yourself, that you still believe in beauty and hope and joy." He'd thought he understood then. But perhaps he hadn't. Perhaps he'd never really understood at all. Arthur shook himself and continued walking. 8 more houses to go. 8 more chances to find fault, to note imperfections, to maintain the standards he'd held himself and others to for so many years. The next 3 houses were unremarkable. Nice enough displays, competently executed, nothing that particularly moved him one way or another. He made brief notes and moved on, his route taking him in a gradual circle back toward his own neighborhood. House 30 was notable for its simplicity. White lights only, strung along the roofline and wrapped around the porch columns. A single wreath on the door, fresh balsam from the smell of it. Nothing flashy, nothing excessive. In its restraint, it had an elegance that Arthur appreciated. He made a note that this might be a contender. House 31 was clearly the work of teenagers allowed free creative reign. It looked like a collision between a toy store and an electrical supply warehouse. Nothing matched, nothing coordinated. It was chaos incarnate. And yet, there was something exuberant about it, something that spoke of youthful enthusiasm, unconstrained by concerns about taste or propriety. Arthur almost smiled. Almost. And then he arrived at House 32. The last house on his list was on Birch Lane, a short dead-end street on the far edge of town. Arthur had been here before, years ago, though he couldn't remember why. The houses were smaller here, more modest. The kind of homes that working families bought as starter houses and often never left. The house at the end of the lane was clearly older than its neighbors. The paint was faded, the porch slightly sagging, the roof in need of replacement. In summer, Arthur imagined, it would be shabby in that sad way that speaks of limited resources and deferred maintenance. In winter, covered in snow, it had a certain dignity that poverty couldn't entirely erase. The Christmas display was simple. A single strand of white lights had been strung along the porch railing. In the small front yard stood a modest nativity scene, but not a purchased one. These figures had been carved from wood, painted by hand, and arranged with obvious care around a manger that was really just a wooden crate lined with hay. The figures were crude, the sort of thing someone might make who had more enthusiasm than skill, but they'd been placed with such evident thought that Arthur found himself stepping closer to look. The Mary was slightly lopsided. The Joseph's face was more suggestion than detail. The baby Jesus was disproportionately large, and one of the sheep appeared to be missing an ear. By any objective standard, this was amateur work. But something made Arthur crouch down beside the little scene, his knees protesting the movement, to look more closely. Each figure had been sanded smooth. The wood surface worked until it felt soft under his fingertips. The paint, while simple, had been applied in multiple thin coats, the kind of patience that suggests someone who'd taken their time, who'd cared about doing it right even without the skill to make it perfect. And there were details: a tiny painted star on Mary's cloak, a careful line of stitching painted onto Joseph's robe, the faintest hint of a smile on the baby's face. This had taken someone hours, days, probably. Someone had sat with pieces of wood and sandpaper and paint, had worked and reworked these little figures, had poured an enormous amount of effort into creating something they must have known would be judged imperfect by anyone with even basic woodworking skills. Why? Why go to all that trouble? Arthur stood, his knees aching, and looked at the house itself. A single light was on in the front room, and through the window, he could see an elderly person sitting in an armchair. From this distance, Arthur couldn't make out details, but the figure seemed small, possibly frail, wrapped in blankets despite being indoors. The answer came to him with uncomfortable clarity. Someone had made this display because they wanted to, because despite their limited resources and limited skills and undoubtedly limited energy, they'd wanted to create something beautiful for the holiday. They'd wanted to participate in the community's tradition. They'd wanted to bring a little light into the darkness. Just like Margaret had said. Arthur felt something crack inside his chest, a long frozen thing beginning to thaw. He looked at the crude little nativity scene, at the simple strand of lights, at the humble house with its lone occupant, and he felt, for the first time in years, a genuine warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. This was what Christmas was supposed to be about. Not perfection, not technical excellence, not lights strung with mathematical precision or colors chosen according to proper theory. It was about love, about effort, about making something, anything, that said, I care, and I tried, and I believe there should be light in the darkness. All the other houses he'd judged suddenly looked different in his memory. The crooked lights strung by a father balanced on a ladder while his children watched. The excessive display that made a whole family laugh at its own absurdity. The handmade ornaments that represented hours of careful work. The synchronized lights that someone had spent weeks programming. They'd all been acts of love. Imperfect, excessive, sometimes baffling acts of love, but love nonetheless. And he, Arthur Abernathy, master clockmaker, precision perfectionist, had walked past all of them seeing only flaws. He stood in the snow for a long time, staring at the humble little display, feeling tears prick at his eyes. When was the last time he'd cried? He couldn't remember. Not at Margaret's funeral, though he'd felt her loss like a physical wound. Not in all the years since. He'd held himself together, maintained his standards, refused to acknowledge anything that might crack his carefully constructed armor of criticism and dismissal. But here, on a cold December evening, standing before a scene carved by unskilled but devoted hands, Arthur felt that armor finally break. He reached up and touched his cheek. His glove came away damp. How long had he been so alone? How long had he held himself apart from the world, judging and finding fault, maintaining standards that had somehow turned from professional pride into personal isolation? Years. 8 years since Margaret died, but if he was honest, it had started before that. Slowly, imperceptibly, he'd let his perfectionism curdle into something meaner, something that pushed people away rather than drew them close. He thought of his workshop with its ticking clocks and its absence of any human sound. He thought of his days, each one structured and solitary and safe. He thought of the last time someone had invited him to dinner, to a party, to anything at all. It had been so long he couldn't remember, and suddenly that felt like the most terrible thing in the world. "Good evening." Arthur startled, turning to find a woman had approached without his noticing. She was perhaps 60, bundled in a worn coat, carrying a bag of groceries. She smiled at him, a kind expression that suggested she thought his interest in the display was genuine appreciation rather than critical judgment. "It's lovely, isn't it?" she said, nodding toward the nativity. "My father made it. He's 87 now, lives alone since Mom passed. His hands shake something terrible and his eyes aren't what they were, but he wanted to do it. Took him most of the autumn. He was so worried it wouldn't be good enough, that people would think it was shabby. I told him people would love it because he made it with love, but I don't think he believed me." She gestured toward the window where the elderly figure sat. "That's him there. He'll be watching to see if anyone stops to look. I'm his daughter Ellen. I stop by every day to check on him, bring him groceries and such. Are you the judge?" Arthur nodded, not trusting his voice. Ellen's smile widened. "Well then, I hope you'll be kind in your judgment. It's not fancy, I know, but it meant the world to him to be able to participate." Arthur finally found his voice. "It's remarkable," he said quietly. "The craftsmanship, the care." Ellen looked surprised, then pleased. "Thank you. That means a lot. I'll tell him you said so. Merry Christmas." She walked up to the house, letting herself in, and Arthur could see her through the window, speaking to her father, gesturing back toward where Arthur stood. The old man's face lit up, visible even from the street. Arthur raised his hand in a small wave, and the old man waved back. The walk home seemed to take no time at all. Arthur barely noticed the cold, barely registered the continued snowfall. His mind was entirely occupied with what he'd seen, what he'd felt, what he'd finally understood. Back in his own house, warm and orderly and profoundly empty, Arthur made himself a cup of tea and sat down at his desk in the workshop. The clocks ticked around him, each one keeping perfect time, each one a masterpiece of precision and craft. They were beautiful, and he was proud of them, but they were also cold. Perfect, but cold. He pulled out his notebook, looked at all the criticisms he'd recorded, and set it aside. Then he withdrew a sheet of his good writing paper and began to compose his official judgment. "Dear members of the Town Council and fellow citizens, I have completed my review of this year's Christmas light displays, and I write to you now with both my official judgment and a confession. My official judgment is this. The winner of this year's competition is the display at 47 Birch Lane, created by Mr. Harold Chen. My confession is this. I nearly missed it. I have spent this evening walking through our town with the eyes of a critic. I have noted crooked lights and clashing colors, questioned structural integrity and aesthetic choices. I have applied the standards of precision and technical excellence that have guided my professional life to decorations created not by professionals, but by neighbors, by friends, by families. In doing so, I have failed to see what was most important. The display at 47 Birch Lane is not perfect. The figures are crude. The workmanship shows the limitations of aging hands and failing eyesight. By objective standards, it is simple, perhaps even shabby. but I have never seen anything created with more love. Every figure in that small nativity scene represents hours of careful work. Every painted detail speaks to patience and devotion. The entire display is a testament to what can be created when someone believes, despite all obstacles, that there should be beauty and light in the world. I have learned tonight that perfection is not the measure of worth. Love is. Effort is. The courage to create something knowing it will be imperfect, but making it anyway because the world needs more light, more beauty, more expressions of hope. Every house I visited tonight embodied this truth. Every string of lights, no matter how crooked, was an act of hope. Every inflatable snowman, no matter how garish, was an act of joy. Every synchronized display, no matter how excessive, was an act of celebration. But because we are willing to try, I award the prize to Mr. Chen because his display moved me in a way I have not been moved in many years. It reminded me that our job as human beings is not to achieve perfection, but to create beauty and connection wherever we can, with whatever gifts we have, for as long as we are able. Thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility. It has taught me more than you could know. Respectfully, Arthur Abernathy. Arthur read over what he'd written, then carefully folded the letter and placed it in an envelope. He would deliver it to the town council office first thing in the morning. He sat for a long time afterward, listening to his clock's tick, but for once the sound didn't comfort him. The precision, the perfect mechanical order, felt hollow in a way it never had before. Through his workshop window, he could hear distant sounds, laughter from somewhere down the street, a car door closing, someone calling out good night to someone else. The ordinary sounds of a community he'd been living beside rather than within for longer than he cared to admit. It wasn't too late to change that, was it? Arthur stood and walked to his window, looking out at his own dark, undecorated house. He'd never seen the point of decorating just for himself, but perhaps that had been wrong thinking. Perhaps the point was never just for oneself. Perhaps the point was to say to the world, I am here. I believe in beauty. I want to participate in the collective creation of light. Tomorrow, he decided. Tomorrow he would visit the hardware store and purchase some lights. Nothing fancy, nothing excessive. Just enough to say that he too was part of this community, that he too believed in making something bright in the darkness. The next day dawned clear and cold, the fresh snow sparkling under a brilliant blue sky. Arthur delivered his letter to the town council office, where Margaret Thorne read it with tears in her eyes and clasped his hand warmly. The council would announce the winner at the Christmas Eve gathering in the town square. She told him. Would he come? Arthur, who had not attended a community gathering in 8 years, said yes. Word spread quickly through the small town. By afternoon, people were talking about Arthur's letter, about his choice, about his unexpected philosophical reflections on the true meaning of the competition. Several people stopped by his house to tell him they'd enjoyed his judgment, that it had made them think differently about their own decorations. Eleanor Morrison, who lived 3 doors down, brought him a plate of cookies. I'm so glad you've decided to be more sociable, she said with a warm smile. We've missed you, Arthur. It's nice to have you back. Back, as though he'd been somewhere and returned. In a way, he supposed he had. That evening, Arthur stood on his front porch, hanging a simple string of white lights along the railing. His fingers, stiff with age and cold, fumbled with the clips. The strand hung slightly crooked when he'd finished. He looked at it critically, started to adjust it, then stopped. It was good enough. It was better than nothing. It was a beginning. On Christmas Eve, Arthur walked to the town square where the community had gathered for the annual tree lighting and announcement of the light competition winner. He hadn't attended in so long that many of the younger families didn't know who he was. But the older residents remembered, and they welcomed him back with the particular warmth reserved for lost things found again. When his letter was read aloud, and the winner announced, Arthur watched Harold Chen's daughter Ellen help her elderly father onto the small platform. Harold looked overwhelmed and deeply moved, tears streaming down his weathered face. When he spoke, his voice was shaky but clear. I never thought, he said, that my little carvings would win anything. I just wanted to do my part, to be part of this community. to make something that said I was still here, still alive, still believing in something beautiful. Thank you. Thank you all. The crowd applauded, and Arthur found himself clapping along with them, his eyes stinging with tears he no longer tried to hide. Afterward, Ellen found him in the crowd. "Thank you," she said simply. "You've given my father more joy than you could possibly know. He's been alone too long. We've been worried about him." "I understand," Arthur said quietly. "I've been alone too long myself." Ellen smiled. "Well then, we're having Christmas dinner tomorrow at my house. Dad will be there and my family. We'd love to have you join us if you'd like. It won't be fancy, but there'll be plenty of food and good company." Arthur felt something in his chest, something warm and unfamiliar and terribly fragile. Hope, perhaps. Connection, the possibility of not being quite so alone. "I would like that very much," he said. "Thank you." On Christmas morning, Arthur woke early as he always did, but instead of his usual tea and solitary silence, he found himself humming quietly as he moved around his kitchen. He'd accepted another invitation the night before to join the carolers who would be singing through the neighborhoods that evening. His voice was rusty, he'd warned them, but they'd assured him they would take anyone willing to try. In his workshop, the clocks ticked their perfect mechanical rhythms. But Arthur left the door open, and through it drifted the sound of children playing in the snow, someone shoveling their driveway, a dog barking with joy. The sounds of a community. His community. One he was, finally, beginning to rejoin. He looked at the crude little wooden figure he'd begun carving the previous evening, his first attempt at the craft. It was terrible, objectively speaking. The proportions were wrong. The details were clumsy. His hands didn't have the strength or steadiness they once did, but he would finish it anyway. He would paint it with care, and next Christmas, he would add it to his simple display of lights. Proof that even an old perfectionist could learn to value love over precision, connection over criticism, light over darkness. Through his window, the winter sun illuminated his modest home, and for the first time in years, Arthur looked at his life not with the critical eye of a judge, but with gratitude. There was still time. There was still light. There was still, he realized with quiet joy, so much still to love. If this story resonated with you, if Mr. Abernathy's journey from criticism to compassion touched something in your heart, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Sleep well, and may you always remember that love, not perfection, is the true measure of what we create in this world. Wrapping Christmas Presents, a cozy ASMR sleep story for deep sleep. In the quiet hours of a December night, under the soft glow of the Christmas tree, there is a special kind of peace to be found. It lives in the crisp fold of paper, the smooth glide of scissors, and the gentle curl of a ribbon. This is a story about that peace. The day has finally released its hold on you. All the rushing and planning, the errands and obligations, the cheerful chaos that fills December days, all of it has settled into silence. The house around you breathes differently now, in the deep hours of evening. The furnace hums its low, steady song. Outside your window, the December cold presses against the glass, but inside, the warmth wraps around you like an old, familiar blanket. You stand at the threshold between the hallway and the living room, your hand resting gently on the doorframe, and you pause there for a moment, taking in the scene before you. The Christmas tree stands in its usual corner, but at this hour, it transforms into something more than decoration. It becomes a beacon, a lighthouse of colored light in the darkness. You haven't turned on the overhead lights or even the table lamps. The only illumination comes from those small bulbs nestled among the branches, red, green, gold, and blue, each one casting its own gentle sphere of color into the room. The lights reflect off the ornaments, bounce off the windows, and create pools of soft radiance on the walls and ceiling. It's as if the tree is breathing light into the space, and that light has a texture, a warmth, a presence all its own. You've been thinking about this moment all day. Among the meetings and the cooking, the phone calls and the preparations, you've held this quiet intention in the back of your mind. Tonight, you would wrap the presents. Not hurriedly in the morning before work, not squeezed into a spare 15 minutes, but properly, peacefully, in the sanctuary of this late-night quiet. There's something sacred about choosing to do this now, when no one will interrupt you, when the world outside has gone still, when you can give yourself completely to this simple, satisfying task. You move into the living room, your footsteps muffled by the carpet. The room feels different at night, more intimate, as if the darkness around the edges has drawn the space inward, making it smaller and more protected. The tree's lights pulse gently, not in any programmed pattern, but in the organic way that older strands of light seem to breathe, growing slightly brighter and dimmer as the electrical current flows through them. This gentle fluctuation makes the entire room feel alive, as if the space itself is keeping you company. You've already gathered everything you need earlier in the evening, stacking it all in the corner near the tree. Now you kneel on the carpet and begin to arrange your workspace. The rolls of wrapping paper come first. You have 3 different patterns, each one chosen with care. There's a deep forest green with a subtle pattern of gold pine boughs, a cream-colored paper printed with delicate red cardinals perched on winter branches, and a silvery blue that reminds you of fresh snow under moonlight. You lean each roll against the wall, watching how the tree lights play across their surfaces, making the patterns shift and shimmer. Next to the paper, you place your scissors. They're good scissors, the kind you save for wrapping because they cut so cleanly, so smoothly, that using them is almost meditative. The metal blades catch the light and throw small reflections onto the wall, little dancing points of brightness that move when you shift position. The weight of the scissors in your hand is perfect, balanced, the handles fitting your fingers as if they were made for you. You set them down carefully on the carpet, within easy reach. The tape dispenser comes next, a heavy plastic model that sits solidly on the floor and dispenses tape with a quiet, satisfying pull and tear. You've loaded it with fresh tape, and you can see the end of it now, folded back on itself, ready for you to grab when you need it. The sound that tape makes, that soft, slightly sticky whisper as it pulls free, followed by the decisive snap as it tears, is one of the small pleasures you're anticipating. The ribbons are stored in a large wicker basket, and you pull them all out now, letting them tumble onto the carpet beside you. Satin ribbons in jewel tones, gross grain ribbons with their subtle ridges, thin strands of gold and silver cord, wider bands of velvet in deep burgundy and hunter green. They pool around you like a small celebration of color and texture, each one promising to become the finishing touch on a carefully wrapped gift. You run your fingers through them, feeling the differences in their surfaces, hearing the gentle rustle they make as they slide over one another. Finally, you retrieve the gifts themselves. They've been hidden away in the back of your closet, accumulating over the past weeks as you found the perfect thing for each person on your list. You bring them out now and stack them beside you. Boxes of different sizes and shapes, some in brown cardboard, others in white retail boxes, a few wrapped in tissue paper from the store. Each one represents a thought, a moment of connection, a hope that you've chosen something that will bring joy. Looking at them now, still unwrapped, they're full of potential, and you feel a quiet excitement about transforming them into beautiful packages. You shift your position, settling yourself more comfortably on the floor. You tuck your legs to the side, adjusting until you find that perfect balance between relaxation and readiness. The carpet is soft beneath you, and the tree is close enough that you can feel the faint warmth radiating from its lights. You take a slow, deep breath, letting your shoulders drop, feeling the last of the day's tension drain away. This is your time now. This is your peaceful work. You reach for the first gift, a medium-sized box, rectangular and sturdy. It fits nicely in both your hands, and you turn it over once, twice, feeling its weight, considering which paper will suit it best. Your eyes move between the 3 rolls of wrapping paper, and you find yourself drawn to the forest green with its gold pine boughs. There's something classic about it, something that speaks to the tradition of this season, to the evergreen trees outside and the one here in your living room. You nod slightly to yourself, decision made, and you pull the roll of green paper toward you. The wrapping paper roll is full and heavy, the paper wound tightly around the cardboard tube at its center. You hold it with both hands and begin to unroll it, slowly at first, listening to the sound it makes. The paper whispers as it releases from itself, a soft, continuous rustle that reminds you of leaves in a gentle breeze or the turning of pages in an old book. You guide it down onto the carpet, watching as the pattern reveals itself inch by inch, the gold pine boughs catching the colored light from the tree and seeming to glow from within. When you have enough paper unrolled, you set the roll aside and smooth the paper flat with your palms. The texture is satisfying under your hands, not too thin, not too thick, with just enough body to hold a crisp fold. The surface is slightly glossy, which makes the pattern stand out, and as your hands move across it, you hear the faintest crinkle, a sound so small it's almost more of a feeling than a noise. You take a moment to appreciate this simple thing. Good paper, beautiful in its own right, waiting to be shaped into something even more special. You place the box in the center of the unrolled paper, positioning it carefully. There's a geometry to wrapping a gift properly, a series of proportions and measurements that, when done right, result in perfectly aligned edges and corners that meet with precision. You've wrapped enough gifts over the years that this geometry is intuitive now, but you still take your time, eyeing the distances, making small adjustments to get everything just right. You pull one edge of the paper up and over the box, checking the length. It reaches just past the center of the box's top surface. Perfect. You make a mental note of where to cut. The scissors are cold in your hand as you pick them up, the metal handles smooth and slightly weighty. You position the blades against the paper, right at the edge where it meets the carpet, and you pause for just a heartbeat, appreciating this moment before the cut, when everything is still potential. Then you close the blades and begin to move them through the paper. The sound is exquisite. It's a smooth, continuous whisper, a clean slice that seems to vibrate through the scissors and into your hand. The paper offers just the slightest resistance, enough to let you know you're cutting through something substantial, but not so much that you have to force it. The scissors glide along and the paper falls away in a perfectly straight line, the edge clean and sure. You can feel the minute vibrations traveling through the metal, and there's something deeply satisfying about this. The precision of it, the decisiveness, the way the tool performs exactly as it should. When you reach the end of your cutting line, you continue the motion upward, lifting the scissors away, and the paper makes one final soft sound as the two pieces separate completely. You set the scissors down and run your finger along the edge you've just cut. It's perfect, straight and smooth, no ragged bits or torn places. This pleases you more than such a small thing probably should, but you allow yourself to feel that pleasure without judgment. Tonight is about finding joy in the details. Now comes the wrapping itself, the transformation of flat paper into a three-dimensional embrace of the gift. You lift one long edge of the paper and fold it up and over the box, bringing it to rest along the top center. The paper drapes over the edge naturally, falling into place with a soft sound like a sigh. You hold it there with one hand, while your other hand reaches for the tape dispenser. The tape dispenser sits on the carpet beside you, steady and ready. You grasp the end of the tape where you've left it folded back, and you pull. The tape releases from the roll with a gentle resistance, stretching out in a thin, clear ribbon. There's a sound to this pulling, a quiet, sustained hum, almost musical, with a slightly sticky quality that makes it unique among all the other sounds in the world. You pull out enough tape for this first edge, about 6 inches, and then you use your thumb to press down on the dispenser's blade, tearing the tape free with a decisive snap. The sound is sharp but not harsh, punctuation rather than disruption, and it marks the completion of one small step in the process. You center the tape over the seam where the two edges of paper meet, and you press it down slowly, starting from the middle and smoothing outward toward both ends. The tape adheres with a faint, satisfying sound, a whisper of plastic meeting paper, and you can feel through your fingertips the exact moment when the bond takes hold. You press firmly, making sure the tape is secure, eliminating any air bubbles, creating a seal that's invisible but certain. When you lift your hand away, the paper stays exactly where you've placed it, and there's a small thrill of accomplishment in this simple success. You rotate the box, turning it so that one of the open ends faces you. This is where the real artistry comes in, where the flat paper must be coaxed and folded into neat triangular flaps that tuck against the box's ends. You've done this hundreds of times, but you never rush through it. Each fold deserves attention. Each crease merits care. You take the paper at the top of the open end and press it down against the box's side, creating a fold that runs along the edge. The paper resists slightly, wanting to maintain its flatness, but you persuade it gently, pressing with your palm, and you feel the moment when it accepts the fold and holds it. The crease you've created is sharp and clean, a crisp line that divides folded from unfolded. You run your fingernail along it, reinforcing the crease, hearing the faint scritch of nail on paper, feeling the ridge rise up under your touch. Now the sides. You press each side of the paper inward, creating two triangular flaps that angle toward the center of the box's end. These folds require a bit more precision. You want the triangles to be symmetrical, their points meeting in the middle, their edges parallel to the box's sides. You work slowly, adjusting each fold until it's just right, and then you crease them firmly, hearing that satisfying crisp sound each time you press a new fold into being. The paper is starting to look less like a flat sheet and more like an intentional wrapper, shaped and purposed, and beginning to fulfill its destiny of making this gift beautiful. The bottom flap comes next. You fold it up and over the two triangular sides, covering them, and you take a moment to adjust it so that it's centered, so that the margins on either side are equal. Then you reach for the tape again, pulling out another length with that same gentle, sticky hum, tearing it free with that same satisfying snap. You secure the bottom flap with a strip of tape placed horizontally across the center, pressing it down firmly, sealing this end closed. One end done, one to go. You rotate the box again, and you repeat the entire process on the other end. The top fold pressed down and creased, the side folds creating their triangular geometry, the bottom flap covering it all, the tape sealing it secure. Your hands move with increasing confidence now, the muscle memory taking over, allowing your mind to drift into a pleasant, unfocused state. You're not thinking about your to-do list or your obligations or anything beyond this moment, this task, this box being wrapped in this paper under the glow of these lights. When you've taped the final flap, you set the scissors down and lift the wrapped gift, turning it over in your hands. The paper hugs the box snugly. Every edge is crisp, every corner is sharp, and the seams are invisible under their tape. The gold pine boughs catch the light from the tree, seeming to shimmer and shift as you move the package. You feel a quiet pride looking at it. This is good work, careful work, work done with attention and intention. You set the wrapped gift aside, starting what will become a pile of finished packages, and you allow yourself a small smile. The rhythm has been established now. You reach for the next gift, and your hands already know what to do. This one is smaller, a square box that might contain jewelry or a small electronic device. For this one, you choose the cream-colored paper with its red cardinals. You unroll the paper, listening to its whisper, feeling its texture under your palms. You position the box, measure the paper, and reach for the scissors. Again, that beautiful sound. The smooth glide of metal through paper, the clean slice, the sense of precision and purpose. You're moving a bit more quickly now, not rushing but finding a natural pace, a tempo that feels right for this work. Fold, crease, tape, turn. Each step flows into the next. Your hands know where to go, how much pressure to apply, when to smooth and when to press firmly. The sounds layer over one another, the whisper of paper, the snap of tape, the crinkle of folds, the soft thud of the wrapped gift being set aside, creating a gentle symphony of productive solitude. The third gift is an awkward shape, a cylindrical container that once held cookies or popcorn, now repurposed to hold something you've chosen with care. Wrapping cylinders requires a different approach, and you pause for a moment to consider your strategy. You decide to wrap it like a candy, with the paper twisted at both ends. You cut a long rectangle of the silvery blue paper, enough to wrap around the cylinder with generous overlap on both ends. As you roll the cylinder across the paper, you hear the paper sliding against the metal container, a soft brushing sound that's almost soothing. You secure the seam with tape, and then you gather the excess paper at one end, twisting it closed like the end of a party favor. The paper crinkles and crackles as you twist it, gathering into neat spirals, and you can feel the texture changing under your fingers as the smooth paper becomes compressed and crimped. You tie off the twisted end with a length of gold cord, wrapping it around several times and knotting it securely. The cord cuts into the paper slightly, holding everything in place, and the effect is charming, festive and handmade in the best possible way. You repeat the process on the other end, twisting and tying, and when you're done, you hold up the finished product. It looks like a giant piece of candy, whimsical and sweet, and you can almost imagine the delight on the recipient's face when they see it. This one you're especially proud of. It required adaptation, creativity, a willingness to try a different approach, and it worked. As you set the cylindrical gift aside and reach for the next one, you realize you've found your flow. This is the state you've been seeking without quite knowing it, a state where time becomes elastic, where the boundary between yourself and the task dissolves, where there's nothing but this moment, this action, this satisfying repetition of simple movements that create something beautiful. Your breathing has slowed and deepened. Your shoulders are relaxed. The slight tension you didn't even realize you were carrying in your jaw has released. You are entirely present, entirely here, entirely engaged in this peaceful work. The pile of unwrapped gifts is diminishing. The pile of wrapped gifts is growing. Between the two, you sit in the warm glow of the Christmas tree, your hands moving through the familiar motions, your ears attuned to the small sounds, your eyes registering the play of colored light on metallic paper. Each gift is a small meditation. Each fold is a moment of mindfulness. Each piece of tape is an act of care. You pick up a small flat box, perhaps a book or a board game, and you select the forest green paper again. As you unroll it, you think about who this gift is for, not in a specific named way, but in a general sense of connection. Someone you care about will receive this. Someone you've chosen to remember and honor with a gift. The act of wrapping becomes a way of extending that care, of taking the time to make the presentation as thoughtful as the selection. The wrapping is part of the gift, you realize, not because it's fancy or expensive, but because it represents time, attention, the willingness to do something carefully and well. The scissors slide through the paper with their characteristic whisper slice. You fold the edges with precision, creating those perfect mitered corners that make a flat package look professionally done. The tape dispenses with its quiet hum and tears with its decisive snap. Your hands work steadily, confidently, and you find yourself humming softly under your breath. No particular tune, just a low, contented sound that rises and falls with your breathing. Another gift, another choice of paper. The cream with the red cardinals this time, the pattern delicate and charming. You notice details you missed before, the way the artist has rendered the bird's feathers, the subtle shading on the branches they perch on, the tiny pine cones scattered throughout the design. It occurs to you that someone spent time creating this pattern, making choices about composition and color, trying to capture something about winter and nature and the season. And now you're using their creation to wrap your gifts, adding your own layer of care and creativity to theirs. It's a collaboration of sorts, spanning space and time, both of you working to make something ordinary into something special. The sounds continue their gentle symphony, the rustle of paper unrolling, the slice of scissors cutting, the whisper of paper sliding over paper as you position and adjust, the crinkle of folds being creased, the hum and snap of tape dispensing and tearing, the soft thud of each completed package being added to the growing pile. These sounds don't disrupt the silence of the house. They enhance it, give it texture and depth, make it feel less like absence and more like presence. You're wrapping a larger box now, something substantial and rectangular, and it requires more paper, more tape, more attention to keep everything aligned and smooth. You take your time, unrolling a generous length of paper, positioning the box precisely in the center. The weight of the box presses the paper down into the carpet slightly, and you can see the slight indentation it creates. You bring the edges up and over, and this time you need 2 pieces of tape to secure the seam properly. The tape gleams in the tree light, 2 parallel strips holding everything in place. The ends of this larger box require more complex folding, more triangular flaps, more tucking and adjusting. More careful attention to make sure everything lies flat and neat. Your fingers work the paper with increasing skill, coaxing it into place, pressing creases firmly, creating those sharp edges that define a well-wrapped package. This one takes longer, requires more focus, and when it's finally done, you feel a deeper sense of accomplishment. You've met a challenge and mastered it. The large box sits before you, perfectly wrapped, and you run your hand over its surface, feeling the smoothness of the paper, the crispness of the folds, the security of the taped seams. Into the pile it goes, joining its smaller companions. You're past the halfway point now. The stack of unwrapped gifts has grown smaller than the stack of wrapped ones, and you can see the end approaching, not with disappointment, but with the satisfaction of knowing you'll complete what you set out to do. You pause for a moment, stretching slightly, rolling your shoulders, flexing your fingers. The carpet has left slight impressions on your knees and shins, and you shift your position, finding a new comfortable arrangement. You glance up at the Christmas tree, really looking at it for the first time since you started wrapping. The lights seem to pulse with that gentle, living rhythm, and the ornaments hang at various heights and angles, each one catching and reflecting the light in its own way. There's a glass snowflake that sends tiny rainbows dancing across the wall. There's a wooden nutcracker that seems to smile down at you. There's a felt bird with real feathers on its tail that sways gently in the warm air rising from the lights. The tree fills the room with more than light. It fills it with a sense of season, of tradition, of continuity with all the other Decembers you've known and all the ones yet to come. Sitting here, wrapping gifts in its glow, you feel connected to something larger than yourself, to the long human history of giving gifts, of marking the winter season with light and celebration, of finding warmth and meaning in the darkest time of the year. You return your attention to the remaining unwrapped gifts. The pile is small now, just 4 or 5 more to go, and you feel both eager to finish and reluctant to let this peaceful time end. You choose the next gift and the next paper, the silvery blue this time, cool and luminous, and you begin again. Unroll, position, cut, fold, tape. The rhythm is so ingrained now that your hands barely need your conscious guidance. They know what to do, and you're free to simply experience the sensations, the sounds, the gentle satisfaction of productive work done well. One of the remaining gifts is oddly shaped, a triangle that might be a scarf or a piece of art. You decide to use a gift bag for this one rather than trying to wrap it conventionally. You have several bags stored away, and you retrieve one now, a sturdy bag in deep red with rope handles. You nestle the gift inside, surrounding it with tissue paper, and you take your time arranging the tissue so it blooms out of the top of the bag in artful peaks and valleys. The tissue paper crinkles and rustles as you shape it, each sheet layering over the others, creating texture and visual interest. When you're satisfied with the arrangement, you step back slightly and assess your work. The bag looks beautiful, festive and full, and you add it to your pile of completed packages. 2 more gifts remain. They're small, both of them, boxes that fit easily in your palm. For these final gifts, you choose special paper, the cream with the cardinals, which you've been rationing slightly because you love it so much. You cut 2 precise rectangles, just large enough for each box with minimal waste. These small packages wrap quickly, almost too quickly, and you find yourself slowing down deliberately, not wanting to rush through these last steps. The final piece of tape tears free with its sharp little snap. The final fold presses into place with a crisp whisper. The final wrapped gift is placed atop the pile, completing your evening's work. You sit back on your heels and survey what you've accomplished. Before you, arranged in a loose pile on the carpet, are all your gifts, now transformed. What were plain cardboard boxes and awkward shapes are now beautiful packages, each one wrapped with care, each one a small work of art. The 3 different papers create variety: forest green with gold, cream with cardinals, silvery blue. But they also harmonize, the colors and patterns complementing each other, creating a cohesive collection. The tree lights play across the wrapped surfaces, making the metallic elements shimmer, bringing out the colors, casting gentle shadows that define the shapes and folds. But you're not quite finished. Wrapped packages are beautiful, but they're not complete. They need their final touch, their crowning detail, their signature flourish. They need ribbons and bows. You reach for the wicker basket where you've kept the ribbons, pulling it closer. The ribbons tumble and flow as you move the basket, making soft, rustling sounds, catching the light, displaying their range of colors and textures. You run your hands through them, feeling the different materials slide over and under your fingers. The satin ribbons are the smoothest, cool and slippery, almost liquid in the way they move. The grosgrain ribbons have a subtle texture, tiny ridges running across their width, giving them more body and structure. The velvet ribbons are the most luxurious, thick and soft, with a nap that changes color depending on which direction you stroke it. You begin to sort them, not methodically but intuitively, grouping colors that might work well together, setting aside ribbons that seem right for particular packages. You hold different ribbons up against different wrapped gifts, comparing, considering, making aesthetic decisions that feel important, even though you know they're purely decorative. This ribbon is too bright for this paper. This one is perfect. This one almost works, but not quite. This one, yes, this is the one. You choose a length of deep green satin ribbon for the first package, the large one wrapped in forest green paper. You want something that will complement rather than contrast, something elegant and understated. You measure the ribbon by eye, wrapping it around the package once to check the length, then cutting it with your scissors. The scissors slice through the ribbon differently than they slice through paper. There's more resistance, a slightly different sound, and you have to angle the blades carefully to get a clean cut that won't fray. You position the ribbon around the package, centering it, bringing the two ends together on top. Then comes the bow, and this requires a particular kind of attention, a specific sequence of movements that you've learned over years of practice. You cross the right end over the left, then bring it under and through, pulling it snug but not tight. This creates the first knot, the foundation of the bow. You can feel the ribbon sliding against itself, hear the soft whisper of satin on satin, and you adjust the tension until it's just right, secure enough to hold, loose enough to keep the ribbon from crushing or creasing. Now for the loops. You take the right end of the ribbon and fold it back on itself, creating a loop that you hold between your thumb and forefinger. Then you take the left end and wrap it around the center of this first loop, bringing it forward and pushing it through the gap beneath to create a second loop on the other side. This is the moment that requires the most care. You have to hold everything in place while simultaneously pulling the second loop through. And if you let go or pull too hard, the whole thing will collapse into a tangle. But your hands know this dance. You hold and pull, adjust and tighten, and suddenly the bow blossoms into being. 2 loops and 2 tails, symmetrical and perfect. You take a moment to adjust the loops, fluffing them slightly, making sure they're the same size, angling them for maximum visual appeal. Then you trim the tails at matching angles, cutting each one in a diagonal that creates a crisp, finished edge. The bow sits atop the wrapped package like a small sculpture, 3-dimensional and elegant, and you feel a surge of satisfaction looking at it. This is what transforms a wrapped gift into something truly special, you think. The ribbon adds a sense of luxury, of care taken, of time invested. It says that this gift matters, that the recipient matters, that you cared enough to do it right. You reach for the next package and the next ribbon. This time you choose a thinner ribbon in gold, pairing it with the silvery blue paper for a contrast that feels festive and bright. You wrap it around the package twice, creating 2 parallel bands, and you tie them both into a single bow at their intersection point. The effect is more modern, more architectural, and you like the way the gold catches the tree lights and seems to glow from within. Package after package, you add ribbons and bows. You experiment with different styles. Some bows are large and puffy, others are smaller and more reserved. You add double ribbons to some packages, wrapping them perpendicular to each other so they cross on top, creating a point of intersection where you tie a bow that incorporates all 4 ends. You use the narrow gold cord to wrap around the cylindrical package, tying it into multiple small bows spaced evenly along the length, so the whole package looks like a string of golden ornaments. For one special package, you choose the burgundy velvet ribbon, cutting a generous length and tying it into a bow so full and lush it's almost ridiculous in its opulence. The velvet has a depth to it that the satin and grosgrain lack, a richness that makes the package look regal. You stroke the ribbon with your fingertip, feeling the softness, admiring the way the nap catches the light. And then comes the magic, the final detail that elevates the ribbon from beautiful to enchanting. You pick up your scissors again, opening the blades wide, and you lay one of the ribbon tails across the flat back of the lower blade. Then, with your thumb pressing the ribbon against the blade, you pull the scissors along the length of the tail in one smooth, decisive motion. The ribbon responds immediately, curling back on itself in a perfect spiral. It's like magic, like coaxing something alive from something inanimate. And even though you've done this hundreds of times, it still delights you. You curl the other tail, then move to the next package and curl those ribbons too. Some curl tightly into springy spirals, others curl more loosely, in graceful waves. Each ribbon has its own personality, its own way of responding to the scissors, and you adjust your pressure and speed to bring out the best in each one. Soon, nearly every package sports curled ribbons, and the effect is whimsical and wonderful. The curls spring out in all directions, catching the light, adding movement and life to the static packages. You add the final touches now, small embellishments that you've saved for this moment. You have a collection of gift tags, simple rectangles of cardstock in cream and craft paper, and you select one for each package, writing brief messages in your neatest handwriting. Not names, you'll add those later, but simple words: joy, peace, love, wonder. Each word feels like a tiny blessing, a wish embedded in the gift itself. You tie the tags onto the ribbons with thin pieces of twine, knotting them securely so they won't slip off. The tags hang at various angles, swaying slightly when you move the packages, adding another layer of visual interest. For a few packages, you tuck small sprigs of artificial greenery under the ribbons, tiny pine branches or holly leaves that you find in your craft supplies. They nestle against the ribbons naturally, as if they grew there, and they add an organic element that balances all the manufactured prettiness of paper and ribbon. One package, wrapped in the cream paper with cardinals, receives an extra special touch. You have a small pine cone gathered from a walk weeks ago and saved without quite knowing why. Now you know. You tuck it under the burgundy velvet ribbon, wedging it securely so it won't fall off, and you step back to admire the effect. The natural brown of the pine cone, the deep red of the velvet, the cream and red of the paper, they all work together to create something that looks like it could be featured in a magazine. But better than that, because it's real, because you made it, because it's infused with your time and attention and care. The pile of completed packages has transformed. What was already beautiful is now extraordinary. Each package is unique, yet they all belong together, a family of gifts united by the care with which they were created. The ribbons add dimension and movement. The curls add whimsy. The tags add meaning. The small natural elements add a connection to the world beyond this warm room. Together, they create a tableau that's almost too pretty to disturb, and you find yourself reluctant to move them, wanting to preserve this moment, this arrangement, this proof of your evening's work. You sit back fully now, shifting from your knees to a cross-legged position, and you simply look. The Christmas tree glows behind and beside the pile of gifts, its lights creating a backdrop of color and warmth. The gifts themselves seem to glow in response, their metallic papers catching and reflecting the light, their ribbons gleaming, their surfaces smooth and crisp and perfect. The room around you is still dark, still silent, except for the gentle hum of the furnace and the quiet sounds of the house settling. But it feels full now, full of light and color and beauty and promise. You think about the people who will receive these gifts. Not specifically, you don't let your mind catalog names and faces and relationships, but generally, warmly, with a sense of connection and affection. These packages represent your love made tangible. They represent time you chose to spend thinking about others, resources you chose to allocate to their happiness, care you chose to express through selection and presentation. The gifts themselves, whatever they contain, are only part of the equation. The wrapping, the ribbons, the tags, the tiny embellishments, these are all part of how you say, without words, that someone matters to you. There's something profound in this realization, something that settles into your chest with a gentle weight. In a world that often feels rushed and transactional, this act of wrapping gifts slowly and beautifully is a form of resistance, a quiet insistence that some things deserve time, that care cannot be rushed, that beauty has value even when it will only last until the paper is torn away. The recipients might not know how long you spent on each package, might not realize the thought that went into each ribbon choice, but that doesn't matter. You know. And the knowing changes the gift, makes it more than an object in a box, makes it a carrier of intention and love. You reach out and straighten one package that's listing slightly to the side, adjusting it so it sits square and stable. As you do, your hand brushes against the ribbon, and you feel the cool slip of satin under your fingers. The packages are cool to the touch now. They've been sitting here for over an hour, absorbing the ambient temperature of the room. And there's something pleasant about the coolness, something that makes them feel fresh and crisp and ready for their eventual recipients. The clock on the mantel chimes softly. You hadn't noticed the hour approaching, and you glance over to see that it's much later than you thought. Time has done that fluid, elastic thing it does when you're fully absorbed in a task, stretching some moments and compressing others until you've lost track of its passage entirely. You've been sitting here for 2 hours, maybe 3, and yet it feels like no time at all, and also like a small eternity, a pocket of peace carved out of the regular flow of days. You should probably go to bed. Morning will come with its obligations and schedules, and you'll need rest to meet them. But you're not quite ready to leave this space, this moment, this feeling of completion and satisfaction. Instead, you continue sitting, looking at what you've created, letting the sense of accomplishment wash over you in gentle waves. The pile of gifts sits before you like a small mountain range, each package a peak of different height and shape, valleys of shadow between them where the tree light doesn't quite reach. The ribbons cascade down the sides of packages or spring up in exuberant curls. The papers catch the light at different angles, some surfaces bright, others shadowed, creating a dynamic landscape that changes slightly every time you shift your position. You notice small imperfections now, a corner that's not quite as sharp as the others, a piece of tape that's slightly visible, a ribbon tail that's a bit shorter than its companion. But these imperfections don't bother you. If anything, they make the gifts more real, more authentic, more clearly the work of human hands rather than machines. They're evidence of your effort, your presence, your willingness to try for beauty, even if the result isn't perfect. You think about the wrapping paper that will be torn away, the ribbons that will be untied, the bows that will be dismantled. There's a bittersweet quality to this thought. All this work, all this care, all this beauty will be destroyed in moments of eager unwrapping. But then you remember the joy of unwrapping a beautifully presented gift, the anticipation that builds as you slide off the ribbon, the pleasure of discovering what's underneath. The way a beautifully wrapped gift makes you feel valued and special. The wrapping serves its purpose in being unwrapped. Its beauty is not diminished by its impermanence. If anything, the fact that it's temporary makes it more precious, more valuable, more worth the effort you've invested. This thought connects to something larger, something about the nature of time and effort and care. So much of what we do is temporary. So much of what we create will be unmade. The meals we cook will be eaten. The spaces we clean will become messy again. The words we speak will fade into memory. And yet we continue to do these things, continue to invest care and attention and time in them, because the doing itself matters, because the care itself is the point. Because the act of creating beauty or comfort or connection is valuable regardless of how long it lasts. You've created something beautiful tonight. It will last for days or weeks, until the gifts are given and opened, and then it will be gone, discarded or recycled, returned to the world in a different form. But right now, in this moment, it exists in its full glory, and you exist alongside it, both of you illuminated by the gentle glow of the Christmas tree, both of you participating in the quiet magic of this season. The tree's lights pulse gently, that organic rhythm that seems almost like breathing. You find your own breath synchronizing with it, slow and deep and easy. Your body feels heavy in the best possible way, weighted down by relaxation and satisfaction and the pleasant exhaustion that comes from focused work. Your hands rest loosely in your lap, and you can still feel the ghost sensations of the evening, the texture of paper, the coolness of scissors, the slip of ribbon, the pressure of pressing creases sharp. You realize that you've been humming again, so quietly that you barely notice it, a soft, wordless melody that rises and falls with your breathing. The house is so quiet that you can hear yourself, and you don't stop, letting the sound continue, adding your voice to the symphony of small noises that fills this peaceful space. Outside, the December night presses close. If you got up and walked to the window, you might see stars in the cold sky, or clouds moving across the darkness, or perhaps the first flakes of new snow drifting down. But you don't get up. You stay where you are, sitting on the soft carpet, surrounded by the fruits of your labor, held in the warm embrace of the tree's glow. Your mind drifts pleasantly, not fixing on any particular thought, but wandering through memories and associations. Other Decembers, other gift-wrapping sessions, other quiet nights sitting near lighted trees. The continuity of these experiences, the way they stack up over the years, creating a foundation of tradition and meaning. You think about being a child and watching adults wrap presents, fascinated by the transformation of plain boxes into beautiful packages. You think about the first time you wrapped a gift yourself, the awkward folds and excessive tape, the result more enthusiastic than elegant. You think about how the skill developed over time, how your hands learned the movements, how the process became meditative rather than frustrating. And you think about future Decembers, years stretching ahead, each one holding its own potential for these quiet moments of creation and care. The thought fills you with a gentle happiness, a sense that this right here, this simple act of wrapping gifts by tree light, is part of what makes life rich and meaningful. Not the grand gestures or the dramatic moments, but these small rituals, these chosen acts of care, these decisions to do something slowly and well, even when no one is watching, even when a faster, easier way exists. The pile of gifts seems to glow with its own light now. Or maybe that's just the tree light reflecting off all those metallic surfaces, bouncing between packages, amplifying itself until the whole collection seems luminous. The ribbons throw small shadows that dance and shift as the tree lights pulse. The papers rustle ever so slightly in the warm air currents rising from the lights. Everything is alive in its own quiet way, participating in this moment, bearing witness to your work. You feel a wave of gratitude wash over you, unprompted and unexpected. Gratitude for this house that shelters you, for this room that holds you, for this tree that lights your darkness. Gratitude for the people in your life who will receive these gifts, for the connections that make gift-giving meaningful. Gratitude for the simple materials, paper and ribbon and tape, that allowed you to create something beautiful. Gratitude for your own hands and their ability to execute these small tasks with care. Gratitude for the quiet, for the peace, for the gentle passage of time in this protected space. The feeling swells and peaks and then settles, leaving behind a sense of contentment so complete it's almost tangible. A warmth in your chest that has nothing to do with the room's temperature. You sit with this feeling, honoring it, not trying to analyze or extend or capture it, just allowing it to exist and fill you, and eventually, gradually, gently, recede into a general sense of well-being. You know you should get up soon. You should turn off the tree lights, put away the wrapping supplies, carry the gifts to wherever they'll wait until it's time to give them. You should climb the stairs to your bedroom, brush your teeth, change into pajamas, slide between cool sheets. You should do all the practical things that need doing. But not yet. Not quite yet. For now, you remain where you are, sitting on the floor beside your pile of beautifully wrapped gifts, bathed in the colored glow of the Christmas tree. Your breathing is slow and deep. Your body is relaxed. Your mind is quiet and calm. The house around you is silent. The world outside is distant. Everything has contracted to this room, this moment, this feeling of peaceful completion. You let your gaze wander over the gifts one more time, taking in the whole collection rather than individual packages, the variety of sizes and shapes, The harmonious mix of papers and ribbons, the small details that make each one unique, the overall effect of abundance and care and beauty. This is what you created tonight. This is the tangible result of your time and attention, and it's good. It's very good. Your eyelids are growing heavy now, your body's natural rhythms asserting themselves after the focused work and the late hour. You blink slowly, once, twice, and when you open your eyes the second time, the tree lights seem to have grown softer, more diffuse, as if you're seeing them through a gentle filter. The edges of things blur slightly, the colors blend and swirl. Everything takes on a dreamlike quality. You should really get up. You should really go to bed. The thought occurs to you with gentle insistence, but your body is so comfortable, so relaxed, so heavy with satisfaction and peace, that moving seems like an enormous effort. Maybe you'll sit here for just another minute. Maybe you'll rest your eyes for just a moment. Maybe you'll allow yourself to hover in this perfect state of completion and contentment for just a little longer. The tree lights pulse their gentle rhythm. The house hums its quiet song. The packages sit in their pile, keeping you company, bearing witness to your work. And you sit among them, your breathing slowing, your thoughts softening, your consciousness beginning to drift toward sleep despite your intention to stay awake. The ribbons, you notice through half-closed eyes, seem to move slightly, their curls bobbing in invisible air currents. Or maybe you're imagining it. Maybe your tired mind is animating the inanimate, seeing motion where there is only stillness. It doesn't matter. Real or imagined, the effect is soothing, hypnotic, a gentle swaying that matches the rhythm of your breathing and the pulse of the lights. You think about wrapping one more gift, even though there are no more gifts to wrap. Your hands remember the motion so clearly that you can almost feel them happening. The unrolling of paper, the slice of scissors, the folding and creasing, the tearing of tape, the tying of ribbon. The sense memory is so strong that for a moment you're not sure if you're actually wrapping something or just imagining it. And the uncertainty is pleasant rather than troubling, a sign that you're drifting between waking and sleeping, between doing and dreaming. The pile of gifts might be growing, might be multiplying, might be spreading out to fill the whole room with wrapped packages and colored ribbons. Or it might be exactly as it was, exactly as you left it, unchanging and still. Your perception is unreliable now, shifting and uncertain, and you accept this with equanimity, without concern. Nothing bad can happen here. You're safe. You're home. You're surrounded by beauty you created, and light you tended, and peace you cultivated. Your head tips forward slightly, then catches, and you pull it upright with effort. Sleep is calling to you, insistent now, and you know you can't resist much longer. But there's something pleasant about this liminal state, this hovering between wake and sleep, this gradual letting go of consciousness while still remaining tethered to the room and its contents. You've earned this rest. You've completed your task. You can let go now. The tree lights seem to dim even further, or maybe your eyes are closing. Maybe the darkness is coming from inside rather than outside. The colors wash over you in waves, red, green, gold, blue, each one a gentle touch, a soft caress, a whispered lullaby. The packages blur into abstract shapes, blocks of color and texture that suggest gifts without quite being gifts, existing in that strange space between reality and dream. You should go to bed. The thought surfaces one more time, faint and distant, easily ignored. Instead, you let yourself lean to the side, slowly, carefully, until you're lying on the carpet near your pile of wrapped gifts. The carpet is soft under your cheek. The pile of packages rises beside you like a small city skyline, blocking part of the tree from view but still allowing its light to reach you, to wash over you, to hold you in its gentle glow. This is fine, you think. This is good. You'll get up in a minute. You'll put things away. You'll go upstairs. In a minute. Just a minute. Just a brief rest first. Just a moment with your eyes closed, here on the soft carpet, near your beautiful pile of gifts, under the watchful glow of the Christmas tree. The rhythms of the house sync with the rhythms of your body. Your heartbeat, your breathing, the pulse of the lights, the hum of the furnace, the barely perceptible creaking of wood settling in the cold, All of it becomes one song, one unified pulse, one gentle wave that lifts you and carries you and holds you suspended between consciousness and sleep. You are so comfortable. You are so peaceful. You are so completely and utterly content. The work is done. The gifts are wrapped. The ribbons are tied. The tags are attached. Everything is ready. Everything is complete. You can rest now. You can let go. You can allow yourself to drift. The last thing you notice, before sleep takes you fully, is the way one particular ribbon catches the light. It's gold, you think, or maybe silver, curled into a perfect spiral that seems to glow from within. It holds your attention for a long stretched moment, beautiful and mesmerizing, and then it too blurs and fades as your eyes close completely, as your breathing deepens, as your consciousness releases its hold on the waking world, and you sleep. Right there on the floor beside your pile of beautifully wrapped gifts, under the glow of the Christmas tree, you sleep. It's not the sleep you planned. You meant to go upstairs, meant to get into bed properly, but it's the sleep you've earned, deep and peaceful and dreamless, or filled with dreams so gentle they leave no trace upon waking. Your body relaxes completely, your face softens, your hands uncurl and lie loose and open on the carpet. The house keeps its watch around you. The furnace hums, the tree glows, the packages sit in their pile, wrapped in paper and ribbon and care, each one a small promise waiting to be fulfilled. And you sleep among them, peaceful and still, your evening's work complete, your mind quiet, your heart full. The hours pass gently, marked only by the subtle changes in the tree light's rhythm, by the gradual cooling of the room, as night deepens, by the barely perceptible shift in the quality of silence that comes in the darkest hours before dawn. And through it all, you sleep, cradled by the carpet and the quiet, held by the glow of colored lights, surrounded by the tangible evidence of your care. When you wake, whether in an hour or 3 or 5, you'll be stiff from sleeping on the floor. You'll be momentarily disoriented, unsure of where you are or why you're not in bed. But then you'll see the packages, still beautifully wrapped, still adorned with their ribbons and bows, and you'll remember. You'll remember the peace of the evening, the satisfaction of the work, the gentle joy of creating something beautiful. And you'll carry that memory with you into the new day, a small gift you gave yourself, a moment of peace you claimed from the chaos of December. But that's later. That's for the morning, for the daylight, for the world that waits beyond this quiet room. Right now, in this moment, there is only sleep, deep and restorative and complete. There is only peace. There is only the soft glow of the Christmas tree, the pile of wrapped gifts, and you, sleeping beside them, finally and fully at rest. The ribbons don't move. The packages don't shift. The lights continue their gentle pulse. And everything is exactly as it should be, wrapped, adorned, beautiful, and still. Sleep now. Sleep deeply. Sleep peacefully. Let the tree's glow hold you. Let the silence cradle you. Let the satisfaction of your work comfort you. The gifts are wrapped. The love is tangible. The peace is real. And you, right here, right now, are exactly where you're meant to be. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your sleep be as peaceful as a December night, as warm as a tree's glow, and as satisfying as a ribbon curled to perfection. The Christmas Eve Express. The platform was nearly empty when I arrived. I had expected something different, I suppose. Christmas Eve at a train station should feel crowded, I thought, rushed, full of the anxious energy of people trying to reach their destinations before the holiday truly began. But instead, there was only the cold December air, the overhead lights casting pale yellow pools across the concrete, and perhaps 5 or 6 other travelers scattered along the length of the platform, each standing apart from the others, wrapped in their own coats and their own thoughts. I checked my ticket again, even though I had already checked it 3 times in the taxi. Platform 7, the Christmas Eve Express to the northern cities. Departure at 9 in the evening, arrival at 7 the following morning. 10 hours through the winter darkness, cutting across the frozen countryside while the rest of the world gathered around their trees and their fireplaces. I had not planned to spend Christmas Eve this way, but plans change as they do, and I found myself with a ticket in hand and a small overnight bag at my feet, standing on Platform 7 watching the lights of the city glitter in the distance beyond the station's steel and glass ceiling. A man in a dark coat stood 50 feet away, reading something on his phone. A young woman sat on a bench farther down, her hands wrapped around a paper cup of what I imagined was coffee or tea. An older couple stood together, speaking in low voices, their words lost in the vastness of the station. We were islands, all of us, separate and silent. And then I heard it, the deep, low sound of the train approaching. Not the shriek of a whistle or the grinding screech of brakes, but something softer, a kind of mechanical breathing, a presence arriving from elsewhere. I turned toward the sound and saw it emerging from the darkness beyond the platform's edge. The train was long, longer than I had imagined. A string of cars painted in deep forest green with gold lettering along the sides that caught the light as it rolled slowly past. The windows glowed from within, warm and golden, each one a small rectangle of light against the night. It moved with a stately, unhurried grace, as though it had all the time in the world, as though the darkness and the cold and the late hour were nothing to it. I watched the locomotive slide past, then the first few cars. Through the windows, I could see the interiors, plush seats in burgundy fabric, polished wood paneling, brass fixtures that gleamed. The train looked like something from another era, something that had survived intact from a time when travel itself was considered an art form. The train slowed and then stopped. The doors opened with a soft hydraulic sigh. I picked up my bag and boarded. The conductor stood just inside the door, an older man with silver hair and a uniform that looked freshly pressed despite the late hour. His face was kind, creased with lines that suggested he smiled often. "Good evening," he said, and his voice was warm. "Welcome aboard the Christmas Eve Express." I handed him my ticket. He studied it for a moment, then nodded. "Cabin 12, he said. "Third car forward, left-hand side. It's all ready for you." He gestured down the corridor. "We'll be departing in just a few moments. Please make yourself comfortable." "Thank you," I said. He smiled again, a knowing sort of smile. "You picked a special night to travel," he said. "Merry Christmas." I moved down the narrow corridor. The carpet beneath my feet was thick and patterned with an intricate design of vines and flowers. The walls were paneled in rich, dark wood. Small brass lamps were mounted at intervals, their light soft and golden. Everything gleamed with care, with attention. This was a train that had been loved. I passed one cabin, 2, 3. Through their windows, I could see that most were empty. Only a few showed signs of occupancy, a coat hung on a hook, a book resting on a seat. The train was as quiet inside as the platform had been outside. Almost empty. Almost mine. I found cabin 12 and slid the door open. It was small but perfect. A single seat upholstered in deep green velvet sat beneath the window, which took up most of one wall and offered a view of the platform outside. A reading lamp arched gracefully over the seat, its brass arm polished to a glow. Opposite the seat was a narrow sleeping berth, already made up with crisp white linens and a thick wool blanket folded at the foot. Above it, a small shelf held a few books, classic volumes, their spines worn soft with age. There was a tiny table that folded down from the wall, and on it sat a thermos of hot water, a selection of teas in a wooden box, and a single white mug. Everything I might need, nothing more. I set my bag down and closed the door behind me. The sound of it sliding shut was satisfying, final. I was enclosed now, safe. The world outside could carry on without me for these 10 hours. I had permission to simply be here, in this small, perfect space, as the train carried me north through the winter night. I took off my coat and hung it on the small brass hook by the door. Then I sat down in the green velvet seat and looked out the window. The platform was still mostly empty. The conductor had boarded now. The doors had closed. I heard a whistle, 2 short notes, clear and bright, and then, with barely any sensation of movement at all, the train began to slide forward. We left the station slowly, almost reluctantly. The lights of the platform fell away behind us. The steel and glass ceiling disappeared, and we were out in the open night. The city spread around us for a moment, buildings lit from within, streets lined with Christmas decorations, the distant spires of churches picked out in white lights against the dark sky. And then the city began to fade. We moved through the outskirts, past warehouses and industrial buildings, past neighborhoods where the houses grew smaller and farther apart. I watched it all slide by the window, and I felt something in my chest begin to loosen. The tightness I had been carrying, the small anxiety of travel and timing and expectations, all of it began to ease. The train rocked gently beneath me. The motion was soothing, rhythmic. I had not realized how tired I was until this moment. Sitting here in the warm cabin with the cold night outside and the train carrying me forward into the darkness. I reached for the thermos and poured myself a cup of tea. Chamomile, I thought, though I did not check the label. The steam rose from the mug, and I cupped my hands around it, letting the warmth seep into my palms. Outside, the last of the city lights disappeared, and we entered the countryside. It was full night now. The sky above was deep and clear, scattered with stars. The land around us was covered in snow. I could see it in the moonlight, smooth and unbroken, stretching away on either side of the tracks. The fields were empty, the trees dark shapes against the white. We were moving into the silence now, into the winter, into the space between where I had been and where I was going. And as I sat there, sipping my tea and watching the darkness slide past my window, I realized something. I was not in a hurry to arrive. The cabin was warm, not the sharp, dry heat of forced air, but something gentler. A kind of ambient warmth that seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the floor beneath my feet, from the walls around me, from the reading lamp glowing beside my seat. It was the warmth of something well insulated, something designed to hold the cold at bay without effort or noise. I took another sip of my tea and set the mug down on the small folding table. Then I leaned back in the green velvet seat and simply looked. The cabin was beautiful in the way that small, well-made things are beautiful. Everything had its place. Everything fit. The reading lamp curved just so, at exactly the right height and angle. The table folded down perfectly flush against the wall when not in use. The sleeping berth above was narrow, yes, but long enough, and the linens looked soft and inviting. Even the window seemed perfectly proportioned, large enough to offer a full view of the passing landscape, but not so large as to feel exposed. There was a rhythm to it all, a sense of intention. Someone had designed this space with care, had thought about the person who would sit here on a winter night, tired from travel, seeking comfort and quiet. And now I was that person, and the cabin cradled me the way it was meant to. I reached up and adjusted the reading lamp, angling it away from the window so that its light would not reflect against the glass. I wanted to see outside clearly, without my own face staring back at me. The view was mesmerizing. We were fully in the countryside now, miles beyond the last scattered suburbs. The land on either side of the tracks was wide and open, farm fields, I thought, though I could see no houses, no signs of habitation. Just the snow, white and smooth under the moonlight, and the dark line of trees in the distance marking the edges of the fields. The moon was nearly full. It hung low in the sky ahead of us, bright and clear, and its light transformed everything. The snow looked almost blue in that light, pale blue shading into violet in the places where the shadows fell. Every once in a while, we would pass a fence line, the posts marching away into the distance, each one topped with a small cap of snow. It was a world of contrasts. The gold of my cabin, warm and glowing. The blue-silver of the landscape outside, cold and vast and still. I sat between them, neither here nor there, suspended in this small space that was moving through the night. And beneath it all, constant and unchanging, was the sound of the wheels. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. It was a sound I had heard before, of course. Everyone has heard that sound, the sound of a train moving over tracks. But I had never really listened to it until now. I had always dismissed it as background noise, something to ignore or tune out. But here, in the quiet of the cabin with nothing else to distract me, I heard it fully for the first time. It was rhythmic, perfectly rhythmic, each wheel passing over each joint in the rails, creating a steady, repeating pattern that never varied, never faltered. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. On and on and on, mile after mile. But there was more to it than just the wheels. Beneath that higher, sharper sound was a deeper hum. The sound of the train itself, the engine pulling us forward, the vibration of motion traveling back through every car. It was a low, thrumming note that I felt more than heard, something that resonated in my chest and in my bones. And behind that, softer still, was the whisper of air against the windows, the faint creak of the car's frame as it swayed gently on the tracks, the distant hiss of steam or hydraulics or whatever it was that kept this machine alive and moving. All of it together created a kind of symphony, a mechanical lullaby. It surrounded me, enclosed me, became the background against which every other sound and sensation existed. I closed my eyes for a moment and just listened. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, the low hum beneath, the whisper above. It was soothing. Deeply, profoundly soothing in a way I had not expected. My breathing slowed to match the rhythm. My shoulders, which I had not realized were tense, began to relax. The tightness in my jaw eased. I opened my eyes again and looked out at the passing snow, and I felt something I had not felt in a long time. Peace. Not the peace of having arrived somewhere safe. Not the peace of completion or achievement, or the satisfaction of a task finished. But the peace of simply being in motion. The peace of the journey itself. I was going somewhere, yes. But I was also nowhere. I was between. I was suspended in time and space, held gently by this train, carried forward through the darkness with no effort on my part, no decisions to make. Nothing required of me except to sit here and watch and listen and be. It was a gift, I realized. This night, this train, this small warm cabin with its green velvet seat and its golden light and its perfect window onto the winter world. I settled deeper into the seat, pulling my legs up beneath me, wrapping my hands around the now cooling mug of tea. Outside, the landscape continued to slide past. A farmhouse appeared in the distance, its windows dark, its chimney trailing a thin line of smoke into the night sky. Then it was gone, and there was only snow again, and trees, and the moon hanging bright and steady above it all. The train rocked me gently. The wheels sang their song. And I sat in my warm cabin, surrounded by golden light, watching the cold world pass by, and I felt more at home than I had felt in months. Time moved differently on the train. I could not say how long I had been sitting there, watching the snow and listening to the wheels. It might have been 20 minutes, it might have been an hour. The usual markers of time seemed to have loosened their grip. There was no clock in the cabin that I could see, and I had deliberately left my phone in my bag, tucked away and silenced. I did not want to know what time it was. I did not want the intrusion of messages or notifications, or the small anxieties of the outside world. Here, there was only the rhythm. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. It had become almost hypnotic now, that sound. My entire awareness seemed to have narrowed to it, to the steady, unchanging beat of the wheels on the rails. It was like a heartbeat, like breathing, like the tide, something ancient and primal and reassuring in its constancy. I found myself counting the beats without meaning to. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And beneath it, the deeper hum, the low thrumming vibration that rose up through the floor and through the seat and through my body. It was as though the train had a pulse, and I was inside it, part of it, my own rhythm synchronizing with its rhythm. And then, cutting through it all, I heard the whistle. It came from far ahead, from the locomotive at the front of the train. A long, low note that rose and fell, mournful and beautiful, echoing out across the empty fields. It was a sound that spoke of distance and solitude and the vastness of the night. A sound that said, I am here, I am passing through, I am alone in the darkness, and I sing so that you will know. I smiled without realizing I was smiling. There was something wonderful about that whistle, something that touched a place deep inside me that I had forgotten existed. It was lonely, yes, but not in a sad way. It was the loneliness of a thing that is content with itself, that does not need company to feel whole. The whistle faded, and the clickety-clack returned, steady as ever. I shifted in my seat and looked down the length of the corridor outside my cabin door. Through the small window in the door, I could see the narrow hallway, empty and quiet, the brass lamps glowing softly along its length. Every few moments, the train would sway gently on the tracks, and the light would shift, creating shadows that moved and danced along the wood-paneled walls. As I watched, a figure appeared at the far end of the corridor. The conductor. He was walking slowly from cabin to cabin, checking on passengers, making sure everyone was comfortable. I watched him stop at one door, knock gently, exchange a few words with whoever was inside. Then he moved on to the next. Eventually, he reached my door and knocked. 2 soft taps. I slid the door open. "Good evening," he said again, exactly as he had said it when I boarded. His voice was warm and unhurried, as though he had all the time in the world. "Just checking to make sure you have everything you need. Is the cabin comfortable?" "Very comfortable," I said. "Thank you." He nodded, satisfied. "We'll be making a brief stop in about an hour," he said. "Just a water stop, nothing to worry about. You won't need to get off unless you'd like to stretch your legs. After that, straight through to morning." "Thank you," I said again. He smiled. "The dining car is open until 11 if you'd like a late supper. 2 cars forward, just follow the corridor." I had not thought about food, but as soon as he mentioned it, I realized I was hungry. "I might do that," I said. "Take your time," he said. "No rush. We're not going anywhere but forward." He touched the brim of his cap in a small salute and moved on to the next cabin. I watched him go, his figure swaying slightly with the motion of the train, perfectly balanced, perfectly at ease. He had been doing this a long time, I thought. He knew these trains the way a sailor knows the sea. He understood the rhythm, the motion, the particular quality of time that existed here. I closed the door again and stood for a moment, considering. The dining car, a late supper. Why not? I was hungry, yes, but more than that, I was curious. I wanted to see more of this train, to explore it, to understand the full extent of this small world I had entered. I pulled on my sweater. The cabin was warm, but the corridors might be cooler, and stepped out into the hallway. The carpet muffled my footsteps as I walked forward, passing cabin after cabin. Most of them were dark, their curtains drawn. 1 or 2 showed light behind the glass, and I caught brief glimpses of other passengers. A man reading a book, a woman resting with her eyes closed, a child's face pressed against a window. We were all here together, and yet utterly separate, each of us in our own small world, carried together through the night. The corridor swayed gently beneath my feet. I put one hand against the wood-paneled wall to steady myself, and I felt the vibration of the train through my palm. The rhythm was everywhere. It was inescapable. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. I passed through one car, then another. The doors between the cars opened with a soft whoosh of air, and for a moment I stood in the small vestibule between them, feeling the cold night air leaking in around the edges. The sound here was louder. The wheels, the rails, the wind. It was almost overwhelming. And then I pushed through the next door, and the warmth and quiet returned. At last, I reached the dining car. I slid the door open and stepped inside, and I stopped. It was beautiful. The dining car was long and narrow, lined on both sides with tables set for 2 or 4. Each table was covered with a crisp white linen cloth and set with real china, real silverware, real glassware that caught the light from the small brass lamps mounted on the walls. In the center of each table was a single white candle in a glass holder, burning steadily despite the motion of the train. The walls were the same rich, dark wood as the rest of the train, polished to a deep glow. The windows were large, offering a full view of the moonlit landscape rushing past outside. At the far end of the car was a small bar area, and behind it, I could see into the galley where the kitchen staff worked. And the dining car was almost empty. There were perhaps 4 other people scattered among the tables. a couple near the middle of the car, dining in companionable silence. A man by himself near the window, reading something while he ate. Another person at the far end, their back to me. That was all. The maitre d' appeared at my elbow so smoothly and silently that I almost jumped. He was a tall, slender man in a crisp white jacket, his hair perfectly combed, his manner exquisitely formal. "Good evening," he said, and his voice had the same warmth as the conductor's, the same unhurried quality. "Will you be dining with us tonight?" "Yes," I said, "just myself." "Of course. Right this way." He led me to a table by the window, midway down the car. He pulled out the chair with a flourish, shook out the napkin and placed it in my lap with a deft gesture, and handed me a menu printed on heavy cardstock. "May I bring you something to drink?" he asked. "Just water, please." "Of course. Take your time with the menu. I'll return shortly." He glided away, and I was alone at my table. I looked around the dining car again, taking it all in. The absurdity of it struck me suddenly, and I had to suppress a smile. Here we were, 5 people in a dining car designed to seat perhaps 50. 5 people scattered among all these perfectly set tables, all this gleaming silver and fine china, all this careful formality. The maitre d' in his white jacket moving between us with the same precision and grace he would have shown if the car had been packed full, the candles burning on every table, even the empty ones. The soft music playing from somewhere. Classical, something by Debussy, I thought, drifting through the nearly empty space. It was absurd. Wonderfully, charmingly absurd. And yet, there was something moving about it too. The care that had gone into this. The refusal to let the emptiness diminish the experience. The dedication to doing it right, to maintaining the tradition and the ceremony, even for just 5 people on a quiet Christmas Eve. I looked down at the menu. It was surprisingly extensive. Appetizers, soups, salads, entrees, desserts. Everything prepared fresh in that small galley kitchen, served with pride despite the tiny audience. The maitre d' returned with my water, poured from a crystal pitcher into a real glass. "Have you decided?" he asked. "The soup to start," I said. "And then the roasted chicken, please." "Excellent choice. And perhaps a side of the roasted vegetables?" "Yes, thank you." He took the menu and disappeared toward the kitchen. I sipped my water and looked out the window. The landscape had changed slightly. We were in more wooded country now, the trees pressing closer to the tracks. Their branches were bare and delicate against the snow, creating intricate patterns that flickered past in the moonlight. Every so often, we would cross a small bridge, and I would catch a glimpse of dark water moving beneath the ice. The soup arrived, brought by a young waiter who moved with the same careful grace as the maitre d'. It was a simple soup, I think, some kind of vegetable broth, but it was hot and flavorful, and I ate it slowly, savoring each spoonful, in no hurry to finish. The couple at the other table were speaking quietly to one another, their voices too low for me to hear the words. The man by the window had set his book aside and was also eating soup, gazing out at the passing night. At the far end of the car, the other person had turned slightly, and I could see now that it was an elderly woman, dining alone, her movements slow and deliberate as she lifted her spoon to her lips. We were all alone together, separate but united by this shared experience, this strange, beautiful Christmas Eve on this nearly empty train. My chicken arrived, perfectly roasted, the skin golden and crisp, served with vegetables that still had their color and their texture. I cut into it, and the steam rose, fragrant and delicious. As I ate, the conductor's voice came over the intercom system. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, and his voice filled the dining car, warm and slightly amplified. "This is your conductor speaking. We are currently traveling through the Willow Creek Valley, and if you look out the windows on the right side of the train, you may catch a glimpse of the old stone bridge that was built in 1892. It's lit up tonight for the holiday. Keep your eyes open." There was a pause, and then he added, almost as an afterthought, "We hope you're enjoying your evening aboard the Christmas Eve Express. Merry Christmas to all." I smiled at the formality of it, the careful announcement made to this near-empty train. It was charming. It was perfect. I looked out the window on the right side, and sure enough, a moment later, I saw the bridge. It was beautiful, illuminated by soft lights that picked out the stones of its arch, spanning a frozen creek far below. And then it was gone, vanished into the darkness behind us. The maitre d' appeared at my table again. "How is everything?" "Perfect," I said, and I meant it. I finished my meal slowly, in no rush at all. There was dessert, a simple vanilla panna cotta with berries, and then coffee, strong and hot. By the time I was done, one of the other diners had left, and the couple had moved to the bar area, where they sat side by side on the tall stools, speaking in low voices over glasses of wine. I paid for my meal. The prices were surprisingly reasonable, another small kindness, and thanked the maitre d' and the waiter. They both nodded graciously, as though I had been one of 100 guests rather than one of 5. Then I made my way back through the train, through the swaying corridors and the quiet darkened cars, back to my cabin. The window in my cabin showed me that the landscape had changed again while I was dining. We were climbing now, moving into higher country. The fields had given way to hills, and the hills were covered in dense forest, the trees crowding close to the tracks. The moon was higher in the sky now, smaller and brighter, and its light filtered down through the bare branches to create shifting patterns on the snow below. I settled back into my green velvet seat and pulled the wool blanket from the sleeping berth, draping it over my legs. The cabin was still perfectly warm, but the blanket added another layer of comfort, of coziness. I sat there for a long time, just watching the trees slide past, listening to the wheels. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. The rhythm was a comfort now, familiar and reassuring. I found that I could predict each beat, could anticipate the slight acceleration or slowing as we climbed or descended. The train was teaching me its language, its patterns. After a while, I heard the conductor's voice again on the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your conductor speaking." His voice was as warm and unhurried as ever. "We are now entering the Northern Highlands. We'll be traveling through some beautiful country over the next few hours, so if you're still awake, I encourage you to keep your curtains open and enjoy the view. The next scheduled announcement will be at 6 a.m., when we begin our approach to the city. Until then, please don't hesitate to call if you need anything. The call button is just above your seat. Have a peaceful night, everyone. Merry Christmas." I smiled at the intercom speaker mounted near the ceiling. The formality of these announcements to this nearly empty train continued to delight me. I could picture him in the conductor's compartment reading from a script, or perhaps just speaking from decades of habit, addressing the 5 or 6 of us scattered through these cars as though we were a full train of hundreds. But there was affection in his voice, a kind of gentle humor, as though he knew exactly how absurd it was and loved it all the more for that reason. I reached up and adjusted the reading lamp, angling it so that it cast only the faintest glow, enough to see by without creating glare on the window. Then I settled deeper into my seat, pulled the blanket higher, and gave myself over completely to the journey. The hours passed. I watched the landscape change and change again. The hills grew steeper, the valleys deeper. We crossed bridges and trestles, the train slowing slightly as the wheels rumbled over wooden ties. Small streams appeared below us, black water moving between white banks. Once, we passed through a town so small it was barely there, a cluster of houses around a church, all dark except for the colored lights strung along the eaves, reflecting on the snow. The moon traced its arc across the sky. The stars wheeled slowly overhead, and through it all, constant and unchanging, was the sound of the train. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. I felt myself begin to drift. Not quite sleeping, but not quite awake either. A state somewhere in between, peaceful and unfocused. My thoughts wandered without direction. Memories surfaced and dissolved. I thought about other journeys I had taken, other times I had been in motion. I thought about the places I had been and the places I was going. I thought about home and what that word meant, and whether home was always a place or sometimes a feeling, sometimes a moment. And gradually, without my quite realizing it was happening, I understood something. I understood why this night felt so different, why this journey felt like a gift. It was because, for the first time in months, I was not racing towards something or running from something. I was not anxious about arriving or guilty about leaving. I was simply here, in this small cabin, in this moving train, suspended between departure and arrival, held in the space between. This was a liminal space, I thought, a threshold, a place of transition, and there was something sacred about it, something that our normal lives rarely gave us permission to experience. We spend so much of our lives focused on destinations, on getting there, on arriving, on checking off boxes and reaching goals. We think of journeys as necessary inconveniences, as the price we pay to reach the places we really want to be. We are impatient with the in-between. We want to skip ahead, to arrive already arrived. But what if the in-between was where we were supposed to be? What if the journey was the point? Here, on this train, I was nowhere. I had left one place behind, and I had not yet reached the next. I was in transit, in motion, in passage. I was between, and I was at peace. Because here, in this liminal space, I had no responsibilities, no decisions to make, no expectations to meet. The train was carrying me forward, and all I had to do was be here, in this warm cabin, watching the snow and the moonlight, listening to the wheels. I did not have to be anywhere else. I did not have to be anyone else. I could simply be present in this moment, this place, this quiet in-between. It was a kind of freedom I had forgotten existed. I closed my eyes and listened to the rhythm. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, and I felt a gratitude rising in my chest, unexpected and profound. Gratitude for this night, for this train, for the conductor who made his formal announcements to the empty cars, for the maitre d' who served 5 people with the same care he would have shown to 50, for the warm cabin and the green velvet seat and the window that opened onto the winter world. Gratitude for being here, now, in this perfect space between. The train rolled on through the darkness, carrying me forward, and I let it carry me. I let go of everything else and simply allowed myself to be held by this moment, cradled by the motion and the rhythm and the gentle, constant sound of the wheels on the rails. Outside, the moonlight turned the snow into something luminous, something that seemed to glow from within. The trees cast long shadows across the white fields. The world was vast and silent and beautiful, and I was moving through it, warm and safe, wrapped in wool and golden light. I must have dozed at some point, because when I opened my eyes again, the landscape had changed once more. We were descending now, coming down out of the highlands. The trees had thinned, and I could see fields again, wide and open under the stars. In the distance, very faint, I thought I could see the glow of a town or city on the horizon, but we were not close yet. Not nearly close. I checked the small clock I finally noticed on the shelf above the sleeping berth. It was just past midnight. Christmas Day had arrived while I drifted. The world had crossed from one day to the next, and I had been here, suspended, watching snow and moonlight, listening to the wheels. Merry Christmas, I thought to myself. Merry Christmas to this train, and to the few of us riding through the darkness together. The train swayed gently beneath me, and I pulled the blanket closer. My body was relaxed in a way it had not been in months. My mind was quiet. The anxieties that usually circled endlessly, about work, about relationships, about time running out and things left undone, all of them had faded into the background, become distant and unimportant. Here, in this moving space, time worked differently. The past was behind me, falling away with every mile. The future was ahead, waiting but not pressing. And the present, this moment right now, was enough. It was everything. I thought about the lesson in all of this, the understanding that had been growing in me all night, the realization that peace was not always about arriving, about reaching some destination where everything would finally be okay. Sometimes peace was about accepting the journey itself, about finding the courage to be in the in-between, the not yet, the still becoming. Life was full of these liminal spaces, I thought, transitions and thresholds. Times when we were neither here nor there, when we were in the process of changing or moving or becoming something new. And so often we resisted those times. We saw them as uncomfortable, as something to get through as quickly as possible. We wanted certainty. We wanted arrival. But what if we could learn to be comfortable in the uncertainty? What if we could find the peace that existed in the journey itself, in the motion and the rhythm and the slow unfolding of distance? What if home was not always a place, but sometimes a feeling? And what if that feeling could be found here, in this small cabin on a nearly empty train, rolling through the winter darkness on Christmas Eve? I looked out at the moonlit landscape, at the endless snow and the dark trees and the huge, silent sky, and I felt it. I felt home. Not because I had arrived anywhere, but because I was here, now, present and awake and alive in this perfect moment. The train was my home tonight. This small, warm cabin with its green velvet seat and its golden light. The rhythm of the wheels was my heartbeat. The motion of the journey was my breath. I was exactly where I needed to be. The deepest part of the night arrived with a stillness that felt almost sacred. It must have been 2 or 3 in the morning, though I had stopped checking the clock. Time had become irrelevant, marked only by the unchanging rhythm of the wheels and the slow rotation of the moon across the sky. The train had leveled out now, rolling smoothly across what seemed to be a vast, flat plain. The fields on either side stretched away forever, unbroken white under the stars. There were no towns visible, no houses, no lights anywhere except for the moon and the stars and the soft golden glow from the train itself. I had dimmed the reading lamp even further, until it was barely more than a whisper of light, just enough to give shape to the cabin's interior without overwhelming the view outside. The result was that I seemed to be floating in a pool of warm amber, surrounded on all sides by the cold blue silver of the winter night. The contrast was beautiful, hypnotic. I felt like I was in a snow globe, or in some kind of dream, or perhaps in a painting that someone had made of the ideal winter journey. Everything was perfect in its composition. Everything was exactly as it should be. The other passengers on the train were surely asleep by now. I had not heard footsteps in the corridor for hours, had not heard any doors opening or closing. Even the conductor had grown quiet, making no more announcements, letting us all drift through the night in peace. I was alone with the landscape and the rhythm. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. The sound was inside me now, I realized. It had become part of my internal landscape, part of the fabric of my awareness. I could not imagine silence anymore. I could not imagine stillness. The motion of the train had become my natural state, and the thought of stopping, of arriving, of stepping off onto solid, unmoving ground, felt strange and almost unwelcome. I did not want this to end. The realization surprised me. I had somewhere to be, after all. A destination. People waiting for me. Plans for Christmas Day. All of that was still ahead, still real, still important. But in this moment, I did not want to arrive. I wanted to stay here, in this warm cabin, watching the snow slide past my window, listening to the wheels, feeling the gentle rock and sway of the train beneath me. I wanted to remain suspended in this in-between place, this liminal space where nothing was required of me except to be present. It was the same feeling I thought that you might get from a long bath on a winter evening, or from lying in bed on a lazy morning with nowhere you had to be, or from sitting by a fire with a good book and a cup of tea while the rain fell outside. That feeling of being perfectly content, perfectly at peace, wanting nothing more than what you had in that exact moment. But it was more than that too, because this was not stillness. This was motion. This was active, purposeful movement through space and time. The train was taking me somewhere, carrying me forward with every passing second. And yet, paradoxically, I felt more still inside than I had felt in years. Maybe that was the secret, I thought. Maybe true stillness, true peace, was not about stopping. It was about finding the right rhythm, finding the motion that matched your internal state, that harmonized with something deep inside you. For me tonight, that rhythm was the clickety-clack of train wheels on rails. That rhythm was this steady, unhurried forward progress through the darkness. That rhythm was the swaying of this cabin, the soft vibration rising up through the floor. the occasional gentle lurch as we rounded a curve or crossed a bridge. This was my rhythm. And when I moved at this rhythm, I was at peace. I thought about all the times in my life when I had felt restless, anxious, unable to settle. The times when I had moved too fast or too slow, when I had pushed too hard or not hard enough, when I had been out of sync with myself and with the world around me. Maybe what I had been missing was this sense of being carried, this permission to be in transit, to be between, to not have arrived yet, and to be okay with that. We spend so much energy trying to control our journeys, I thought, trying to speed them up or slow them down, trying to map every step, trying to guarantee our arrival. We are so focused on the destination that we forget to notice the journey itself, to appreciate the landscape we are passing through, to recognize the beauty of the in-between. But tonight, on this train, I had no control. I could not make it go faster or slower. I could not choose the route or change the destination. All I could do was sit here in my warm cabin and let the train carry me, trusting that it knew where it was going, trusting that I would arrive when I was meant to arrive. And that surrender, that letting go, was where the peace came from. Outside my window, something moved. I sat up straighter, pressing closer to the glass. At first I thought I had imagined it, but then I saw it again. Deer. 3 of them, moving through the snow at the edge of the tree line. Their pale bodies were almost luminous in the moonlight, and they moved with a grace that seemed dreamlike, ethereal. The train was moving too fast for me to watch them for long. They appeared, paused, lifted their heads to look at the passing train, and then disappeared into the darkness behind us. The whole encounter lasted perhaps 5 seconds, but it felt like a gift. A small, perfect gift from the night. A reminder that while I was here in my warm cabin, moving through the darkness, the world outside was alive and awake too. Other creatures were making their own journeys, following their own rhythms, moving through their own in-between places. I was not alone, even in my solitude. I was part of something larger, part of this vast, beautiful, mysterious world that continued on through the darkest hours, through winter and snow and silence, full of its own quiet wonders. The train rolled on. The moon continued its slow descent toward the western horizon. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, and I sat in my cabin, wrapped in my blanket, watching and listening and feeling, and I thought I had never been more awake in my life. Not awake in the sense of alert or energized, but awake in the sense of present, aware, open to what was happening, to what was unfolding moment by moment. Not thinking about the past or planning for the future, but simply being here, now, in this perfect traveling present. This was what it meant to be alive, I thought. This was the heart of it. Not the big moments, not the arrivals or the achievements or the celebrations, but these quiet hours in between. These spaces where nothing much was happening except the steady, patient forward motion of a journey. These were the moments that made up a life. And if we could learn to appreciate them, to find peace in them, to be present for them, then we would never really be anywhere but home. Because home was not a place. Home was this feeling, this sense of being exactly where you were meant to be, even if where you were meant to be was somewhere in the middle, somewhere between, somewhere still in motion. The train swayed gently beneath me. The wheels sang their endless song. The moonlight painted the snow in shades of blue and silver and violet, and I was home. The first hints of dawn arrived so gradually that I almost did not notice them. The sky had been black for so long, deep and star-filled and unchanging, that I had stopped expecting it to change. But now, looking out my window, I saw that the darkness in the east was not quite as deep as it had been. There was a softening there, a barely perceptible lightening of the sky along the horizon. I had not slept. Not really. I had dozed a little, drifting in and out of that twilight state between waking and dreaming. But I had never fully surrendered to sleep. Some part of me had wanted to stay awake, to not miss any of this, to witness every moment of this journey. And now it was nearly morning. Christmas morning, I straightened in my seat and watched the eastern sky. The change was slow, almost imperceptible from minute to minute. But when I looked away and then looked back, I could see the difference. The black was becoming gray. The gray was becoming lighter. A thin line of pale gold appeared along the horizon, growing brighter, spreading upward. The stars began to fade. The moon, which had been so bright and commanding all night, looked suddenly pale and small, its light overtaken by the approaching sun, and the landscape transformed. In the moonlight, everything had been blue and silver and shadow. But now, as dawn arrived, colors began to return to the world. The snow was no longer blue but white, brilliant white, almost painful to look at, as it caught the first rays of the rising sun. The trees took on depth and definition, their bare branches no longer flat black shapes but complex, intricate structures of brown and gray. And the sky filled with color, gold along the horizon, fading up through orange and pink and lavender into the deep blue of the upper atmosphere. It was a watercolor sky, soft and delicate, beautiful in a way that felt almost fragile, as though it might dissolve at any moment. I pressed my face close to the window, not wanting to miss any of it. This was the gift of having stayed awake all night, this privilege of witnessing the transition, of seeing the night give way to day, of watching the world wake up. The train rolled on through the dawn, and I watched the sun rise. It appeared slowly, a thin arc of brilliant gold at first, almost too bright to look at directly, then more of it, rising and rising until the full circle of the sun sat just above the horizon, transforming everything it touched. The fields around us glowed. The snow seemed to be lit from within, radiating light back at the sky. The shadows of trees stretched long across the white, sharp and defined. Steam rose from the roofs of distant barns, visible for the first time in the growing light. We were in farmland now, I realized, passing through rural country, through a landscape of fields and fence lines, and the occasional cluster of buildings. A truck sat parked near a barn, and as we passed, I saw a farmer climbing out, beginning his morning chores. He did not look up at the train, and I wondered if he even noticed us passing, or if we were just another sound in his morning, familiar and unremarkable. But to me, from inside this warm cabin, he was part of the magic, part of this Christmas morning unfolding all around me. The conductor's voice came over the intercom again, and I smiled at the sound of it, that warm, unhurried voice that I had come to appreciate over the course of the night. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your conductor speaking. I hope you all had a restful night. We are currently about 40 minutes outside of the city, and we will be arriving at the central station on schedule at 7 a.m. The dining car will be opening shortly for breakfast service, or you are welcome to remain in your cabins until we arrive. On behalf of all of us aboard the Christmas Eve Express, I want to wish you a very Merry Christmas. It has been our pleasure to have you with us on this journey. Thank you for choosing to travel with us tonight. There was a pause, and then he added in a slightly more personal tone, This has been a special run, folks. Quiet and peaceful and just about perfect. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. Safe travels to all of you. I felt a lump form in my throat, unexpected and sudden. There was something in his voice, some warmth and genuine affection that moved me. He had meant it. This had been special to him too. And it struck me then that he must make this run often, perhaps every week or even every night. This was his work, his routine. But he had not let it become routine. He had not let the repetition dull his appreciation for the beauty of it, for the privilege of carrying people safely through the night, of being part of their journeys. He had treated this nearly empty train on Christmas Eve with the same care and attention he would have given to a full train on any other night. He had made his announcements with the same formality, the same warmth. He had checked on his passengers with the same diligence. He had shown up fully for his work, even when there was almost no one there to notice. There was a lesson in that too, I thought. A lesson about showing up, about doing your work with care and attention regardless of whether anyone was watching, regardless of whether you were appreciated or acknowledged, about finding meaning in the work itself, in the doing of it well, rather than in the recognition or reward. The conductor loved this train, that much was clear, and because he loved it, He made it a place where others could find peace and comfort and a kind of magic. I made a mental note to thank him when we arrived, to tell him what this night had meant to me, but I also knew that words would not be quite adequate. How could I explain what had happened inside me over the course of these 10 hours? How could I convey the shift, the opening, the understanding that had grown in me? Maybe I could not. Maybe some experiences were too personal, too internal, to be fully communicated. But I could at least tell him that it had been special, that I had noticed, that I was grateful. Outside, the landscape was fully illuminated now. The sun had cleared the horizon, and its light flooded across the snow, making everything brilliant and clear. I could see for miles in every direction. Fields and farms and small towns, roads cutting through the white, smoke rising from chimneys as people woke to Christmas morning. The world was waking up, and I was arriving. I felt a pang at that thought, a small sadness. I was not ready for this to end. I wanted to stay on this train, to keep moving through the landscape, to remain in this liminal space where I had found such unexpected peace. But of course, that was not possible. Journeys ended. Trains arrived at their destinations. That was the nature of things. The in-between could not last forever. Eventually, you had to step off onto solid ground again, had to resume your regular life, had to return to the world of responsibilities and schedules and all the things that pulled you away from presence. But maybe, and this thought came to me with a kind of quiet certainty, maybe I did not have to lose what I had found here. Maybe I could carry it with me. Maybe the rhythm of the train, the peace of the journey, the understanding of the in-between, maybe all of that could come with me when I stepped off this train and back into my life. Maybe I could remember, in the busy days ahead, that peace was not always about arriving. That sometimes the most important thing was simply to be present in whatever space I found myself, to find the rhythm that matched my internal state, to trust the journey even when I could not see the destination. Maybe I could learn to be more comfortable with the in-between places in my life, the transitions and the uncertainties and the times when I did not know exactly where I was going or what would happen next. Maybe I could learn to see those times not as problems to be solved, but as their own kind of gift, their own kind of home. The train began to slow. I could feel it in the rhythm of the wheels, in the way the clickety-clack stretched out slightly, the beats coming a fraction slower. We were entering the outskirts of the city now. Buildings appeared alongside the tracks, warehouses and industrial structures at first, then neighborhoods, houses with Christmas lights still glowing in the morning light. I stood and folded the blanket carefully, placing it back at the foot of the sleeping berth. I had not used the berth itself. I had spent the entire night in the green velvet seat, watching the world go by, listening to the wheels. But the blanket had been a comfort, and I arranged it neatly now, a small gesture of care for the next person who would occupy this cabin. I gathered my few belongings, pulled on my coat. The cabin suddenly felt smaller, or perhaps I felt larger, more solid, as I prepared to step back into the world. The train slowed further. We were in the heart of the city now, moving through the urban landscape at a crawl. I could see cars on the streets, people walking on the sidewalks, the ordinary life of a city on Christmas morning. Stores were closed, their windows dark, but here and there a coffee shop was open, its lights warm and inviting. And then I saw the station ahead, a grand old building of stone and glass, its platforms stretching out beneath a high arched roof. The Christmas Eve express rolled slowly, carefully into the station, the wheels changing their tune as we moved from main line to the switching yard, clickety-clack giving way to a different rhythm, slower and more deliberate. We glided alongside a platform. A few people stood waiting, wrapped in coats, their breath visible in the cold morning air. They looked expectant, eager, ready to greet whoever was arriving on this train. The train came to a stop. After 10 hours of constant motion, the sudden stillness felt strange, almost unsettling. My body still expected the sway and rock of the journey. I took a deep breath and picked up my bag. The corridor outside my cabin was no longer empty. The other passengers were emerging now, gathering their belongings, preparing to disembark. I saw the elderly woman from the dining car, moving slowly but steadily, a small suitcase in her hand. The couple I had seen together, smiling and speaking quietly to one another. The man who had been reading. We exchanged nods, small acknowledgments of our shared journey, but no words. We were still, in some sense, holding the quiet of the night, not quite ready to break the spell. I made my way toward the exit. The conductor stood there, just as he had stood there when I boarded, helping passengers down onto the platform. When I reached him, I paused. "Thank you," I said, "for everything." This was I stopped, not sure how to finish the sentence. This was what? Life-changing? Magical? A gift? He seemed to understand without my needing to explain. His eyes were kind, knowing. "You're very welcome," he said. "It was our pleasure to have you aboard. Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," I said. I stepped down onto the platform. The ground felt solid and unmoving beneath my feet, strange after so many hours of motion. The cold morning air hit my face crisp and clean. I stood there for a moment, my bag at my feet, and I looked back at the train. The Gingerbread House. A quiet night of creation. It's late now, later than I usually stay awake, but there's something about this particular night that has called me to the kitchen. The house is silent around me, wrapped in that special kind of stillness that only comes after everyone else has gone to sleep. Outside the window above the sink, snow is falling in slow, lazy spirals, each flake catching the amber glow of the streetlight before disappearing into the white blanket below. Inside, the only light comes from the soft golden strips beneath the kitchen cabinets and the gentle multicolored shimmer of the Christmas tree in the next room, visible through the doorway, its lights twinkling in their patient, eternal rhythm. I've laid everything out on the kitchen table with a kind of reverent care. The surface is covered with a sheet of parchment paper, its edges curling slightly, and spread across this canvas are the components of what will soon become a small architectural wonder. The gingerbread pieces rest there, still fragrant from their baking days ago, each one a perfect geometric shape cut with precision. 2 rectangular walls with peaked tops. 2 more rectangular walls, these without peaks. 2 triangular roof pieces that will meet at an apex. And smaller pieces too. A rectangle for a door, tiny squares that might become shutters or decorative elements. The gingerbread itself is a deep, rich brown, the color of old leather or autumn earth. Running my fingertips across the surface of one wall, I can feel the slight texture there. The way the dough has settled and baked, creating an almost imperceptible landscape of tiny rises and valleys. The surface is smooth but not glossy, matte in a way that seems to absorb the warm light rather than reflect it. When I lift one piece close to my face, the aroma fills my senses completely. That unmistakable perfume of molasses and brown sugar, layered with the warm, complex spice of ginger, the sweet heat of cinnamon, the earthy depth of nutmeg, and just a whisper of cloves that catches at the back of my throat in the most pleasant way. Beside the gingerbread pieces, I've arranged my decorating supplies with the care of an artist preparing a palette. There are small glass bowls, each one catching and reflecting the cabinet lights, creating tiny pools of golden luminescence. Some are empty, waiting to hold icing in various consistencies. Others contain candies sorted by color and type. The red and white peppermint rounds gleam like little jewels, their spiral patterns hypnotic. Gumdrops in every color imaginable, ruby red, emerald green, sunshine, yellow orange like a sunset, purple like twilight, sit in neat rows, their sugar coating catching the light and making them sparkle as if dusted with the finest glitter. There are chocolate nonpareils, their dark surfaces studded with those tiny white beads that look like miniature pearls. Silver dragees rest in their own small dish, forbidden in some states for consumption, but perfect for decoration, each one a tiny, perfect sphere of metallic beauty. I've set out pretzel sticks that could become a fence or a ladder, their salt crystals visible even in this dim light. There's a small bag of shredded coconut that will serve as snow, its white strands already releasing their sweet, tropical scent even through the plastic. A container of sanding sugar, that specially coarse, sparkling sugar used for decorating, sits nearby. And when I unscrew the lid just to peek inside, I'm rewarded with a flash of crystalline brilliance, as if someone has captured stardust and made it edible. The centerpiece of tonight's work, though, rests in a larger mixing bowl covered with a damp kitchen towel. This is my royal icing, and I need to check its consistency before we begin. Lifting the towel away, I'm greeted by the pure, almost shocking whiteness of the icing beneath. It's the white of fresh snow, of clouds on a summer day, of possibility itself. The surface has that characteristic slight sheen, and when I drag a spoon through it experimentally, it parts smoothly, then slowly, ever so slowly, flows back together, leaving just the faintest trace of where the spoon traveled. But first, before any assembly, before any decoration, I need to prepare different consistencies of icing for different purposes. The batch I've already made will serve as the mortar to hold the house together. It needs to be thick, sturdy, capable of supporting weight without sliding. But for decorating, for the delicate piping and detail work, I'll need icing with more flow, more flexibility. I reach for the box of powdered sugar, its weight satisfying in my hands. The box has that slight, dusty feel that powdered sugar containers always have, and when I open the top, I can see the pure white powder within. So fine it's almost like flour, but sweeter smelling, with a faint vanilla undertone. I scoop several generous spoonfuls into a clean bowl, and with each scoop, a tiny cloud of sugar dust rises into the air, catching the light like mist. Now comes the water, added drop by careful drop. I use a small squeeze bottle, the kind that gives you absolute control, and I add perhaps 5 drops, watching them land on the powdered mountain, creating tiny craters that darken where the liquid touches. Then I begin to stir with a silicone spatula, and there's a particular kind of satisfaction in watching this transformation. At first, the mixture is lumpy and resistant, with dry pockets of sugar that seem determined not to incorporate. The spatula makes a soft scraping sound against the ceramic bowl, a gentle rhythmic whisper that becomes almost meditative. Gradually, so gradually, the mixture begins to come together. The dry patches disappear, absorbed into the growing mass of icing. I add a few more drops of water, stir again, and watch as the consistency shifts from thick paste to something smoother, more homogeneous. The color remains that pure, brilliant white, but now it has a slight gloss to it, a sheen that suggests moisture and flow. I'm aiming for a consistency that will hold its shape when piped but will settle just slightly, smoothing out any harsh lines. Testing is essential. I dip a spoon into the icing and hold it up, letting gravity do its work. The icing slides off the spoon, but not in a rush. It moves like honey, like syrup, forming a ribbon that folds back on itself when it reaches the bowl. Perfect. This is 10-second icing, named because when you drag a knife through it, the line should disappear in about 10 seconds as the icing flows back together. I make the test, dragging my spatula through the white expanse, creating a valley that immediately begins to fill, the sides slumping inward, and I count silently. 1, 2, 3. By the time I reach 9, the surface is smooth again, as if I'd never disturbed it at all. I prepare 3 different bowls of icing tonight. One remains thick. This is my glue, my mortar, the structural element that will give this house its stability. The second is the medium consistency I've just perfected, ideal for most decorating work. The third, I thin even further with careful additions of water, stirring after each drop until the icing flows freely from the spoon like thick cream. This will be for flooding techniques, for filling in large areas with smooth, glossy coverage. The piping bags wait nearby, disposable plastic bags that I've fitted with various metal tips. The tips themselves are small works of precision engineering, each one designed to create a specific effect. There's a round tip for clean lines and dots, a star tip for textured applications, a small leaf tip for creating foliage effects, and a tiny writing tip for the most delicate work. I fill the first bag about halfway with the medium consistency icing, being careful not to overfill. The bag has a particular weight to it once filled, and I spend a moment massaging the icing down toward the tip, forcing out any air bubbles that might interrupt my flow later. Then I twist the top closed and fold it over, securing it with a rubber band. The prepared bag rests in a tall glass, tip pointing up, ready for when I need it. Everything is ready now. The gingerbread pieces rest before me, patient and waiting. The icing is prepared in its various consistencies. The candies gleam in their bowls, a treasure trove of color and sweetness. My hands are clean and dry. I take a slow, deep breath, filling my lungs with the mingled scents of ginger and sugar and vanilla, and I feel something settle inside me, a kind of focused calm, a readiness, a sense of being fully present in this moment. Outside, the snow continues its silent fall, and inside, in this warm, golden cocoon of a kitchen, I'm about to begin creating something beautiful. There's no rush, no pressure, no deadline. There's only this moment, this process, this quiet joy of making something with my own hands, piece by piece, detail by careful detail. The first step in any gingerbread house is the foundation, the walls themselves, and this is where patience becomes paramount. I reach for the thick icing, my structural adhesive, and load it into a piping bag fitted with a large round tip. The bag is heavy now, substantial with its white cargo, and I can feel the slight give of the icing when I squeeze experimentally, testing my grip. I pick up one of the side walls, turning it in my hands, examining it from all angles. The edges are clean and straight where they were cut, and I can see the faint lines of a knife or pizza cutter where someone, myself though it feels like weeks ago now rather than days, scored and separated these pieces. The gingerbread is firm but not brittle, strong enough to stand but not so hard it might crack under pressure. I position my piping bag at one of the long edges, the one that will join to a perpendicular wall, and I begin to squeeze. The icing emerges in a thick, creamy line, and there's a slight resistance at first, a moment where I have to apply firm pressure to get the flow started, but then it comes smoothly, steadily. I pipe a generous bead of icing along the entire edge, perhaps a quarter-inch thick, and as I go, I can hear the soft whisper of the icing leaving the bag, a gentle sound, like a sigh or a breath. The line of white icing against the brown gingerbread is striking, and already I can smell the sweetness of it mixing with the spice of the cookie. I set this piece aside and pick up the second wall, the one that will join with it, and I repeat the process, piping another generous line of icing along the edge that will mate with the first piece. Now comes the moment of assembly, and this requires a steady hand and a bit of trust. I lift both pieces, one in each hand, and bring them together carefully, pressing the iced edges against each other. The icing squishes slightly under the pressure, and I can feel a bit of it oozing out from the seam, which is exactly what I want. This tells me I've used enough. Too little icing and the joint will be weak. Too much and it will slide everywhere. This is just right. I hold the two pieces together, maintaining gentle, steady pressure, and I count slowly to 30. This is the critical period, these first 30 seconds, when the icing begins its initial set, when the sugar crystals start to bond and lock together. My arms are extended, holding the pieces in place, and I can feel the slight strain in my shoulders, but it's not unpleasant. It's the kind of physical engagement that makes you aware of your body, of your strength, of your ability to create and shape and build. At 30 seconds, I test carefully, releasing just a fraction of the pressure. The pieces hold. Good, but I don't let go entirely yet. I maintain a lighter touch for another 30 seconds, just to be sure, and then, with great care, I set the connected pieces down on the parchment paper, propping them at an angle so they can stand. I repeat this process with the remaining two walls, creating a second corner, and then comes the more challenging part, connecting these two L-shaped sections into a complete rectangle. This requires more icing, more careful positioning, and more patience. I pipe generous amounts of icing on all the edges that will meet, and then I lift the entire first section and bring it toward the second. There's always a moment of uncertainty here, a brief second where everything feels precarious and unstable, where it seems like the whole structure might collapse into a pile of gingerbread shards and icing. But I move slowly, deliberately, making tiny adjustments until the edges line up perfectly. Then I press gently, holding everything steady, and once again I count. 30 seconds. The icing squeezes out at the seams, and I can see it there, bright white against the brown, already beginning to firm up, already doing its job. After a minute of holding, I very carefully place the structure down on the parchment, and for the first time, I can see the actual shape of the house. It's a rectangle now, open at the top, but unmistakably a house-shaped form. The walls stand straight and true, and when I test them with a gentle touch, they're remarkably stable already. Royal icing is miraculous in this way. It sets quickly enough to be practical, but slowly enough to allow for adjustments. But I'm not finished with the assembly yet. I need to let these walls set more completely before I attempt to add the roof, so I turn my attention to reinforcing the interior corners. Using the thick icing again, I pipe generous beads along each interior corner seam, running from bottom to top. These interior reinforcements aren't for appearance. No one will see them, but they add crucial structural integrity. The icing flows into the corners, filling any gaps, creating strong bonds. I use my finger, dampened slightly, to smooth these interior seams, pressing the icing firmly into place, and I can feel the slight tackiness of it on my skin, the way it wants to stick and bond. Now I wait. This is the hardest part for some people, this waiting, but I find a strange peace in it. I'm not idle. I use this time to prepare, to organize, to ensure everything will be ready for the next steps. I check my other icing bags, making sure the tips haven't begun to crust over. I arrange my candy decorations in a more logical order, grouping by color, by size, by intended use. I dampen a paper towel and place it over the opening of my main bowl of icing to prevent it from drying out. And I simply sit for a moment in this warm kitchen, listening to the silence of the house around me, watching the snow fall outside the window. There's a particular quality to late-night snow, the way it seems to absorb sound, to create a hush over the world. Each flake is unique, or so they say, though I can't make out individual flakes from here. They're just a general swirling pattern of white against the dark sky. After about 15 minutes, I test the walls again, pressing gently at a corner. They're solid now, really solid. The icing has done its work, transforming from a paste into something more like mortar, hard and unforgiving. Perfect. Now I can add the roof. The roof pieces are triangular, and they're larger than the wall pieces, which means they're heavier, which means the icing needs to be even more substantial to hold them. I pipe thick lines of icing along the top edges of the walls, creating a substantial bed for the roof to rest on, and then I pipe icing along the sloped edges of each roof piece where they'll meet at the peak. Positioning the first roof piece is an exercise in patience and spatial reasoning. I have to angle it just right, resting one edge on the top of the wall while the other edge will eventually meet its partner at the apex. I press it down into the icing, and immediately I see white icing squeeze out along the seam. Good. That's good. But now I have to hold it in place while I position the second piece, and this requires some creative problem solving. I've prepared for this, though. Earlier, before I even began, I set out several cans of soup from the pantry, and now I use these as props, carefully positioning them on either side of the roof piece to hold it at the correct angle. The can presses against the gingerbread gently but firmly, keeping it from sliding down while the icing sets. Now for the second roof piece, and this is even trickier because it has to align with the first piece at the peak. I position it carefully, pressing one edge down onto the wall icing, then slowly raising the other edge to meet its partner. The alignment is not perfect on the first try. There's a slight gap at one end, so I carefully lift it slightly and adjust, shifting it perhaps 1/4 of an inch to the left. Better. The edges meet now along their entire length. I hold this piece in place with one hand while I reach for another soup can with the other, positioning it as a prop. The roof piece settles into the icing, and now both sides of the roof are in place, meeting at the peak in what should be. I lean down to check. Yes, a perfectly straight line, perfectly. But there's a gap at the peak, which is expected and even desirable. I need to fill this with icing to create a waterproof seal. Metaphorically speaking, this house will never see rain. I take my thick icing bag and carefully pipe a generous line of icing along the entire peak, filling the gap, letting it ooze into any spaces. Then, with a small offset spatula that I've kept nearby for just such purposes, I smooth this ridge of icing, creating an even, rounded seam that looks almost like actual roofing material. The house is assembled now, structurally complete, and I feel a swell of satisfaction looking at it. It stands there on the parchment paper, a recognizable house shape, and even without any decoration, there's something charming about it. Something that speaks to a fundamental human appreciation for shelter, for home, for safe spaces. But I can't begin decorating yet. The roof icing needs to set, needs to harden, or else the weight of the candy decorations might cause it to slip or sag. So once again, I wait. And once again, I find this waiting to be not frustrating but meditative, a natural pause in the rhythm of creation. I use this time to plan my decorating strategy. I'm envisioning a house covered in snow, naturally, with icicles hanging from the eaves. I want the roof to look like it's covered in overlapping shingles, perhaps made from those little chiclet-shaped candies, and I want the ridgeline of the roof to be piped with a thick line of icing that will dry into the perfect representation of snow accumulation. The walls, I think, will have a pebbled texture, created by piping small dots of icing in a random pattern and letting them dry. The door will be special, perhaps made from pretzel sticks arranged vertically to look like planks, with a little wreath above it made from green-tinted icing and red candy berries. As I plan, I begin to divide my medium consistency icing into several bowls, keeping most of it white, but tinting small portions with gel food coloring. I add just a tiny amount of green to one bowl, stirring it in with a clean spoon, watching as the white gradually transforms into a pale, minty green that reminds me of spring leaves or lime sherbet. For another bowl, I add the smallest touch of brown, creating an icing that's more cream-colored than white, which will be perfect for certain details that need to look more natural, less snow-like. The gel food coloring is thick and concentrated, and even a small amount creates vibrant color. I'm careful not to add too much. It's much easier to make icing darker than to lighten it again. The spoon makes soft sounds as I stir, scraping against the ceramic, and gradually the color disperses evenly throughout the white icing until there are no streaks, just pure, consistent color. 20 minutes have passed since I added the roof, and when I test it again, pressing very gently at the peak, there's no movement at all. The structure is solid now, ready to bear the weight of decoration. The soup cans have done their job, and I carefully remove them, setting them aside. Now finally, truly, the real creative work can begin. I decide to start with the roof, as it's the most visible part of the house and will set the tone for everything else. I pick up my piping bag filled with white icing, the medium consistency that will hold its shape but still flow smoothly. I've fitted this bag with a medium round tip, which will give me a line about the width of a pencil. Starting at the bottom edge of one side of the roof, I begin to pipe a straight, horizontal line of icing from one end to the other. The key to a straight line is confidence and consistency. Hesitation creates wobbles, and uneven pressure creates thick and thin spots. I squeeze with steady pressure, moving my hand in a smooth, continuous motion, and the line of icing emerges from the tip in a perfect white ribbon. When I reach the end, I release pressure and lift the tip cleanly away, leaving a professional-looking finish with no stray tails or blobs. This first line will serve as the foundation for my first row of shingles, and the sight of it there, white against brown, is deeply satisfying. The icing has a slight texture to it, not perfectly smooth, but with a softly rough surface that catches the light in interesting ways. I pipe a second line parallel to the first, about 3/4 of an inch above it, then a third, then a fourth, working my way up the roof in horizontal bands. The rhythm of this is hypnotic. Position the tip, squeeze, move smoothly across, release, lift away. Position, squeeze, move, release, lift. My breathing naturally syncs with the motion, and I find myself falling into a state of relaxed focus where nothing exists except this moment, this line, this precise application of icing. When I finish the first side of the roof, I step back to admire my work. The brown gingerbread is now striped with white, and already it looks more finished, more intentional. But these lines are just the beginning, the scaffolding for what comes next. I reach for my bowl of small rectangular candies. They're fruit-flavored, I think, though I'm not planning to eat them, just use them for their appearance. They're about the size of Chiclets gum, and they come in various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. For a roof, I want to create a pattern that looks natural, but also visually interesting. So I decide to use shades of brown and red and orange, colors that might actually appear on a tiled roof. I pick up the first candy between my thumb and forefinger. It's smooth and slightly waxy, coated in that characteristic hard candy shell, and it has a pleasant weight to it, substantial but not heavy. I press it gently into the bottom line of icing, right at the edge of the roof. The icing accepts it easily, the candy sinking in just slightly, held firmly by the adhesive quality of the sugar. I place a second candy next to the first, then a third, working my way across the entire bottom row, pressing each piece into the icing with just enough force to secure it, but not so much that I squeeze all the icing out from underneath. The sound of each candy placement is quietly satisfying. A soft press, almost like a gentle tap, and then the subtle sense of the candy settling into place. My fingers develop a rhythm: pick up, position, press, release, pick up, position, press, release. The candies are cool against my fingertips, and occasionally one will stick slightly to my skin, requiring a gentle shake to release it. The first row complete, I begin the second row, but this time I offset the candies so that each one sits between two candies in the row below, like real shingles or tiles. This creates a more authentic look, a staggered pattern that's both aesthetically pleasing and structurally sound. If this were a real roof, which of course it's not, but the illusion matters. I work my way up the roof, row by row, and I start to play with color as I go. Mostly I'm using candies in shades of brown and amber, but occasionally I add in a red one or an orange one, creating a subtle variegated pattern that adds visual interest without being garish. The colors blend together in a way that reminds me of autumn leaves or sunset clouds. The process is time-consuming but never boring. Each candy requires individual attention, individual placement, and there's something almost meditative about this kind of repetitive, detail-oriented work. My mind settles into a calm, quiet state. I'm not thinking about tomorrow's obligations or yesterday's concerns. I'm fully here, fully present, focused entirely on the small rectangular candy between my fingers and the exact spot where it needs to go. As I near the peak of the roof, the rows become shorter. There's less space now, and I have to be more careful about alignment. The last row on this side of the roof consists of only 5 candies, and I place them with extra care, making sure they're perfectly aligned, perfectly positioned. Now I turn my attention to the second side of the roof, and I repeat the entire process. More horizontal lines of icing, piped with the same careful attention to consistency and straightness. More candies, pressed one by one into the wet icing, creating that same satisfying staggered pattern. My fingers are slightly sticky now with residual icing, and there's a faint tackiness to them, but it's not unpleasant. It's part of the process, part of the tactile experience of creation. When both sides of the roof are complete, shingled entirely with these colorful candies, I pause to appreciate what I've accomplished. The transformation is remarkable. What was once just plain brown gingerbread is now a textured, colorful, three-dimensional surface that actually looks like a miniature roof. The candies catch the light from the cabinet strips, some facets glinting while others remain in subtle shadow, and the overall effect is one of depth and realism. But I'm not finished with the roof yet. There's still the peak to address, that ridgeline where the two sides meet. This is where I want to create the impression of heavy snow accumulation, the way real snow would collect along a roof's highest point. I pick up my piping bag again, but this time I'm going to use a different technique. Instead of smooth lines, I'm going to pipe a thick textured bead of icing along the entire peak, and then I'm going to use a small offset spatula to texture it, creating peaks and valleys that mimic snowdrifts. Starting at one end, I squeeze out a generous amount of icing directly onto the peak line. The icing piles up there, thick and white and substantial, and I continue squeezing as I move along the roof's length, creating a continuous ridge of white that's perhaps half an inch tall and wide. It looks like a caterpillar made of frosting, and there's something almost comical about it, but I know the next step will transform it. I take my small offset spatula. It's metal, with a thin, flexible blade, and a black plastic handle, and I begin to pull and push at the icing, creating random peaks and swirls and texture. The spatula makes a soft scraping sound as it moves through the icing, and the icing itself responds beautifully to this manipulation, forming into stiff peaks that lean and curve, creating the exact effect I was hoping for. It looks like snow that's been shaped by wind, with drifts and curves and natural randomness. At the very ends of the roof peak, where the icing extends beyond the actual gingerbread, I use the spatula to pull the icing downward slightly, creating the impression of snow that's beginning to drip or slide. These will become icicles in a moment, when I add the final touches. And speaking of icicles, this is one of my favorite details, and I've been looking forward to it. I take my piping bag fitted with the smallest round tip I have, barely larger than a pin, and I fill it with slightly thinned white icing, consistency somewhere between what I used for the shingles and the thinnest icing I prepared. This needs to flow but also hold a shape. Starting at the edge of the roof, where the snow accumulation would naturally begin to melt and refreeze, I pipe a thin line of icing straight down, perhaps an inch long, tapering it to a point at the bottom. An icicle. I pipe another next to it, this one slightly shorter, then a longer one. I work my way along the entire roof edge, creating a forest of icicles in varying lengths, some thick at the base and tapering dramatically, others thin and delicate throughout their length. The icicles need to look natural, which means they need to be irregular. I vary not just their length but also their starting positions. Some hang from the very edge of the roof, others start a little higher up, from the accumulated snow on the roof line. Some hang perfectly straight, while others curve slightly, as if being pushed by a breeze. This work requires a very steady hand and a lot of patience. Each icicle takes only a few seconds to pipe, but there are dozens of them, and each one needs individual attention. The tiniest variation in pressure will affect the width of the line, and I have to lift the piping bag away at just the right moment to create that perfect tapered point. But oh, the result is worth every moment of effort. When I finish the last icicle and step back to look at the roof in its entirety, I feel a rush of satisfaction so pure it's almost physical. The roof is no longer just a roof. It's a miniature winter scene, complete with colorful shingles peeking through a heavy blanket of snow with thick drifts along the peak with delicate icicles hanging in crystalline rows along the eaves. It's beautiful. It's actually genuinely beautiful. I allow myself a moment to simply appreciate this, to feel the pride of creation, before I move on to the next phase, decorating the walls. The walls of the house offer different opportunities for creativity than the roof. Here, I want to create texture and interest without overwhelming the surface. I'm imagining a cottage-like exterior, perhaps with a pebbled or stucco effect, and with carefully piped details around the windows and door. I've drawn window and door outlines on the gingerbread before assembly, just light pencil marks that are barely visible but enough to guide me now. The windows are simple rectangles, 2 on the front wall and 1 on each side wall. The door is in the center of the front wall, slightly larger than the windows. I start with the windows, and I decide to use a technique called flooding to create the appearance of glass panes. Using my thinnest icing, I carefully pipe an outline around each window, defining its edges with a thin line of white. Then, working quickly before the outline can crust over, I fill in the interior of the window with the same thin icing, using the piping tip to spread it evenly to all corners. The icing flows to fill the space, settling into a smooth, glossy surface that, when it dries, will actually look remarkably like glass, or at least like a stylized representation of glass. I repeat this process for all 4 windows, and then I have to stop and wait again for these to set. If I try to add more decoration while the icing is still wet, I risk disturbing it, creating ripples or marks in what should be a smooth surface. While I wait, I turn my attention to creating window trim. I tint a small amount of icing with just a touch of red food coloring, creating a pale pink that will serve as a contrasting accent color. Using a medium round tip, I pipe a border around each window, right along the edges where the gingerbread meets the white glass. This pink trim makes the windows pop, giving them definition and visual interest. But I don't stop there. I add tiny shutters to each window, piping 2 vertical lines of pink icing on either side of each window. then adding small horizontal lines across them to create the impression of wooden slats. The effect is charming. Suddenly, these aren't just windows. They're cottage windows with decorative shutters, the kind you might see on a storybook house in the countryside. For added detail, I pipe tiny windowsills beneath each window using the same pink icing, creating a small horizontal ledge that protrudes just slightly from the wall. And then, because I can't resist, I add minuscule window boxes filled with flowers. Tiny dots of green icing for foliage, with even tinier dots of red and yellow on top representing blooms. These details are almost absurdly small, but they matter. They're the difference between a simple decorated cookie and a miniature scene that tells a story. Now for the door, and this is where I want to get really creative. Instead of simply piping a door shape or flooding it with icing, I'm going to construct an actual three-dimensional door using pretzel sticks. I select the straightest pretzel sticks from my supply, examining each one and setting aside any that are too curved or broken. Pretzels are never perfectly uniform. They're organic, irregular, which actually works in my favor here because it will make the door look more rustic, more handmade. I need 7 pretzel sticks of approximately equal length to create the door planks, and I carefully arrange them on a small plate, lining them up vertically. Using my thick structural icing, I pipe a generous line along one long edge of the first pretzel stick, then press a second pretzel stick against it, pressing firmly to ensure a good bond. The icing squeezes out just slightly, and I can see it there, white against the brown of the pretzels, already beginning to set. I continue this process, adding pretzel sticks one by one until I have a solid rectangle of pretzels all bonded together, creating what looks remarkably like a door made of vertical wooden planks. But I need to add horizontal support pieces to make it look more authentic. I take 2 more pretzel sticks and carefully break them to the appropriate width, slightly wider than the door itself. The pretzels snap with a satisfying crack, and I'm left with straight pieces that will serve as crossbeams. I pipe icing across the back of the door in 2 horizontal lines, then press these crossbeam pretzels into place, creating that classic door construction pattern where vertical planks are held together by horizontal supports. The door needs to dry in this configuration before I can attach it to the house, so I set it aside carefully and use this waiting time to work on other wall decorations. I want to create texture on the walls themselves, a sort of stucco or pebbled effect that will add visual interest without being too busy. Using my medium consistency white icing and a round tip, I begin piping small dots all over the wall surfaces, creating a random, organic pattern. Each dot is about the size of a pea, and I vary their placement, clustering some closer together while leaving other areas more sparse. The dots have a 3-dimensional quality, rising up from the flat surface of the gingerbread, and as they begin to dry, they maintain this raised texture. This is painstaking work, requiring hundreds of individual dots, but it's also oddly satisfying. Pipe, release, move. Pipe, release, move. The dots appear one by one, gradually covering the brown gingerbread with white texture. I work around the windows carefully, avoiding the areas I've already decorated, creating a textured background that makes the smooth windows and trim stand out even more. My hand begins to cramp slightly from the repetitive squeezing motion, so I pause, setting down the piping bag and flexing my fingers, rotating my wrist. Outside, the snow continues to fall, and I notice that the accumulation on the windowsill has grown deeper. The world outside looks absolutely silent, muffled and quiet, and inside, in this pool of warm light, I continue my detailed work. After about 10 minutes of rest, I pick up the piping bag again and continue the texturing process on the remaining walls. The back wall, which won't be visible once the house is positioned, still receives the same careful attention as the front. There's a principle here, a philosophy of craftsmanship. Do the work right even in the places no one will see. The integrity of the whole matters more than the visibility of the parts. When the walls are completely covered in their textured dots, I turn my attention back to the pretzel door, which has been setting while I worked. I pick it up carefully, testing its stability, and I'm pleased to find that the pretzel sticks have bonded together solidly. This is no longer 7 separate pieces. It's a unified whole, a proper door. I pipe a thick line of icing along the back of the door, then carefully position it over the door outline I drew earlier on the front wall. I press it gently into place, holding it there for a full minute to ensure the bond takes. The door adheres beautifully, and when I release it, it stays exactly where I placed it, projecting slightly from the wall surface in a satisfyingly three-dimensional way. But a door needs hardware, needs details that make it look functional even though it will never open. I use my tiniest piping tip to add a doorknob, just a small dot of icing positioned where a doorknob would logically be. And then, using that same tiny tip, I pipe thin lines across the door horizontally, creating the impression of the wood grain or decorative metal strapping that you might find on a rustic cottage door. Above the door, I want to add a wreath. It's winter after all, and a festive wreath seems appropriate. I switch to my green-tinted icing and pipe a circle above the door, perhaps 3 inches in diameter. The circle doesn't need to be perfect. In fact, a slightly irregular circle looks more natural, more like actual foliage. Then I pipe small teardrops of green icing all around this circle, pointing outward, creating the appearance of leaves or pine boughs. The teardrops overlap slightly, building up layers and dimension. For the wreath decorations, I use tiny red candies, cinnamon imperials, those small, intensely spicy candies that are perfect for representing berries. I press them into the green icing at regular intervals around the wreath, and I add a small bow at the bottom using pink icing, piping 2 loops and 2 tails. The effect is festive and charming, and it draws the eye to the door, making it a focal point of the house's front facade. I step back to assess my progress. The house is really taking shape now. The roof is spectacular with its shingled pattern and snowy accents. The walls are textured and interesting. The windows gleam with their smooth glass panes and pink trim. The door looks solid and welcoming with its wreath above. But I'm far from finished. The base of the house, where it meets the parchment paper, looks abrupt and unfinished. I need to create a transition, to make it seem like this house exists in a landscape rather than just sitting on a flat surface. This is where I'll create the yard, the surrounding environment, the context that will make this house feel like a real place. I start by piping a thick layer of white icing all around the base of the house, creating what will become snow-covered ground. This isn't smooth, careful piping. This is rough, textured application, meant to look natural and wind-blown. I use a large round tip and generous amounts of icing, and I work quickly, building up layers and peaks, creating drifts and mounds that suggest deep snow accumulation. As I work my way around the house, I extend the snow outward from the building, creating a yard perhaps 6 inches deep on all sides. The icing piles up in irregular ways, just as real snow would, with some areas deeper than others, some areas smooth, while others are textured and rough. While this base layer is still wet, I begin adding dimensional elements to the landscape. I create a path leading to the door using candies. Small, flat, round peppermints that I press into the icing in a curving line from the edge of my work area to the doorstep. Each peppermint becomes a stepping stone, and I vary their placement slightly so the path looks organic rather than rigidly geometric. The red and white spiral pattern of the peppermints creates a cheerful contrast against the white snow. On one side of the house, I decide to create a small tree. I start with a pretzel stick as the trunk, breaking it to an appropriate height, perhaps 4 inches tall, and pressing it firmly into the wet icing so it stands vertically. For the foliage, I use my green icing to pipe a triangular shape around the top of the trunk, building up layers of green teardrops that point downward, overlapping them to create a full pine tree effect. It's not botanically accurate, but it's charming and recognizable, and that's what matters. I add another tree on the opposite side of the house, this one slightly shorter, and then a third even smaller one in the back, creating a little grove. Each tree gets the same treatment, a pretzel trunk, layers of green icing foliage, and then, because it's winter, I add snow to the trees. Using white icing and a light touch, I pipe small amounts of white onto the green branches, letting it drip down slightly, creating the impression of snow that's settled into the boughs. Between 2 of the trees, I create a tiny fence using more pretzel sticks. I break them into small, equal pieces and press them into the icing vertically, creating fence posts. Then I use thin lines of piped icing to connect them horizontally, creating rails. It's a simple fence, nothing elaborate, but it adds structure to the landscape and suggests that this house exists in a tended, cared-for space. Near the fence, I add a tiny snowman, and this makes me smile even as I create it. Using white icing, I pipe 3 circles of decreasing size, stacked vertically, the classic snowman shape. For eyes and buttons, I use tiny chocolate chips, pressing them gently into the wet icing. A small orange candy becomes a carrot nose. And for the arms, I use the thinnest pretzel sticks I can find, breaking them to appropriate length and inserting them into the sides of the middle snowball. The snowman needs a scarf, so I use a thin line of red icing piped around his neck area, with 2 tails hanging down. And for a finishing touch, a tiny hat made from a black licorice piece, carefully cut and positioned on top of his head. He's adorable, this little snowman, with his jaunty hat and friendly face, and he adds a sense of whimsy to the scene. I continue building out the landscape, adding details wherever inspiration strikes. Here, a cluster of candy rocks made from malted milk balls partially buried in the snow. There, a small bird feeder made from a lifesaver candy mounted on a pretzel stick, with tiny dots of chocolate for birdseed scattered around its base. Everywhere I look, I see opportunities for small stories, tiny details that suggest life and activity and care. Along one side of the house, I create a wood pile. Using small pieces of pretzel sticks, all cut to the same length, I stack them in a careful pile, using dabs of icing to hold them in place. The natural brown of the pretzels looks remarkably like wood, and the pile itself suggests preparation for winter, a practical detail that makes the scene feel more real. I'm working faster now, caught up in the creative flow, and my hands move with practiced confidence. I know instinctively how much pressure to apply, what consistency of icing to use for which application, how to position elements for maximum visual impact. This is not my first gingerbread house. I've made dozens over the years, but each one is different. Each one offers new challenges and new opportunities for creativity. The landscape now extends several inches beyond the house on all sides, creating a complete miniature scene. The white icing snow covers everything except where I've deliberately added other elements, and the overall effect is one of a house nestled into a winter landscape, surrounded by its small world of trees and fences and pathways. But I'm not satisfied yet. The snow itself needs more texture, more visual interest. I want to create the impression of fresh, untouched snow with that subtle sparkle that real snow has when light hits the ice crystals. I reach for my container of sanding sugar, that coarse crystalline sugar that catches and reflects light. Unscrewing the lid, I hold the container over the house and begin to sprinkle the sugar carefully, watching it fall like real snow onto the landscape below. The sugar crystals catch and stick wherever they touch wet icing, and they add an instant sparkle, a shimmer that transforms the entire scene. I sprinkle more heavily on the roof, adding extra sparkle there, and I make sure to dust all the horizontal surfaces. The snowdrifts, the tree branches, the snowman's body. The sound of the sugar falling is almost inaudible, just a soft whisper, like actual snow settling. After the sanding sugar, I add the final snow effect: shredded coconut. I take a small handful of the white thread-like strands and begin to sprinkle them over the scene, watching them fall and settle in random, organic patterns. The coconut looks remarkably like real snow, with its irregular strands and white color, and it adds a softness, a texture that contrasts beautifully with the hard candies and smooth icing. I'm generous with the coconut, letting it fall wherever it wants to land, and I even press some of it gently into areas of wet icing to make sure it adheres. The coconut clings to the roof, piles up around the base of the trees, settles onto the snowman's shoulders. It's the perfect finishing touch, and as I step back to look at the scene, I realize I'm actually holding my breath. The gingerbread house is complete. It sits there on the parchment paper, transformed utterly from the plain brown pieces I started with hours ago. It's a miniature world now, a complete scene that tells a story of winter comfort and holiday magic. The roof with its candy shingles peeks through its blanket of snow. Icicles hang in crystalline rows from the eaves. The windows glow in their frames, suggesting warmth inside. The door with its welcoming wreath invites approach. The landscape surrounding the house, with its trees and fence, its snowman and woodpile, its winding candy path, creates context and narrative. And the sparkle. Oh, the sparkle. The sanding sugar and coconut catch the warm light from the cabinet strips, creating points of brightness throughout the scene. Exactly like real snow reflecting moonlight or street light. It's magical. There's no other word for it. I realize my back aches slightly from bending over the table for so long, and when I check the clock, I'm startled to discover that nearly 3 hours have passed since I began. 3 hours that felt like 30 minutes, time compressed and expanded simultaneously in that strange way that happens when you're fully absorbed in creative work. I pull out one of the kitchen chairs and sit down heavily, suddenly aware of my fatigue. My hands are sticky with dried icing, and there are smears of powdered sugar on my sleeves. A few rogue coconut shreds cling to my shirt. I'm a mess, but I don't care. I'm staring at what I've created, and I feel a sense of accomplishment that's almost overwhelming. There's something profound about making things with your hands, about taking raw materials and transforming them into something beautiful. In our modern world, so much of what we interact with is mass-produced, created by machines in factories far away. But this is different. Every element of this gingerbread house bears the mark of human touch, of individual decision-making, of creative problem-solving and artistic vision. No two people would decorate a house exactly the same way. This house is uniquely mine, a reflection of my aesthetic choices and creative impulses. But more than that, there's the process itself, the slow, meditative work of building and decorating, the focus required, the patience demanded. In creating this house, I've been forced to slow down, to pay attention, to be present. There's been no room for distraction or multitasking. Each candy placed, each line piped, each detail added has required my full attention. And in giving that attention, in focusing so completely on this small task, I've found a kind of peace. My mind, usually so busy with its endless stream of thoughts and worries and plans, has been quiet for these hours. There's been only the work, only the next step, only the immediate challenge of creating something beautiful. And now, looking at the finished house, I feel not just proud, but also grateful. Grateful for the time, grateful for the materials, grateful for the ability to create, grateful even for the late hour and the quiet house that allowed me this uninterrupted space for making. The snow outside has stopped falling while I worked, and the world beyond the window is still and white and silent. Inside, the house is warm, and the Christmas tree lights continue their patient twinkling in the next room. I stand up slowly, stretching, and walk to the sink to wash my hands. The warm water feels good on my sticky fingers, and I watch the icing dissolve and swirl down the drain, white spirals against the stainless steel. With clean, dry hands, I return to the table and very carefully lift the parchment paper by its edges, transferring the entire gingerbread scene to a large serving platter that I've set nearby for this purpose. The house moves as one piece, stable and solid, and I position it in the center of the platter, where it can be displayed and admired. From this new vantage point, with the house on the platter instead of directly on the table, I can see it more as a viewer would, more as a complete piece rather than a work in progress. And it's even more impressive from this perspective. The details that I agonized over, the tiny window boxes, the snowman's scarf, the wood grain on the door, all come together into a cohesive whole. Nothing looks out of place or forced. Everything belongs. I think about tomorrow, when daylight will reveal the house in natural light rather than this warm, artificial glow. I think about showing it to my family, seeing their faces when they discover what I've created in the quiet hours of the night. I imagine their delight, their surprise, their appreciation of all the tiny details. But even if no one else saw it, even if this house remained my secret, the act of creating it would have been worthwhile. The value isn't in the finished product alone. It's in the process, in the doing, in the hours spent in focused, creative work. There's a lesson here, something about patience and attention, and the value of slow work in a fast world. Something about the satisfaction of creating with your own hands, of building something piece by piece rather than seeking instant results. Something about finding peace in focus, about the meditative quality of repetitive, detailed work. but I'm too tired now to articulate these thoughts fully. They exist more as feelings than as words, more as understanding in my body than concepts in my mind. I turn off the cabinet lights, leaving only the glow from the Christmas tree to illuminate the kitchen. The gingerbread house sits on its platter in this softer light, and somehow it looks even more magical now, even more like something from a storybook or a dream. The sparkle of the sanding sugar catches the colored lights from the tree, now red, now green, now blue, and the house seems to glow from within with borrowed light. Outside, a fresh snow has begun to fall again, just a light dusting, and I stand at the window for a moment watching it. Each flake is unique, they say, though I can't verify that from here. But I like the idea of it. Billions of unique creations, each one different, each one beautiful in its own way, falling silent and soft to blanket the world in white. I'm tired now, deeply tired, with that good exhaustion that comes from creative work rather than mere exertion. My body is ready for rest, ready for sleep. But my mind is quiet, settled, peaceful in a way that it often isn't at the end of a normal day. There's a satisfaction here, a completeness, a sense of having done something worthwhile with my time and energy. I take one last look at the gingerbread house, committing it to memory. The way the light plays across its candy-studded surfaces, the shadows cast by the little trees, the cheerful face of the snowman, the welcoming door with its festive wreath. Tomorrow I'll take photographs probably to preserve this scene, but tonight, this moment, I just want to see it with my own eyes and hold it in my own memory. The house will last for a few days, maybe a week if we're careful with it. Eventually, the icing will dry and harden completely, and the house will become more artifact than food, more decoration than dessert. And eventually, after the holidays pass, it will be disassembled and discarded, returned to the raw materials from which it came. But that's okay. That's part of the beauty of it, actually, the impermanence, the temporality. This house exists right now, in this moment, perfect and complete. And that's enough. I turn away from the table and walk slowly through the quiet house toward the stairs. My hands smell of sugar and vanilla, and there's still a faint stickiness to my fingers despite the washing. The scent will linger until tomorrow's shower, a sweet reminder of tonight's work. As I climb the stairs, I think about sleep. Deep, restful sleep earned through creative focus and patient work. My mind is already beginning to drift, thoughts becoming less linear, more associative. I think of snow falling, of icing flowing, of candies gleaming. I think of small details mattering, of slow work producing beauty, of hours passing in what feels like minutes when you're absorbed in something you love. The gingerbread house sits downstairs in the kitchen, a small testament to patience and creativity, a miniature world created piece by piece, detail by detail, with care and attention and time. Tomorrow it will delight others. Tonight, it has already given me something valuable. Hours of peaceful focus, a sense of accomplishment, and the quiet satisfaction that comes from making something beautiful with your own hands. And now, it's time to rest. Time to let the day's creativity settle into dreams. Time to close my eyes and drift into sleep, carrying with me the sweet scent of gingerbread and icing, the memory of candy colors and sugar sparkle, the gentle satisfaction of work well done. The house is silent around me as I settle into bed. Outside, the snow continues its quiet fall, blanketing the world in white. Inside, downstairs in the kitchen, a gingerbread house stands complete and beautiful, ready to bring joy to anyone who sees it. And up here, in this quiet room, I close my eyes and let sleep come, welcoming it like an old friend, grateful for this day and this night and this small, perfect creation. The last thing I see in my mind as before sleep claims me is the gingerbread house in all its decorated glory. The shingled roof, the snowy drifts, the welcoming door, the tiny snowman with his jaunty hat. It's an image of comfort and creativity, of patience and peace. And it follows me down into dreams, where perhaps I'll create other things, other beautiful small worlds, other testaments to the value of slow, careful, loving work. Sleep comes softly, gently, like snow falling on a quiet night. And I welcome it, grateful for this day of creation, ready for rest, at peace with the world and with myself. If this story resonated with you, if the quiet process of creation brought you some measure of peace, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your dreams be as sweet as sugar and as peaceful as falling snow.